Jonathan sat in the interview and began to have his own thoughts. While he was sitting and thinking about something, he was asked how he purifies drinking water. To this, the hero replied that he uses a special cleaner developed by the state. The next thing the boy was asked was why he chose this particular company. Jonathan started to get worried and was told that his resume had already been reviewed, and the hero had not indicated any talents or anything else. The guy was then asked to answer honestly whether he thought it was a waste of time. This made the hero feel even more uneasy, and he asked to repeat it. He was told that he came for an interview at a large company, and that he didn't know how to do anything. The boy said that he came because they were required to by the law against discrimination against the untalented. But in reality, things are different. After the world learned about the dungeon, people discovered unprecedented potential within themselves. They called it talent, and it, in turn, led to a sharp leap in civilization. Someone said that the discovery of talent was a blessing for humanity. Jonathan himself believed in this, until he realized that he himself had no talent. So the company works to make a profit. The untalented, as the main character, are useless to them. After this, John told them that they were engaging in real discrimination. The people present at the interview did not understand what the hero was talking about. They said that they themselves were tired of people like him because they had no talent. Jonathan explained that it was a crime to expect human treatment, so the main character asked them to apologize. Only one of them said that they supposedly don't have to apologize for wasting their time. They then said out loud that they would only apologize after Jonathan. Suddenly, after hearing this, John took out a dictaphone and said that he had recorded everything. This recorder shows obvious discrimination against the untalented and admission of posting non-existent vacancies. The employers began to worry and asked the hero to defuse the situation. They tried to stop the boy by saying that they didn't mean it, that they weren't going to apologize. However, Jonathan said that he would see what the Human Rights Commission had to say about everything they had said. After this, employers were speechless and began to be truly afraid. John, leaving the building, understood that he had no talent, but that did not mean that he had no pride either. At that moment, he received a notification that his request to the Human Rights Commission had been considered. Suddenly, the boy stepped on chewing gum, and of course it made him furious. Immediately after this, workers hit him with a stream of water from a hose. Walking home, the main character did not understand why he had such a bad day. The house also had its share of troubles. Some drunks again trashed the entire window. Jonathan then called his mother, and she started apologizing to him because she felt it was her fault that he was in trouble. If only his uncle had returned her money, everything would have been different. But John told her not to mention that freak to him. The boy thought that if he were one of those who repaid debts, he would have already repaid them. But then the main character remembered that his mother was in the hospital, so he told her that he was not angry and began to apologize. Jonathan also asked her not to worry about him, because he has a higher education and a good resume, and she shouldn't worry about hospital bills either. The only joy in the boy's life was cigarettes. But suddenly it started raining. Naturally, this infuriated the main character, since he was already having a bad day. At least this could not be taken away from him. He is already living with the last of his strength. Then the boy began to blame God for being constantly against him. He really didn't care whether God existed or not, but at that moment, he was taking his anger out on him. Was this the reason why he was struck by lightning? Jonathan already thought that his worthless life had come to an end, but then he began to think about what would happen to his mother. Luckily, he didn't die, but an incomprehensible notification window appeared in front of him. It was written there that the gods were waiting for him and a new vacancy had appeared for him. He was struck by lightning for insulting a god, although the boy was not even sure of his existence. Usually, after a lightning strike, people are either in serious condition or even die without a scratch. If anything had changed, it was the strange notification hovering in front of him. Usually people who have talent see this. After that, Jonathan thought that lightning awakened talent in him. The only thing the hero didn't understand was why it looked like a notice about finding a part-time worker. In real life, as well as there, his lot is only a part-time job. Jonathan decided to think positively. He had nothing to lose, so he might as well grab this opportunity. The main character chose a part-time job, but he didn't have enough divine power for this job. Divine power is a common name for the power used by gods, but the boy has no talent, so where would divine power come from? But John doesn't have a bad feeling. Who knows, maybe this is his chance to change his life. Jonathan began looking for a part-time job that did not require divine power, and he was able to find day labor, which included hired workers with low social status who did not have a specific profession. The job posting said that workers were needed to create dungeons, and the boy thought that these were the same dungeons that were teeming with monsters. Jonathan couldn't believe that the gods had created the dungeons. Then he looked at how much they paid for this work, and it turned out that they gave 12 tours, but the hero was not familiar with this currency. The boy figured that if this was the currency of the gods, it must be worth its weight in gold. So he decided not to waste any time and responded to the vacancy. After that, a portal suddenly opened. John looked around and did not understand where he was, or how he got there, since he had never seen anything like this in his life. It seemed to him that it was all a dream. Suddenly, some monster attacked him, but one thug grabbed him and asked where his manners were. Seeing this brute, Jonathan became even more scared. Then the brute introduced himself to him. It was Odin's son, the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Since they had a lot to do, Thor said they would talk as they walked. Jonathan didn't believe that this big guy with a shaggy beard and Mjolnir was really Thor. Thor noticed from the appearance of the main character that he was one of the Eastern gods. The boy didn't expect that Thor would consider him a god. He also saw other gods on the sides. The guy no longer knew what kind of gods they were, but they were clearly not people. Jonathan realized that he was the only person in the place, so it was a good time to take advantage of the opportunity. Based on this, he said that he was the keeper of one small mountain. Thor thought he was Henry, since he usually helps people in trouble. John explained this by saying that he often descends into the human world to find out how he can help. At this point, Thor noted that the protagonist cared about them very much, and asked if he was okay with that. After all, now his job is to create places where people suffer. After this, the god of thunder spoke about the labyrinth of the Minotaur. It was taken as the basis for this dungeon, so Jonathan will build the maze with them. Then the boy was already reprimanded because he was yawning at the gate. When John arrived at the worksite, he was working hard, so he was told to be careful and not to fall through. In response, the hero asked that if he failed, let someone get him. And now it was time to rest. It seemed to Jonathan that this was just physical work. While the boy was driving to his place of work, his partner told him that he was already being praised to the fullest. After this, the main character began to understand that talent cannot be compared with communication with the gods, since it will bring much more benefits. The guys almost reached their destination, but they had to go on foot from there. Otherwise, if they trusted the thug, he would blow up all the mines along the way. Suddenly, God told the boy to watch where he was going. There are places with one symbol. This symbol showed where the mine was. God was surprised that the hero had never seen these mines before. Suddenly the god said that recently the higher gods were requiring people to pass some kind of entrance tests before hiring them. But lower-level gods, like these guys, are not supposed to do that, so they do this kind of work, constantly building dungeons, so they have a lot of work to do. At that moment, the gods came out in front, who had started creating the room a couple of minutes ago, and seemed to have already finished. When Jonathan entered this room, he couldn't believe that they were able to build such a room in a couple of minutes. Then the main character began to open the boxes. There was an object that looked like a round stone, but in fact it was eggs from which spiders would emerge. Once they all hatch, this place will be a real headache. Then suddenly an unknown monster caught the boy's eye. This was a lizard man that was best left untouched. Then God showed John the room where the goblins were hiding. Those who get there will essentially find themselves at the finish line. Suddenly, one of the goblins attacked the main character, and of course he was very scared. The goblin began to laugh loudly at his fright. God also began to laugh and later said that he was just fooling around. But when the construction is finished, it will be a completely different matter. Goblins are very smart creatures, so it is difficult to deal with them. And finally the guys reached the end of the labyrinth, which is where the main boss is. There they were unexpectedly met by Thor. He said that he allegedly heard the main character being praised by those around him. In that case, Thor decided that the working day was over. Jonathan looked at him and didn't understand why he needed this hammer. In fact, he only used the hammer to teleport the hero home. The protagonist was very scared because he believed that Thor was already going to punish him for lying that he was not human. The boy also realized that all this was not a dream or a hallucination, but a real awakening. John was very happy to finally wake up. Immediately, a notification arrived stating that the hero's salary had been credited to his account. Next, he decided to check out the god's store. Having visited the store's website, he was convinced that this was indeed a store of the gods. The boy could even buy the power of Thor, a lightning strike, and the powers of other gods. After that, Jonathan imagined how, thanks to this store, he could become a god in a human body. The main character was glad that changes had finally come into his life. However, the price of these products was not the most ideal. The cheapest item cost 70,000 tori. Then the boy decided to see what he could afford. And unexpectedly for him, it turned out that he could simply buy talent. Most importantly, it only cost 12 tori. This wasn't just talent, but SS-level talent for free. He initially chose his talent for fencing because he enjoyed playing with swords as a child. Jonathan successfully purchased SS-level fencing talent. He went out of his way to get at least an F-level talent, and he got this one so easily. Suddenly, the hero received a notification. Supposedly, there was a 1+1 promotion. As a gift, he receives a product of the same level as the purchase that the boy made. In addition, Jonathan chose the fighting talent, and now he was doubly happy. But suddenly the boy fell and his whole body began to hurt. The strengthening of his body to use his talents began. While his body was being refined, he lost consciousness. The body enhancement was successful, but while he was unconscious, he dreamed of his mother. John then decided to look at his window and saw that he was a low-level god, which was why he was able to work in the dungeons. Once untalented, now a god, life is an unpredictable thing. Then the main character's mother called him and told him not to come to the hospital under any circumstances. Jonathan asked what was wrong, but she said just not to come and not to worry about her. Then another person answered the mother's phone. The boy was told that the situation was grave. It looked like a dungeon had appeared near the hospital. They tried to call him, but the phone was unavailable. Until the situation improved, they would not be able to receive visitors. But Jonathan did not listen and ran to his mother. Both journalists and military personnel arrived at the scene, and signs of underground activity were visible everywhere. The soldiers shouted to the citizens that they could not go any further, so they had to turn around. Jonathan stood to the side, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the hero's concentration skill worked, after which he began to clearly see the soldier's face from afar. The boy also heard the conversations of other citizens, and did not understand whether it was concentration or whether it was due to the talents that he had bought before. It was only then that John realized that he had no time to think, since he had to get to the hospital. The protagonist approached the military man and said that he had to go through, but he refused him because there were signs that they were dealing with a labyrinth. After John heard the word labyrinth, he felt uneasy, and at that moment, an unexpected explosion occurred. Jonathan didn't understand what it was at first, but then he saw in front of him a dungeon that he himself had built. Until that moment, he didn't understand what was happening and couldn't imagine that he would see this there. The hero immediately noticed a man nearby who was feeling ill. At first he wanted to help him. Someone took it and rushed past them, and they flew off in different directions. They were lizard men who mercilessly killed people. As soon as the military saw them, they immediately opened fire on them. At this time, Jonathan was sitting behind the car and shouting that there was a man there. Because of the screams, one lizardman noticed the main character and began to run towards him. The lizardman threw a dagger at him, and the hero activated a new concentration. With this power, he was able to catch the dagger. Jonathan didn't expect this from himself. The lizardman then began to aim his dagger at the other man. The main character noticed this and began to attack him. At this point, the military commander ordered the firing to stop, as he saw a civilian. But Jonathan stood and trembled with fear, because before this he had acted on emotions, and he did not understand what to do next. After that, a lizard attacked him, and the boy successfully dodged its attack. John didn't expect this from the concentration skill. It felt like he had drunk 100 cups of coffee. The boy clearly saw the movements of his opponents, so he decided to act. Jonathan was able to activate the SS rank battle talent skill and beat the lizardman. After that, he still had 2 more lizards to beat. The boy started fighting with them like never before. The military watched him and couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, a man approached Jonathan and asked him what guild he was from. This man also added that the boy's face was unfamiliar to him, but he was good. By the way, it was the head of the Sangoon Guild, Logan. Logan said that they came to clear the dungeon, and also invited the hero to go with them. At that moment, John realized that he was no longer an ordinary person, and if the monsters are not stopped now, they will continue to appear. The main character considered it a trivial matter, after which he agreed to the man's proposal. Entering the dungeon, the boy showed them the way through the labyrinth. Jonathan was glad that he still remembered all the moves, of course, all thanks to the fact that he had walked them hundreds of times. Then the boy suddenly asked the guys to wait. He said that he would lead the way himself, but one of the guys started to get upset with his fellow freelancer. It seemed that he didn't like the way John started to command. The main character explained this by saying that there are traps and mines further on. Logan thanked the boy for his concern, but he thought the advance team had already taken care of everything. After this, Jonathan took the stone and threw it aside. The stone fell on the mark, and an explosion occurred on it. Based on this, Jonathan said that he was sure that the advance group had not yet been in this place. The mark is activated under pressure, and the swords are cast from a special alloy. They will pierce most armor like some kind of foam. Logan was curious about how he knew all this, but John knew they shouldn't know that he helped build the labyrinth. So the guy just said it was a company secret. Then they went further, and John said that it would supposedly get even more dangerous further on. Having reached the gate with a picture of a spider, the main character advised the children to get ready. The boys began to think that they shouldn't trust Jonathan, since he could be a spy from another guild who was trying to disrupt their operation. But the boy heard everything. The main character recognized the room because he had unloaded a bunch of spider eggs there. He knows where they are hiding. But there is no point in complicating things. It will be easier for him to just burn everything to hell. But suddenly the boy's concentration kicked in and he felt people. After that, he stopped the guys. Jonathan told them that they couldn't control the fire because there was a man there. Logan also added that signs of human survivors were found in the stone chamber. So their priority was to save people. He asked the team to form a defensive position as soon as they entered. The guild leader also added that this young man knows where the survivors are, so the support group will act under his command. Jonathan didn't expect this, because he had never even done anything like this. Then a girl approached the boy and thanked him for his help in getting through the labyrinth. They got through it without hitting a single mine. The boy didn't understand anything at first, but the girl encouraged him, telling him not to worry. As she left, she advised him to have a sword, or even two with him. Jonathan found it strange that she came, said what she wanted, and left. She also called the hero by name, and then completely disappeared. When the boys entered the room, it seemed to them that it was very quiet there. But the boy knew that danger could come from above. Suddenly, a huge spider crawled out from above. Logan did not remain idle, and was immediately able to protect his comrade from the attack of this monster. He ordered not to get lost and follow the plan, to line up in a defensive position, and also to avoid contact with the poison. Jonathan then called the support group to his place. He found surviving people hanging from a web. As the group freed people from the web, the spiders became more and more numerous. But the boy said that he knew a safe place and called the group to follow him. At this time, Logan was thinking about the doubts he had initially had about Jonathan. They appeared because the hero knew the passages and structure of the dungeon, as well as where to look for surviving people. Then Logan realized it was just a talent he'd never heard of. The chief was informed that all the survivors had been evacuated. However, there were also casualties, but the injuries were minimal. Logan told the reporter that the team should rest, but he wanted to talk to Jonathan. Taking into account the 2 police officers and the hunters, a total of 10 people were caught in the traps, including members of their group. So Logan said that if it weren't for the kid, they would have burned them all. He also praised the hero for his talent. The commander also admitted that at that moment it seemed to him as if John had built this dungeon with his own hands. Jonathan got scared and said that this was impossible, because he was not some kind of god. Logan told him that he was joking, at which point the boy already thought he was screwed. Further ahead of the group stood a gate, and everyone wondered what could be there. The main character said that there were supposedly goblins there. The guys on the team found this sad because they were waiting for the boss behind these gates. At this time, John didn't understand how he could deal with the goblins. He could only hope that the concentration skill could help. And suddenly the hero made an unexpected statement. He asked the guys to go there alone. One of the guys told Jonathan that he believed in himself too much after the chief's praise, and as for the goblins, they were masters. Logan also said that he wasn't too keen on sending him there alone. Then the protagonist said that they would have to listen to him, and Logan realized that he definitely had some kind of plan, so he agreed. Now this guy wanted to use this opportunity to impress the boss, but because of some idiot, he can't stand out. But he still felt he couldn't let him steal his moment of glory. This guy started asking stupid questions and Jonathan told him to be quiet. The guys laughed at the main character and told him to stay closer so that they would cover his butt. Suddenly, the lights went out and the boys wanted to turn them on, but Jonathan told them to stop. Only one thought that they needed to see at least something in order to fight. After that, he added that those who were afraid could simply stay behind and turned on the light. Because of this, Jonathan started shouting for everyone to get down immediately. At first nothing happened, and one guy said to get up, but suddenly the guy holding the flashlight was shot with arrows. After this, Logan ordered the team to stand still. Jonathan explained that the goblins were attacking in the direction of the light, but the leader thought it was strange, because they heard the guys come in. And then John also explained, they are playing with their victim. These goblins seem to want to enjoy the children's fear of the darkness. Only Logan said that they can't fight without seeing the enemy, even if it means they have to take losses. At that moment, the boy asked the chief what would happen if they fought even if they couldn't see anything. The protagonist asked him to just rely on him. Jonathan told the boys that he knew they couldn't see anything and were nervous, so he promised to do his best, but they just had to be still and not make any sounds until he said they could. And then the hero tried to concentrate and remember this feeling again. By activating the concentration skill, the boy could sense the presence of every goblin. After a few seconds, John told the team that they could turn on the lights. Logan was amazed by the boy, because he had been doing this all his life. But this was the first time he saw a hunter like Jonathan. And so they came to the end of the labyrinth, to the boss room. Entering the gate, the boys noticed the lord of this dungeon in the distance. As expected, he looked impressive. Logan had a feeling that the boss wasn't going to attack first, so they had time to strategize and explore this room. The hero immediately received a notification saying that the sacrifice of the Minotaur had begun, and that 5 victims had to be chosen. Jonathan believed that there must be a clue on how to get out of there safely, so he should share what he learned. And he decided to say something that might be related to the passage of the dungeon. However, one of the guys is still angry that Jonathan is supposedly taking his laurels for himself. Based on this, he decided that this time he couldn't just stand there with his arms hanging out. He also believed that strategies were for losers who begged for mercy and fear, and he was not going to dance to anyone's tune. The guy wanted to show off his F-level shooting talent, and he thought that with one shot he would get a promotion in his pocket. Jonathan noticed this guy by chance. He shouted at the guy to stop immediately. The guy said that he knew that the hero wanted to take all the laurels for himself. Jonathan tried to stop him, but he didn't have time, and the system was activated. 5 victims would be determined randomly. The commander called this guy an idiot because of his actions. Jonathan already understood that they did not have time to discuss the correctness of the decisions. When the boss got angry, he began to seem much scarier, and the guy asked to quickly release him from this trap. Logan told the team to take positions and act calmly. He ordered to continue attacking with the current number, and also wanted to buy some time. First, Logan delivered a fairly powerful blow to the monster. It was a good hit, but the boss remained intact. Suddenly, John shouted to the commander to be careful. Logan knew it wasn't that he couldn't dodge, he just didn't need to, and all he had done was hook Logan. He also began to think that he would have to be put back together piece by piece. Jonathan could see how Logan was instantly aware of his surroundings and was giving commands, a true dungeon veteran. But this was clearly the best they could afford. The boss didn't even intend to go towards them, as if distance meant nothing. Suddenly the boy noticed the power of Thor in the monster. Logan thought it was a good moment to attack and went for it, but the main character shouted at him to stop because it was dangerous. However, it was already too late. This boss beat the commander. His team wanted to do something to help before it was too late, but one of them said it was impossible since even the commander couldn't do anything. But Jonathan hit him with all his might, but he didn't care. After so many years at the bottom, John finally got his talent, saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and will die ingloriously like this. But suddenly the main character remembered that they had something else. He didn't try so hard to die in a place like this. The boy told the boss to get ready because he was not going to die so easily and activated his fencing talent. Logan couldn't even scratch him with his axes, and believed that a man who had never held a sword in his hands would not be able to put him down. He wanted to tell the hero to run away, but he couldn't utter a word. The commander began to feel guilty towards the boy, but something happened that no one expected. The main character was able to cut off the boss's horn with the help of his sword. At first he only had excitement, but the moment he took the sword in his hands, confidence came. The boy sees a real sword for the first time, let alone fights, but he already feels as if it is part of his body. However, he never eliminated the boss, and when the dungeon lord began to attack the hero, he dealt him significant damage. Logan couldn't even count the number of his attacks. He thought Jonathan was more of a martial artist, but he was just a swordsman all along. However, John underestimated the lord. One of the guys started to panic and shout that the main character had miscalculated and decided that they were all finished. But the commander considered this nonsense, because he saw that the boy's level of swordsmanship was comparable to the best swordsman of the East. But the only problem is that the hero's sword is about to break. Jonathan knew that at this rate he would soon be left empty-handed, and now all he had to do was hit the vital organ the first time. The boy went towards the monster, but it turned out to be faster. However, the hero was still able to land his blow, but he didn't even move. Then John kicked him again. Thanks to this, the monster got lost in space and the boy had an excellent chance to pull him in. After this blow, the hero noticed that, supposedly just a little more, and the sword would be finished, and there was no point in fighting with bare hands, so his next blow was his last chance. Jonathan seemed to have a second wind, as he was ready to go ahead. As soon as the commander saw this, he decided that he had to help him and called his comrade. He told him that he had hidden a good thing, and invited him to prove himself. At this time, the main character realized that there was only one chance, and began to aim at the vital organs of the monster. And when he took aim, he immediately began to attack. However, the hero's sword broke and he thought that this was the end. Luckily, the commander asked his comrade to pass the sword to the boy. When he threw him the sword, he asked him to finish him off and save them. 5 hours had passed since the monster had appeared from the dungeon, and then shadows of people began to appear from the gates. These were the guys who survived, thanks to Jonathan. The main character said that if he hadn't caught the sword, he would have let everyone down. But the commander replied that it was the boy who became a hero. He also added that people are waiting, and since John made the greatest contribution to this purge, it is up to him to tell the people. The boy was surprised by the commander's words, because he did not believe that he had made a big contribution. After that, he remembered how he had been looked down upon all his life because of his lack of talent. But now everything had changed. In the evening, John went to the hospital to see his mother. Entering the room, he saw his report on TV. There he was asked many questions for which he was clearly not prepared. The main character thought it was shameful and didn't want to watch TV anymore. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the hero that he had gained popularity, and now his divine power had been increased to 1,000. Since he received 1,000 points of divine power, the boy can now post a new job search ad. Jonathan came across a job posting for a security manager, and it seemed like a no-brainer. Then the hero decided to go home to rest, and then return to this. But suddenly a red notification appeared in front of him saying that 3 gods had already sent him their resumes for the vacancy of security manager. Jonathan took hold of her without thinking and immediately teleported to an unknown location. In fact, he ended up in the forge of Hephaestus. John didn't really like the fact that it was too hot there. After this, Hephaestus appeared behind him and introduced himself to the hero as the owner of this forge. Jonathan immediately began to bow before him and tell him why he came. Hephaestus was surprised that all the rumors were true. Jonathan, who out of love for mere mortals, so fearlessly fought monsters in the dungeon of Thor with people, he then said that enough greetings and would tell us more about the work. But then Hephaestus added that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. And suddenly he unexpectedly began to blow into the horn. As soon as he stopped, the gnomes came to them. Hephaestus introduced them and said that John would be their manager. Jonathan admitted that he had never worked in a forge, but he promised to try. The gentleman laughed and told him not to be modest, because newbies can be even better. Suddenly, Hephaestus whispered in the boy's ear that his comrades were hard-working, but their hands were playful and there were problems with them. If the gentleman is distracted, something will disappear, such as the pendant he wanted to give to Freya, the goddess of beauty and love. Jonathan couldn't believe it, because the gnomes looked quite decent. The gentleman had to go away to Olympus, but he thought that nothing terrible would happen without him, although he gave the guy a weapon just in case. It was the club of Hercules, made of olive wood. Then Hephaestus went to the gates and said that he was entrusting his forge to the boy. But Jonathan said that the gentleman never told him what to do. But it was too late to ask. As soon as Hephaestus left, a question was heard behind the hero. John told the dwarves that he was glad to meet them, but they probably weren't. Now the main character realized that Hephaestus knew about this, so he gave him the club. To begin with, the guy suggested that they just relax a little, threatening them with his baton. A second later, the dwarves took out their guns. One of them lit a cigar and said goodbye. After this forgiveness, John passed out, and when he woke up, he didn't understand whether he was alive or not. The gnomes also managed to tie up the boy. Soon everyone noticed that Jonathan had woken up, and he told them that they were fearless. The main character decided to scare them by saying that there would be consequences for them after this. This made the gnomes laugh very loudly, and they couldn't stop. The thing is that they were not afraid of Hephaestus. One of them said that if they were afraid of him, they would not have done anything. And at that moment the gnomes took everything valuable and decided to leave, but they had to pump the boy with sleeping pills. Jonathan did not give up and told them that they would regret it. Having said this, he took out his club. With the help of this club, the hero grabbed them and tied them up. By this time, the rest of the dwarves had already loaded all the ingots. Because of this, their boss Firefist wanted to say something. He called his brothers a people endowed with the spirit of the burning mountains, the best miners and brave warriors. The dwarf chief also claimed that Hephaestus had humiliated them, so they decided they had to pay back for the disrespect they had received. And John just watched and didn't understand what to do with this army of bald heads. Suddenly the hero was noticed, and everyone immediately took out their weapons. Jonathan then hid behind a column and was shocked that such gnomes were shooting left and right. The dwarf commander told the boy that they would simply clean out the place, and that they would have no concern for him, since they only hated Hephaestus. It would be a shame to die like that, so they offered him a choice. Either he helps them clean out the forge and becomes their accomplice, or he leaves and keeps his mouth shut. But Jonathan knew that if he simply ran away, his reputation would be ruined. At this rate, he definitely won't be able to earn extra money anymore. There are 2 chairs in front of the boy. Either he beats their faces up, or he will be killed by Hephaestus. John didn't waste time and went out to the dwarves. Then the main character asked what would happen if Hephaestus found out, because they were partners. The boy began to raise his voice at the gnomes, saying that they were idiots, and that even heavenly punishment did not scare them. But seconds after that, John shut up. One of the dwarves shot in his direction and said that now there would be no mercy for him. But the fiery fist couldn't leave it like that and stopped his comrade. The commander began to tell him that the lower-level god knew nothing, and decided to clarify something to him before he made mincemeat out of him. He said that Hephaestus was not great or a master, but just a piece of shit. Jonathan, in turn, did not understand what this commander was talking about. One day he came to the gnomes on the mountain where they lived and offered to work with him, and he would provide them with everything they needed. And after they followed this bastard, they became real slaves. He didn't pay them a penny, but he promised a 5-day week with a 6-hour workday and free time to boot. When the fiery fist finally got the hang of it, it was no longer possible to find a dwarf in that place in whom the spirit of the master remained. All they have left is desperate revenge. John said he understood them and agreed that he was indeed a real piece of trash. The boy called him an envious piece of trash who wanted to destroy those who were better than him. He then asked them to listen to him and suggested an option that would look better from the outside. If they run away like this, then for people they will become thieves. Will the dwarves, great craftsmen and proud warriors, be able to come to terms with the fact that their reputation is tarnished? Jonathan said that they have another option to take revenge on Hephaestus. It just so happens that John is a warrior himself, and in his hands he has a weapon made by Hephaestus. And since they called themselves warriors and craftsmen, they will have to leave these games and instead fight with him, the real weapon that they themselves created. The protagonist convinced them that defeating a warrior who fights with the weapons of Hephaestus would be the perfect revenge. One of the gnomes didn't like what the boy was saying, and he pointed a gun at him, but these words touched the fire fist. Based on this, the commander noted that the boy had the gift of gab. He agreed to fight the protagonist, but he warned him to take responsibility for calling himself a warrior. And if the boy couldn't hold out long enough for them to prove that their weapons were superior to his, for suggesting that the dwarves run, the fiery fist would beat him until his bones were ground to powder. Having attacked the boy, the commander was pleased with his own strength, and believed that the enemy could not compare with him. And then Jonathan told them to watch out, lest he surprise them. Then John launched an attack, but the fire fist was also able to defend itself. The commander praised the boy and said that he immediately found the hero's stance strange. But it's even good that the boy immediately demonstrated his limit, counting his fist. He explained this by saying that he had never seen a man hold a blunt weapon the way John did. The commander also admitted that such precise strikes gave him goosebumps. It had been a long time since his heart had pounded like that, and from this he concluded that the boy was either his equal or even superior. Fire Fist sincerely apologized for calling him a low-level god and for underestimating him. And in order to prove his sincerity, he decided to respect his strength this time and fight with all his might. Jonathan really liked it and was completely ready. In this battle, the two heroes got nothing but pleasure from the fight. Suddenly the dwarves felt the sound of a forge, the vibrating air and the rumble of metal. After that, the Fire Fist said that the boy had the spirit of a blacksmith. He had nothing to say in response to him, because it was easier to blame the capable than to admit his own incapacity. On the day they received Hephaestus's proposal, they were like frogs emerging from a well for the first time, faced with a storm of emotions and inflated dreams. They constantly reminded us that the dwarves weren't good enough. Everything that happened after the boys came out of the well turned out to be a waste of time. Based on this, the commander realized that this was truly a complete defeat. Suddenly, Hephaestus appeared and stopped the carnage. He said that as soon as he walked away, real chaos began in the forge. The gentleman even thought at first that he had gone to the wrong place. Hephaestus really wanted to know what happened in full detail. The gentleman, of course, suspected that there would be a fight, but this was already some kind of end of the world. Then he asked the Fire Fist to tell him everything. He, in turn, fell to his knees and said that it was all his fault, and that his people had nothing to do with it. Now the Fist understands that he can be punished for the wrong decision, but his guys, their only mistake is that they trusted such a brainless commander. And so the commander began to tell his story, when suddenly Jonathan grabbed him by the shoulder and began to talk to the gentleman. The boy said it was like he made him do it. Hephaestus was surprised by this, because he had entrusted the hero with guarding the forge. And Jonathan explained to him, showing him that very pendant. Fire Fist recognized the necklace immediately because he had given it to his boys. And then I realized that if John told me where he found this pendant, the matter would not end with him, and something unprecedented happened. Jonathan said that it was not he who found him, but a fiery fist. All the gnomes were amazed by the boy's actions. Hephaestus was pleased because John had kept an excellent eye on the forge, and even found the necklace. After this, the gentleman once again understood why John was to Thor's liking, and he told the gnomes that he always looked forward to the work and asked them to continue in the same spirit. The gentleman also did not forget about Jonathan because not only did he cope with the main tasks, but he also found the necklace. For this he presented him with a small reward. The boy's eyes sparkled because at first he thought he would receive a club as a reward, but here was some kind of special prize. It would have been impolite to refuse, so the hero accepted the reward. As soon as he opened the box, there lay an unknown creature inside. Hephaestus told the boy to try to take a closer look. It was a fox cub, but he thought it was strange to take a monster as a pet. And then Hephaestus thought that the boy didn't need her. Then he said that he was sad and turned the fox into a sword. As it turned out, this fox could turn into a sword. The gentleman also said whether it is a sword or a scythe, it doesn't matter. This little one can become any weapon in the world if it is about her size. In other words, she is a real treasure. Then Hephaestus said that he felt sorry that John did not want to take the fox cub and decided to give her to the dwarves. And at that moment, Jonathan said that he couldn't refuse such a gift. The main character promised him to look after her well. Since this pet was white, John decided to name her Snow White. Snow White liked the name and began to lick her master. Then Hephaestus began to entrust him with the moon fox, the treasure of Selene, the goddess of the moon. Now the main character has a baby on his neck, and the gentleman also wanted to give him some other stuff from the warehouse. Jonathan packed a whole bag of things and headed home, thanking the gentleman. But suddenly the boy was stopped by a fiery fist. He asked him why he decided to help them, since they were going to kill the hero. John explained this by saying that they reminded him of himself from the past. The guy also said that it seemed to him that Mr. Hephaestus knew everything from the very beginning, but simply did not interfere. The commander then expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire tribe, and although they could not wash away this shame, he hoped to someday repay his debt. Returning to the city, he headed to the hunter's shop. Gene, who started at the bottom, worked as a manager of hunters from his youth, and a week ago he became the director of the largest hunting store in the country. Now that he is at the top, he must renounce his past and associate only with noble people. They say that the place makes the man, so the place where he is should always be filled with dignity and culture. But this time, some ragamuffin appeared in his sacred brainchild. Jin didn't believe he was a hunter, since he had no armor or weapons. He also thought that this kid was an idiot who thought he was a hunter, but in fact he was picking up trash from already cleared dungeons. But Jonathan was their client, and Jin was obliged to take him to the appraiser. When he reached him, Jin said that he could give everything to the appraiser. As soon as the appraiser saw the main character's things, he asked where the boy got these things from. Jonathan replied that they had given it to him, calling it all sorts of stuff. Then Jin started yelling at the kid because he thought he brought cheap stuff into the store, but he wanted to confirm this with the appraiser, to which he replied that this was the first time in 40 years of work that he had seen a person who would call these things all sorts of things. Because all these things are of the highest quality, weapons of the 4th level and above. Jin didn't believe it, because you couldn't tell from the boy that he was able to get such high-quality things on his own. Then the director even thought that John was a big shot, because he had heard that many incredibly rich people were quite modest. After that, his smile brightened, and he invited Jonathan to the VIP room. There, the main character was told that if he sold all his things, he would receive about 3 billion won. At first the boy simply found this amount funny, and then it dawned on him how much money this whole pile of things that Hephaestus called marriage was. But then he was told that this was only a preliminary estimate, and depending on the number of buyers and sellers, he could even get twice as much. Now the weapons are of the highest quality, which can be sold for any price, because they are very rare right under Jin's nose. He believed that if he had to kiss someone's ass, he should get the rights to sell it. Luck was on his side as Jonathan decided to sell everything at once. Jin began to think that the boy was sent straight from heaven. At this rate he might get promoted faster. But not at his job. Jin became the first person to lose a high-ranking position in just a week. In the end, Jonathan sold all his things and received almost 4 billion won. Then the main character decided to treat himself to a gift for his hard work, and go show his mother what a great son he is. When he came to his mother in the hospital, he showered her with gifts, which surprised her greatly. And then her neighbor told her to turn on the TV more often. This lady showed her that people are going crazy about him because John is now a real celebrity. Journalists say Jonathan cleared the dungeon with his talent, and then the mother asked her son about talent. The boy replied that it had just opened up the other day, although it was far from being a talent. He also added that it happened so suddenly that he himself did not understand how. Hearing this, mother began to cry. Well, Jonathan stood there and didn't understand why she started crying. And then he realized that his mother always blamed herself for the fact that he was born without talent. At this time, the head of the Sonic Guild, Logan, began to be shown on TV, and they asked him about Jonathan. There he said that the main character is an excellent hunter, a strong swordsman, and at the same time very smart. When the mother saw this, she did not expect that he would start talking about her son. And at that moment, John thought that this could be his chance. The more popular he is, the more divine power he has, and therefore more job offers. He especially enjoys the reward of the golden apple, the fruit that grants immortality to the gods. Perhaps this apple could heal his mother. Suddenly an urgent message started on TV. In Yeon City, Gyeonggi Province, A gate was discovered and people were ordered to evacuate. And after that, Snow White climbed into the hero's jacket. At first he didn't understand what had happened to her, and then he felt sick. The association immediately requested a convocation of the guilds. Besides, these gates are different from ordinary dungeons. Humans cannot enter them, but monsters can easily exit. At this time, the soldiers were preparing for the third wave of monsters. Jonathan, having come to the gate, first observed them. But one of the soldiers noticed the main character and did not understand what he was doing there. After seeing this, he immediately ran to the commander. The commander was not in a good mood and immediately started yelling at him because he allowed him to leave the formation. The guy simply asked his commander to look up so he could figure it out for himself. Looking there, he saw a civilian. Then the commander became even more angry because there was a civilian in the detached place. He ordered this soldier to remove him immediately, but civilians saw this. The commander noticed this and heard their conversation. They said that the commander was a real professional, but this time he couldn't even control civilian access to the cordoned-off area. The commander, of course, did not like this conversation. He was already burning with frustration because his comrades had gone underground, and he was the only one clearing everything out. And so he went to deal with this civilian himself. The guy started telling the main character that this was a cordoned-off area and he needed to leave. He also told him that he could continue his YouTube videos somewhere else. In addition, he said that he understood the boy's excitement after all. He was a third-rank hunter, but if he wanted to get an autograph or an interview, the commander could do it. And then Jonathan said to himself why he needed an autograph and who he was. The commander didn't like the way the boy ignored him and grabbed him by the sleeve. Then it dawned on him that even some left-wing half-poker was looking down on him. He also noticed a small pet, which led him to conclude that John was some unknown hunter trying to gain popularity. Since the boy didn't get it, the commander decided to give him a punch. But unfortunately for him, he missed. Jonathan tripped him up. This caused the guy to fall, but the main character caught him. The boy told him that he didn't mean to, but asked if it was proper for a third-rank hunter to wave his fists at everyone he met. But the commander didn't stop there and said that he was just lucky. However, Jonathan stopped him and asked what he wanted. After all, now there are spectators watching them. And the guy accused the main character of doing it on purpose in front of the cameras. One of the journalists even recognized Jonathan as the one who cleared the dungeon together with the Sangoon Guild. The commander did not believe that this brat was the same John, a first-class hunter whom even Logan respects. At this point, Jonathan asked for a better angle because a special report was starting, and he told the commander to keep a close eye on what the left half-poker was capable of. Everyone looked at him and did not understand what he was planning. Jonathan, without telling anyone, simply jumped into that gate. The protagonist successfully entered the reverse world and was now being watched by the Eye of the Abyss. There he saw the same thing as in Snow White's memories. And then the boy came up with a theory that if this place was created by gods, and people cannot get through, then only gods can get there. John also didn't understand why people weren't allowed into the gates, like into a dungeon. But he remembered Thor saying that the dungeons were created to test people. Next, Jonathan decided to just look around, and suddenly a barrier appeared in front of him. He tried to go through it, but every time he was given a notification that he didn't have enough divine power. Then the boy saw only one target in front of him. The main character immediately saw the cave, but he did not want to go there. However, this was the only option he could go to. Inside, he killed many small monsters that he was tired of counting. Jonathan thought it was like the dungeons. He took out the boss, and that was it. But the boss still wouldn't show his face. Also, everything there didn't go as it did in the dungeon. The monsters there behaved as if they were programmed. Just entering the gate gives enough divine power, but if the boy also clears it, he will earn much more. Suddenly the hero was attacked. This was just the boss John had been waiting for. Only he was a bit of a slow boss. Jonathan was very disappointed in him. He concluded that he was too vulnerable for the boss. Then the boy called Snow White, who turned into a sword. John only managed to land one blow and the boss immediately fell, which made him feel uneasy. The protagonist didn't even receive a notification about the purge, and he thought that he was pretending to be dead. Our boy had no choice but to cut out the core as evidence. On YouTube, he saw that it was located next to the heart, which turned out to be true. It's just not clear why it was black. Jonathan heard that they usually look like a precious stone and sparkle. And later it began to move. The boy got scared and threw away the cannonball because of a bad feeling. To avoid getting dirty, he took the core with Snow White's help. Later, a notification came before him that this was the core of the gate, and the gate would be destroyed forever. At this time, a crowd of people gathered at the gate. Scientists were worried that chaos would ensue if the world learned how the man had entered the gate. The scientific community will face a barrage of criticism for spreading false information. This will start with dungeon explorers and end with high-ranking hunters. But suddenly Jonathan came out of the gate and, as expected, saw a crowd of people in front of him. As soon as he left, they immediately started asking him questions. People were surprised because he just jumped out of there, as if from some kind of hoop. As John walked out of the gate, he felt the air there was different. Everyone wanted to talk to him and learn as much as possible. But he turned to everyone and said that people could now destroy the gates themselves. Everyone was interested in how this could be done. And then John began to take out his sword. He also took out the core he extracted from the gate boss. Then he asked everyone to watch carefully and threw the cannonball into the air. Using a sword, the boy cut the core in half. This caused the gate to collapse. It was a huge sensation for people. At this time, Jonathan was thinking to himself how awesome he was. And at that time, scientists thought that they had seen everything in their entire lives while they were conducting experiments on the gates. After this, the main character was asked what kind of person he was. Well, he was just waiting for this question. Jonathan struck a cool pose and introduced himself to everyone. Due to the broadcast, which was watched by a huge number of people, the name Jonathan spread throughout the country. Immediately, the boy received an important notification about a lower-level god. But he was unable to read it because a journalist interrupted him. Several more journalists joined in after him. Not far from this crowd, a mysterious car stopped. Serious people got out of this car and they walked unhindered through the crowd. At this time, the main character was asked many questions, and he asked to ask them one by one. Suddenly, one girl told the boy that the guild leader wanted to see him. Jonathan looked at her and didn't understand anything. It was the future head of the Sangun Guild, a level 7 hunter named Jessica. After going with them, he was taken to the headquarters, which was very impressive. The leader called John, but he himself headed into the dungeon. The main character thought that he saw the news on the way there and urgently sent people for him. He also did not expect such a person to appear in person. Jessica will be the youngest guild leader, and she has worked her way up to this position on her own. There are only 3 7th-rank hunters in the country, including her. At a time when hunters were like uncut dogs, she gained recognition throughout the world, and now everyone in Korea knows her. On the other hand, Jonathan was glad, because he wanted to check something in peace and quiet. He checked his notifications. It was written there that since he had reached the top as a lower-tier god, new abilities had been unlocked for him. The boy was very happy about this and was thinking about what to choose, but the titles he got were so-so. For example, the god of fly swatters, which made him laugh, but he had no plans to stop and continued to look for some decent title. An hour later, he finally succeeded. John found the title of God of Swords to be a fitting match for his talent. He was now given the title of God of Swords. At that moment, strange things began to happen to him. But then a notification came before him that he had become the God of Swords. After this, the hero remembered that when he passed out, he received a talent. Since the boy had chosen a title, the power system was unlocked, and he was now asked to choose the power of the Sword God. Jonathan didn't believe that now he would finally be able to use the power of the gods. To begin with, he certainly didn't choose the most spectacular of his starting abilities. The boy chose intuition as his first strength. Now his profile has been updated to reflect his new skills. Suddenly there was a knock at his door. At first he thought it was Logan returning, but he couldn't return from the underwater dungeon so quickly. He was a little excited when he opened the door. Jessica knocked on his door. She asked the guy for a minute, but Jonathan first asked her what happened. She said that the chief allegedly gave him something. This is a pass to the guild. Now the main character can use all the amenities and training facilities. At that moment, John thought that Logan had actually decided to take him. Then the guy thanked the girl, but she just remained silent and looked at him with a cold gaze. This silence lasted for several seconds. The awkward pause made John wonder if she was always this talkative, or if it was just this once. But John felt like there was something strange coming from Jessica. The main character was about to say goodbye to her. But then Snow White woke up. She jumped right onto Jessica's chest. Jonathan felt doubly embarrassed and asked the girl for forgiveness, saying that Snow White usually didn't behave like that. Jessica said that everything was fine and called her a cute little animal. Then she wanted to feed her and asked the guy about it. He allowed her to do so, and Snow White happily accepted the food. But John understood that she didn't even bat an eye at the hospital food. And then the hero got excited because he didn't know what Jessica gave Snow White. He did not remain silent and directly asked the question about what the girl had given. Jessica replied that it was like a food supplement. Nuts are good for health. Then she told Snow White that they would see each other again, and went on. When the girl left, John sat down and realized that it was strangely difficult to talk to her. But Snow White really liked her, and ate everything she gave her without thinking. But then he realized something. Jessica called Snow White by name when she said goodbye. But the main character didn't call Snow White by name in front of her. Now Jonathan didn't know what to do with Jessica. Then the boy received a notification on his phone. And a second after that, his phone seemed to be blowing up with messages. A new vacancy came to him as a babysitter for Cerberus, that is, temporary care of a pet. The job was paying twice as much, so John forgot about this stalker, Jessica. The main character agreed to this part-time job, and has already begun to get used to these tough movements. There, someone started shining a light in his face. At first, he didn't see who was doing it. However, when the boy saw him, he started screaming. John also didn't expect to find himself on a boat. The creature that stood and shone in our hero's face said that he was not dead. They moved along the river Styx, where only the dead move. There is no place for the living. Jonathan realized that this guy was called the ferryman Charon. He told him that he had business there and asked him to help him cross the river. But Charon told the boy to go back, and he asked in response how he could then meet Hades. Tom didn't like that the boy dared to pronounce his name. Well, John asked him what he should call Hades then, by his title or something. Then Charon threatened the main character, but he replied that he himself had started to provoke him. Charon told him that he had warned the boy to leave, and he also added that supposedly many people like him, low-level gods with hot blood, died. Charon gave John another chance to leave peacefully. However, Jonathan simply went and showed him the middle finger. Tom didn't like this, and said that he would kill him with his scythe. He wanted to give the main character a beautiful death. And then, well, the guy could ride on this boat, since he wanted to so much. At this time, Jonathan used Snow White, who turned into a club and blocked Charon's blow. After that, he asked the guy where he got it from. The main character asked him if he recognized whose club it was, to which he replied, "Of course he knows, Hercules, the human offspring who raised his hand against him and crossed the river alive." Then Charon started to say something, but John didn't let him finish, hitting him on the head. It's all because of unnecessary chatter. Then Charon asked him to pay, which was a very stupid request. John was driven to his destination, for which he was grateful. But then Charon started something bad. He believed that if he just relaxed, you were dead. At this moment, the hero's power of the god of swords, intuition, was activated. With her help, he dodged the attack. Some anger could be seen in the hero's eyes, but in Charon's eyes there is fear and misunderstanding. John felt as if his body had become faster than his thoughts. The guy told him that this wouldn't do, and that he should be given a thrashing. Charon asked to wait for him, but it was too late, not even God. But John took away time. Here the hero was asked whether he had come to look after Cerberus. She was called the goddess of fertility in the kingdom of the dead, Persephone. Persephone's husband was so angry that no one responded, and if it weren't for John, she would have had to deal with it herself. Jonathan at first mistook her for Aphrodite, but as soon as she started talking about her husband, he realized that it was Persephone. Then the girl asked the guy to follow her. Cerberus was very far away, but they used to call him, but now my husband says not to do that anymore. All because half of the candidates immediately ran away at the sight of him. So Hades decided that those who could handle Charon would be able to overcome Cerberus. After this, Jonathan began to get a little nervous. However, the hero pulled himself together, because he is the god of swords after all. Cerberus is just a dog. And now the girl has already said that they have arrived. Cerberus lay chained. The dog began to look at the boy with a bloodthirsty gaze as soon as he arrived. After that, Jonathan realized he was screwed. He also recalled how the job posting stated that the dog didn't bite. Then Persephone said that her husband had written a list of precautions. She asked him to read them before starting work. The boy was already glad that Hades had thought of everything. After reading the measures, he threw them away, because they clearly stated that he must die. The girl also added that the daily routine is written on the other side. After watching it, John was torn apart, because walking Cerberus was already too much. And then Persephone said that if he wanted to refuse, then it was okay. But the girl also added that the previous candidate escaped, and Hades caught him, now unhappy in hell. In the end, Hades tore off his limbs, and it was so terrible that Persephone could not even continue to tell the story. After hearing this, Jonathan realized that there was no way back, and put the torn piece of paper back together. In response to these actions, the protagonist told Persephone that he was just trying to cheer himself up and asked where he should start. The girl told the boy that first he needed to feed the pet, and to do this, he needed to go to the meat. John collected the meat and returned to the girl, awaiting further instructions. Now Persephone asked the hero to give the meat to Cerberus one piece at a time. Cerberus looked at the food and immediately began to salivate. Jonathan noticed that before this, the dog growled. But when he saw food, he became a normal dog. After this, the main character was flooded with memories of when he worked in a pest cafe. If you look closely, Cerberus was even a little cute. Then the boy ordered the dog to sit. But this suddenly made Persephone laugh. The thing is, it is useless to give him commands, since Cerberus only obeys Hades. Now Jonathan understood why no one responded, and since that was the case, the boy threw meat at him. Having miscalculated his strength, He hit one of the 3 heads of Cerberus, after which the rest began to laugh. But at that moment, John told them that it was not nice to laugh at their comrades and threw a piece of meat at them. Of course, he did it in vain. Cerberus became angry, but Jonathan didn't care. The boy knew that Cerberus was on a leash and believed that this would restrain him. However, Cerberus unexpectedly broke the chains. Jonathan did not expect this outcome of events and asked the dog to calm down. Cerberus was able to wound the hero and he began to run away. At this time, Persephone stood and was surprised that the chains could be broken. The main character said that they had no time for delight and grabbed her hand. Then the girl noticed a wound on the boy's arm, but he said it was just a scratch. Then John began to complain about how weak their chains were and how they were held together by a thread. Cerberus was very fast, so the boy asked Persephone to speed up, but she told him to hold on to her. She believed that if her husband was the god of the kingdom of the dead, then as long as she was next to the boy, Cerberus would not touch him. Only John thought it was a stupid idea. But they stopped, so the hero called Snow White for help. With her help, he began to attack the dog. Unfortunately, Cerberus was faster and struck first. Jonathan lay down from his blow and could not get up. Cerberus was serious, and his gaze seemed very terrifying. Seeing his gaze, Persephone shouted at the boy to stay away from this creature. She also said that if he fell into the river, they would catch him and eat him. But the hero heard nothing. The girl realized that he couldn't hear her, and then she began to worry because she didn't know what to do. She tried to stop Cerberus, but the dog didn't listen to her and didn't see any obstacles in front of him. At this time, John was thinking that he had simply come to feed the dog, but in the end, he himself had become its food. But the guy didn't intend to die like that and jumped into the river. Seeing this, Persephone felt uneasy. In the water, John didn't understand why he was so cold that he couldn't even move a finger. He even had time to think that he had died. He felt as if he was falling asleep. Everything that happened to him in the part-time jobs he worked at flew by again. But there was still so much he wanted to buy in the shop of the gods. Jonathan felt all his memories drain away, and it seemed to him that his whole life was flashing before his eyes. Suddenly Snow White swam after him, but he asked her to stay, so that at least she survives. But suddenly she bit the hero on the cheek. The main character woke up and saw thousands of hands underneath him. They grabbed him by the throat and he began to lose breath. John did not stop and fought for his life with the help of Snow White. Snow White turned into the dwarf's hammer. Then the boy swung the cloth and flew away from those hands. Jonathan had been underwater for a long time and was starting to lose his breath. After that, he and Snow White began waving their arms. Thanks to Snow White and his perseverance, John was able to crawl out of the next world. Raising his head, he immediately saw the mouth of a Cerberus in front of him. This creature brutally bit half of the hero's body. At first, the boy started screaming because he was in the monster's mouth. But then a notification appeared in front of him that he had unlocked the River Styx effect. He who plunges into the River Styx will become an invincible warrior. The goddess Thetis lowered her son into it, and only the child's heels by which she held him did not get wet. This is how the tale of Achilles' heel begins. And then John realized that he was wet from head to toe, and this meant that he was now invincible. Only the boy was still in the jaws of the Cerberus. Persephone tried to free the hero, but Cerberus wouldn't let him go. Because he couldn't bite the boy, the dog simply spat him out. Persephone, seeing John, said that he was covered in drool and called it disgusting. The protagonist asked her how she could speak like that about a man who had just escaped death. The girl thought he was unconscious, and then apologized to him. But she didn't understand one thing: how the boy survived after falling into the River Styx. John explained to her, saying that he just up and crawled out of there after swinging the hammer. While the guys were chatting, they completely forgot about Cerberus. The dog grabbed the boy by the arm and tried to hurt him as much as possible. The main character screamed and didn't understand how he wasn't tired of it yet. The problem for Cerberus was that he simply couldn't pierce John. Persephone, however, did not believe that a lower-level god could survive the bite of a Cerberus. Then Jonathan looked at the dog and said that he gave him food, but he himself did not eat. He also told the dog that growling was useless, but he still continued to growl. And then the boy added that if Cerberus continued to growl, then he would not get a walk. Cerberus calmed down and simply turned away from the hero. Blackmail worked for John at the Pescaf, but this dog is still different from ordinary dogs. However, then Cerberus took his chain and wanted to give it to Jonathan. Therefore, he all concluded that it was the same dog. As soon as the boy caught the dog, the girl called him. She told him that Cerberus hadn't been walked for a long time, so he needed to walk as slowly as possible. John replied that he understood and that she shouldn't worry. A second later, the boy felt his hand getting heavier. Cerberus took off and John simply flew after him, holding onto his chain. At that moment, a notification popped up in front of him that he had obtained the wind speed skill. Persephone looked at the boy and did not understand what he was doing. She told him to use divine power to strengthen his body. At this time, John was only thinking about how she was keeping up with them, but the girl still continued to shout to the hero to strengthen his body with divine power, since Cerberus was too strong. Then Persephone asked the hero why he did not use his divine power. The girl didn't want to hear from the guy that he didn't know how to use divine power. Unfortunately, he didn't really know how to activate it. Jonathan swore to the girl that he didn't know how to use this power. Persephone told the hero to remember how he feels when he uses power. Only Jonathan didn't understand her. And after that, he began to remember what it felt like to use power. The boy only remembered that in the battle with Charon it activated on its own. Persephone still continued to give advice to the hero, and told him to remember the image, to imagine that she was spreading like water throughout the body, and to control it. After this, Jonathan closed his eyes and began to imagine the image. Opening his eyes, he was able to concentrate and stop the Cerberus. The girl then told him to focus the divine power on the part of the body he wanted to strengthen. Cerberus did not give up and continued to pull the chain. After this, John decided to focus his power and was able to throw the dog. He said that they had had enough walking and needed to go back, but Cerberus was going to resist. Then the boy simply carried him on his shoulders. Persephone was surprised that he was doing so well after using his divine power for the first time. Looks like they have a great worker this time, but the guy found it strange that the girl didn't intervene, because even he, a low-level god, could stop the dog. Based on this, he decided to ask her personally. He also added that he was sure that she could easily handle him. Persephone said it was all because of the restrictions, but the main character still didn't understand it. Cerberus guards the underworld, preventing countless lost souls from returning to the mortal world, and also stops those who try to look in on them out of curiosity. And Persephone is one of them. She is one of those who wants to come back. It turns out that the girl is limited in her actions in this place, and can do nothing with Cerberus. All she can contact are a couple of 3 lower gods, whom Hades allows into his abode. Then the boy remembered that according to mythology, Hades kidnapped Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld, because he was enchanted by her beauty. He thought it was nonsense, but it turned out to be true. It was hard for him to imagine how much time she spent completely alone. Then he told himself to put aside his sense of heightened justice. Her husband was Hades, the brother of the greatest god Zeus. After that, Snow White, whom he had completely forgotten about, attacked him. At this time, Cerberus simply lay down. He started growling, and John didn't understand what was happening to him. The dog follows the trail of the dead. Despite its appearance, it copes with the job with dignity. And this is also the reason why the girl cannot leave this place. Persephone said that once he put the chain back on, his tasks for the morning would be completed. Jonathan didn't understand why Hades would keep a dog that would only listen to him. Suddenly, his intuition power was activated. He saw something sparkling in front of him. Persephone told him that the morning's chores were over, and now it was time to prepare for the days. But then something happened that the girl did not expect. The boy simply took and hit the wall from which he took out the collar. He began to apologize, saying that he simply thought there was something valuable inside. This was precisely the collar of Cerberus. With its help, Hades trained the dog. When used, Cerberus will obey commands. The girl didn't believe it, and didn't understand why he was hidden in such a place. Persephone searched everywhere but could not find it, and asked the hero how he did it. The boy replied that it was just a hunch, and asked if the collar was really so all-powerful. The girl said that this is true. Cerberus is a symbol of the underworld, and to rule him is the same as to rule this whole place. But to John, the collar still looked ordinary. Only Jonathan thought that he wouldn't be able to use this collar. But then the girl said that it was not she who found it and gave it to him, and Hades sometimes told her to look for this collar. Her husband told her that he would let her try to train Cerberus if she could really find one. Jonathan couldn't pass up the opportunity to make his life easier. So the hero called Cerberus to try on the collar. The dog refused, but then John told the dog that he would never defeat the hero anyway. But the boy put the collar on him anyway, after which he stood still. Jonathan then began giving the dog different commands. The protagonist made sure that the collar worked and saw that there was something cute about Cerberus. He then put the dog in a corner to make him think about his behavior. Jonathan began to imagine how easy the job would be if things continued to go this way. At that moment, Persephone called the boy. Touching him, she uttered incomprehensible words, and John felt something strange. Then the boy fell to his knees, and the girl told him that her husband had given Cerberus 2 orders. The first is to keep an eye on the dead who are trying to escape from the underworld, and second, keep an eye on Persephone. After this, the main character began to feel sleepy, and the girl wished him sweet dreams. She also added that she would return before Hades arrived. And then Jonathan realized that for Hades, the most important thing was not the underworld. He tried his best not to fall asleep. Waking up after some time, the hero saw Snow White in front of him, and then he realized that he had passed out. The boy began to look for Persephone, but did not see her anywhere. After that, he realized that he was screwed. He also didn't know how long he had slept, so he decided to look at the notification line. He slept for no more than an hour, so he decided to go in search of Persephone as soon as possible, and left Cerberus to guard the gates. Previously, the girl could not leave the underworld because of Cerberus. If it becomes known that she ran away because of the boy, Hades will beat the crap out of him. Based on this, he needed to find her and take her back as soon as possible. Here, the hero remembered the wind speed skill he had acquired. The skill grows significantly based on the user's physical abilities, so the boy was very fast. John then decided to try activating the skill while using divine power. He combined them and was able to jump higher than usual. In the air, Jonathan saw a girl on a boat. While she was swimming, she felt something wrong in the water. At first, it seemed to her that she had simply run over a rock, and then Jonathan swam out of there, which really scared Persephone. He asked her if she was in a hurry to go somewhere. Before this, she told the hero that even the dead are not allowed to cross the river Styx. But Persephone explained this by saying that she simply really wanted to see her mother. The girl told the hero not to worry, since her husband would only return in 2 days. She also added that John was the first one to catch her, after which the boy was shocked that this was not the first time she had done this. While they were swimming, they didn't notice how they hit a rock. Because of this, their boat cracked. A hole appeared in the boat from which water splashed. Jonathan knew the boat wouldn't hold up, and he knew they had no choice. He dived into the river and began to push the boat towards the shore. Having reached the shore, they passed through a cave and came out into the sunlight. Then on the way, John asked Persephone to promise something. He asked her to come back immediately after she saw her mother. She replied that he was too worried, because she had never been caught before. Jonathan thought he was doomed if she was ever caught. Persephone said that everything would be fine, and led him into the cave. Her mother, the goddess of fertility, Demeter, was there. Her mother didn't even understand what was happening at first. When she saw Persephone, she couldn't believe her eyes. But she was very happy about this moment. At this time, Jonathan felt like he was there like a fifth leg to a dog. Then the main character noticed something. In myths, the earth withered from Demeter's grief for her daughter when she was in the underworld. If we talk about the ordinary world, we can say that winter was beginning. Based on this, Jonathan told the girl that it was time for him to go and arrange to meet by the river at 8. For this, Persephone was very grateful to the boy. And so some time passed, and John came to the river. He looked at the time. The girl should have been there for 3 minutes already, but there was only Jonathan there. However, John heard a sound behind him, as if someone was picking a flower. At first, the boy was glad that the girl didn't keep him waiting long, only it wasn't Persephone there at all. Hades was there and said that a cheeky fellow had come to him for a part-time job. At these moments, the hero began to receive notifications about danger. Supposedly, he was in danger of death. Suddenly, Hades asked John where his wife was. The main character trembled from the words alone, and did not believe that it was Hades, because Persephone said that he would not return soon. Because of the long silence, Hades noted that it was not nice. He also didn't understand how someone like Jonathan could find Cerberus's collar and help Persephone escape. Then he said that, however, it didn't matter. After that, Hades told him to die. Jonathan almost shit his pants when he heard a voice. It was Persephone who was outraged that Hades wanted to kill an innocent man. Hades then asked her where she had been. She began to tell him that he constantly told the workers to try to find the collar, and John found him, so the girl asked him why he was angry. Hades took this into account, but he didn't like that she ran away without saying a word. Persephone said she just went away for a while to see her mother and came back. The Lord of the Underworld simply wanted his wife to warn him. At this time, John watched as she pinned Hades. He also noticed a romantic in him. Persephone said that they would continue this conversation in the underworld, but she gave Jonathan a box, which he could consider a bonus. Hades didn't like that she wanted to keep him alive, and he was also curious about what was in the box. She said that the boy had done a great job with his duties, so she was giving him a gift. She then told John that she would take care of the payment, and asked him not to submit a complaint to the system. After all this, he was sent home. When he got home, it seemed to him that each time years of his life were being taken away from him. Next, the hero decided to check the gift he received from the girl. There were 2 apples lying there. The forbidden fruit, which grants the ability to distinguish good from evil, and the golden apple, a symbol of immortality, the fruit of the gods, which grants eternal youth. The golden apple immediately reminded John of his mother, because this apple could possibly help her recover. Only he didn't know whether people could eat the fruits of the gods. But Jonathan decided to keep the forbidden fruit for himself. Already in the hospital, the doctor told them that all the cancer cells had disappeared, and this surprised the doctor very much. He also added that there is no explanation for this in modern medicine. After this, Mother began to cry from happiness and did not understand how such a miracle could happen. Well, John understood that the golden apple worked. The doctor said that his mother was ready to be discharged, so Jonathan called his mother to come home. They decided to go home by taxi. But there, the driver said that they would have to make a big circle. He explained this by the fact that there is complete chaos on the streets now. The driver turned on the radio so that the hero could hear more about it. The radio reported that an underground dungeon had appeared near the park and that the evacuation of citizens was ongoing. Guilds and individual hunters were called to the scene. But traffic jams were making it difficult to get there. Then the hero's mother said that she would get home herself and sent him there. She also wanted to see her son on TV as soon as possible. To begin with, the boy decided to take a look at the god's shop. He hadn't received his salary yet, but he saw in his profile the title of Cerberus Tamer. Now every dog will obey John. He is the master of dogs. Coming out to the people began to point at him. Jonathan started saying that he was being confused with someone else, but they weren't addressing him, but Jessica. This made the hero feel a little awkward. Jessica said that their guild Sangoon, as usual, will give it their all, and that was where she ended the interview. The protagonist was delighted that she simply ignored everyone. The boy didn't have time for this, because he needed to catch up with her. And so Jessica and her team entered the dungeon. Suddenly the girl noticed something and told the team to shut up. One of her comrades noticed that she was behaving differently this time. She's not a talkative person, of course, but she usually doesn't get angry over such nonsense. At that moment, Jessica said that they were coming. It was a pack of dogs, deadly hounds. When the team saw them, they were scared because they had not been told about such a thing. The slightest bite from their poisonous fangs and in 10 minutes you are dead. Then the girl said that those who are not strong in close combat should step back, and she called the rest to follow her. Then Jessica heard someone making faces behind her. Her comrade told the team to stop fooling around, but it wasn't them. The sound came from a pack of hounds. There they saw a man, and were surprised that he was standing next to the dogs. One of Jessica's comrades told her to move away, and called out to a man from the shadows. Jonathan started to come out from there, and asked to put away the sword. This guy never expected that a person would come out. At this time, one of the dogs, which did not obey the main character, crept up to the girl. He noticed this, and, using the speed of the wind, began to fly towards Jessica. Her comrade even thought that the boy had started attacking their commander. But John flew at the dog and hit him, calling him a bad dog. The team was surprised that John had no intention of attacking Jessica. The girl didn't react to his actions in any way. Suddenly, the boy noticed a bracelet on the heroine's hand. He had no doubt that Persephone had the same bracelet on her hand. Jonathan then asked her where she got this bracelet. But suddenly, Jessica said that he was causing a lot of problems, and there were also too many spectators there. At first, the boy didn't understand at all what she was talking about. And then, the girl added that everything was too straightforward on his part. John knelt down in front of her and held her hand. Once he realized what was happening, he said it wasn't what everyone thought and asked everyone to stop filming. Then he ordered his dogs to sit. The first 10 dogs were supposed to dig through the area, and the rest would help. Jonathan now had his own personal army of dogs. After some time, they found crystals for the hero. Seeing this, Jessica's comrades couldn't believe their eyes. The girl noted that Jonathan had an amazing ability and asked where he got it from. The boy looked at her and did not understand how she guessed that he did not receive it at birth, but he still told her that he was born with her. The main character didn't wait long and immediately asked her where she got her bracelet from. Jessica looked at him and said nothing. The boy didn't like her silence, so he asked her about it again. This unique antique design is the same as the friendship bracelet Persephone spoke of. Now John was only concerned with one question: why was he with Jessica? But at first the boy thought she was just a creepy stalker. Jessica replied that she bought it online. After this, a notification popped up in front of the hero. It said that the forbidden fruit would allow the hero to distinguish truth from lies. Then he received a notification that the target's intentions were close to good. Jonathan felt awkward, so he said he wanted one too. At this time, Jessica's friends looked at the guy and did not understand why the guy needed a woman's bracelet. John thought that he had completely lost his mind with these trips. Now everyone would think that he was a pervert. Now his image is definitely ruined. While we were at it, he went on to ask the girl how she knew Snow White's name. To this, she responded that she had simply heard it from others. Near the gates, someone then called out to Snow White. The target's intentions were close to good the second time. The protagonist was shocked when she told the truth for the second time. And only after that did it dawn on him that all this time he had been behaving like a madman, because he himself had understood everything incorrectly. After a while, the boss of the hounds came out. He told the boys that they had brought themselves to certain death. But then Jonathan just went and hit him. The guy knocked him out with one hit, which was quite unexpected. John then turned to his comrades. He asked them to keep the fact that he had been in this dungeon a secret. The hero also asked to keep everything he said a secret. Coming out of the dungeon, they were met by a crowd of people. They were asked to share their impressions, while John tried to hide from attention as quickly as possible. The boy's abilities developed unexpectedly, and he suddenly became a hunter. Previously, he didn't care. But to be a hunter in their country, you need to officially pass a test and get a hunter's license. Armed formations of hunters and guilds need management. In this world, anyone can search the internet for information on any hunter. Since John, not being an official hunter, was entering the dungeon, it gradually began to attract attention. Again, if public opinion about this is bad, then Jonathan's divine power may also be diminished. Based on this, he left the journalist to Jessica, and it was time for him to get out of there. But suddenly on the way, he came across a man who recognized the boy. This guy asked him what such a talentless bastard bug was doing there. After this, there was some controversy in the crowd, because someone saw on TV that John was not really like that. Jonathan recognized the guy immediately when he looked at him. It was his old enemy, Charlie, a bully from the Cheeble house who casts a shadow over John's school years. The boy even began to wonder that it was not God who ruled the world, but the rich Cheeble families. But now everything is different. The situation has changed. Jonathan is going to surpass his family. Charlie told the hero that he saw him clear the dungeon labyrinth and some other gates there, but he found it strange. This guy remembered Jonathan as untalented, so he thought that he just made up a legend for himself. Because of his words, people began to gossip and believe Charlie's words. After this, the boy's situation became even more complicated. Then Charlie just took and brazenly threw the cap off John's head. Suddenly, Jessica stood in front of the boys and they fell silent. She handed Jonathan his cap. Charlie didn't understand why Jessica was defending this trash with no talent. Well, she responded as if people without talent were not trash, and asked him if he could answer for his words. Charlie still insisted that John was just a dumb idiot with no talent. Jessica didn't respond to the guy's provocation in any way. She just looked at the main character and remained silent again. Jonathan looked at her and did not understand what she wanted him to do. After a while, it dawned on him that she wanted to see the boy demonstrate his abilities in practice. Based on this, he jumped high into the air, which greatly surprised Charlie. John looked at him as if he were a pathetic creature, while Charlie was indignant that he was definitely untalented. The boy simply felt sorry for the time spent on him. He didn't stay long and went about his business. After this, the main character realized that after the incident with his old friend, he needed to get the qualification of a hunter as quickly as possible. And the news just reached him that a hunter qualification test would soon be held in Dokdo. When he left the house, there was a black car in front of him. At first, he intended to go alone, without attracting attention. But suddenly, Jessica met him and invited him to go together. Having reached his destination, John thanked them for the comfortable ride. But the hero didn't understand why Jessica dragged him there. To which the girl replied that she simply had nothing to do that day. Jonathan also asked her why she suddenly switched to informal forms of address. Jessica noted that John was the same age as Charlie, which meant he was the same age as her, so she suggested that they be friends. After some time, Jonathan's number was called to undergo a physical strength measurement. He couldn't leave Snow White alone, so he asked the girl to look after her. The boy concluded that this was why she came. Also in the window always shows good intentions, so there should be no problems with her if he leaves her. During the test, only equipment provided at the test site is allowed, so John had nothing, and he relied only on his own strength. Its difficulty was adjusted by the system. It was given a high difficulty level. And suddenly Charlie approached the hero, from whom a window appeared with a note that the target was apparently emanating obvious hostility. Approaching the boy, he immediately began to provoke him. Initially, John wanted to quietly get his license and get out of there, but this enemy changed everything. He told him that a piece of trash like John shouldn't be sticking his head out of his corner. This had a good effect on the hero because he channeled his negativity into this barbell, causing him to gain the strength of the 6th rank lower body. Then he gained upper body strength of the same rank, and the main strength was equal to the 5th rank. After that, he started the reaction, and it was also of the 6th rank. Charlie called it nonsense after seeing it. He then walked up to the judge and grabbed him by the shirt, demanding that he stop. But he replied that the test could not be stopped until there was an error. At this time, Jonathan completed the basic physical fitness test. He was then asked to move on to the next test site. There he approached a crowd that, like him, had passed the first test. John's next test was a test of teamwork. The use of personal equipment other than that provided is prohibited. Also, defeating monsters from other groups will not count towards this team. Having gone to the monsters, one of the creatures attacked John's comrade. Luckily, he was lucky because the boy managed to protect him. He then told him to leave the monster to him. A second later, he simply pierced him with his sword. However, there were other people on his team who needed help. The main character did not wait and went to help them. He dealt with all the monsters so quickly that his team didn't even realize what had happened. His comrades also believed that with his help, they would be able to go further. At this time, Charlie was watching them. He clearly didn't like Jonathan's progress. Next, he took out some spelt with a strange liquid. The guy was up to something bad by giving this liquid to one of the monsters to drink. Because of this, the monster was ready to attack John. Jonathan, unsuspectingly, saw a notification marked as clearly hostile to the object. Before he could even understand what was happening, he took a blow from the monster. But the blow wasn't too powerful for him, so he landed calmly. His comrades looked at the boy and were shocked that he was able to survive. However, this creature was too bloodthirsty, so it killed all of Jonathan's comrades. The main character did not expect that his comrades would die so easily from some monster. Then he saw Charlie and realized it had something to do with him. Charlie started making fun of John, saying that he was alone now and the boy didn't like it very much. He also added that it was useless if you didn't attack with your comrades. And then a strange aura began to emanate from Jonathan. He sat down and said that a capable person will always find a way. After these words, the hero took and chopped up all possible monsters in that place. John believed that if he didn't get points for teamwork, then he should get individual points as well. If the maximum is 100 points, then he should have scored somewhere around 200 points and asked the judge if he was telling the truth. Only the judge and Charlie looked at him and were surprised by his abilities. The judge felt awkward and didn't even know what to answer. But suddenly the loudspeaker announced that an emergency had occurred. All people undergoing testing were asked to evacuate immediately as a major tsunami had occurred and the water was heading towards them. The main character decided that he needed to check what was happening. Then he stood on Charlie's platform and jumped over him. The guy got angry and started yelling at him, but John didn't give a damn. When he went outside, he saw the aftermath of the tsunami. Based on this, he understood that at this rate all the people there would die. At that moment, he received a notification that Persephone had sent him payment. He did not hesitate and began to look for something useful in the god's store. Luckily, John was able to find the wave-cutting skill, a sharp sword that could cut through even the waves. Suddenly, Snow White appeared out of nowhere with John's jacket. The boy didn't understand how she found him and where Jessica was, but he didn't have time for that. John also asked Snow White to help him. Activating the wave-cutting skill, he struck one at a time. He was successful in stopping this tsunami. However, a loudspeaker announced that all examinees were to be moved to a shelter. All this is because there was a high probability of a second tsunami. Jonathan wasn't sure he could stop her a second time. At that moment, he received a notification about an urgent order from Poseidon. According to the announcement, the tsunami will continue until repairs are completed at the Dragon King's palace. Jonathan concluded that all the gods were becoming more and more troublesome. The boy had no choice but to take this part-time job. Having teleported there, someone met him. It was Hephaestus, whom John had not expected to meet. Hephaestus noted as if he knew that they would meet again. He also noticed how much Snow White had grown. Just after touching her, Snow White turned away from him. Hephaestus felt uncomfortable, so John said she was just shy. Jonathan then asked Hephaestus what business he had come to the palace for, to which he replied that he was supposedly a blacksmith and he could not be absent from repair work. To begin with, Hephaestus offered the guy to explain something. Approaching the place of work, he told him to look around. In one place, the barrier was broken and water is leaking into the human world. Even if it looks like a wave in a pool to them, for people it is a huge cost. Then Hephaestus showed him the huge gates. It is because of them that all the headaches occur. The guys get rid of them and get rid of them, and they appear again. Before this, the main character thought that they were like dungeons created by gods, but in fact this is not the case. Suddenly Snow White started acting differently, and after that, something strange began to happen near the gate. Jonathan was tired of nothing happening normally in this damn world. Hephaestus then said that he would deal with them, and ordered John to hold on tighter. If he was sucked into the gate, it would be the end for him. At that moment, Snow White managed to hold on and flew towards the gate. At this time, Hephaestus was dealing with the gates. He showed the true power of a high-ranking god. As Jonathan expected, the higher-ranking gods are on a completely different level. Suddenly, monsters began to emerge from the gates. The main character was surprised that even in the world of gods there are gates with crowds of monsters. Then Hephaestus snapped his finger and called Jonathan. After that, a sword appeared in front of the boy. Hephaestus told him to take this sword and deal with the enemies while he closed the gates. Before this, John thought that this would be a barrier repair, but it turned out to be another job that required combat skills. Because of this, the hero decided that he would need to ask for additional payment. Having attacked one enemy, he thought he had killed him. However, his intuition worked. The monster was able to survive the boy's blow. John didn't even understand what happened because he had hit him quite hard. He hit him with divine strength, but he withstood it. Then this monster began to speak, and John realized that these creatures were different. Up until this point, the gate monsters were very weak, but this time, Jonathan felt like it might be dangerous to fight them alone. Suddenly, the boy felt someone else approaching. It was exactly the same army of creatures. They then started running towards John, causing him to become confused. But they were not running towards him, but towards their own kind. Jonathan stood there at the time and didn't understand what was going on. But then I saw a badge on one of them and realized that Poseidon's reinforcements had arrived. The main character was already afraid that he would have to deal with everyone alone. Based on this, he thought that it would be quite possible to try it with reinforcements. The boy began to inflict many cuts on the enemies, but all to no avail. Then he realized that not being able to cut it in one blow was not a mistake. John cut them with all his might, but only scratches remained. And suddenly the monster said that he was tired of playing with the boy. At this point, Jonathan asked the enemy to endure something. He activated his wave-cutting skill and sent it towards the monsters. All creatures froze in space. Then they just broke into pieces. John beamed and called the next monster to him. They were very angry after the hero's attack and wanted to take revenge on him. The boy was no longer afraid of anything and waited for them to come closer. However, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him that he did not have enough divine power to use wave-cutting. After this, the boy understood why he was so good at it. Jonathan used too much force at once, so he did well, but there was nothing left. The monsters saw the hero's weakness, and he asked them to stop. But suddenly shooting started in the palace. The main character also heard very familiar voices. These were the same gnomes who wanted to take revenge on Hephaestus. They were able to stop the monsters for a while, but they were still alive and evil. One of the creatures began to attack the gnome. He thought he could deal with her with his pistol, but she threw a stone at the pistol. Thanks to this, the monster got closer to him and struck him with his foot. The gnome flew between his comrades with relish. Seeing this, Firefist called this creature a bastard. Then he took the dwarf's hammer and chopped it up. As expected, the dwarven hammer is very powerful, if you think about it. When John fell into the river Styx, he accidentally used it once. Because of this, he decided to use the dwarven hammer skill since the divine power requirement was low. Suddenly Jonathan noticed how one of the monsters grabbed the gnome. He activated his dwarven hammer skill and flew towards him. However, the skill's use was cancelled as it can only be used with blunt weapons. It was a very big mistake for him. The sea creature took it and easily threw the hero away. Because it wasn't a blunt weapon, the skill couldn't be activated, and the boy didn't have Snow White nearby. Then he looked at his fist and realized something. At first glance, it seemed to him that he might be a blunt weapon. If there is a talent for fighting, then the boy will most likely be able to use the dwarven hammer skill with his bare hands. There and then, he saw the dwarf being brutally beaten. He had no time to hesitate, so he decided to trust his fighting talent. Then he ran towards this fish. At first, the monster caught the boy's hand and considered him a weakling, but John didn't finish his attack. He successfully used the dwarven hammer skill to break through the monster. The main character was glad that he managed to do it. At that moment, Snow White came running to him. The boy picked her up and a smile appeared on her face. Then Jonathan told her that he was counting on her help. With its help, he dealt with monsters without difficulty. With a little effort, John scattered them all. But then a bigger problem appeared. Hephaestus told everyone to prepare for the blow. He also added that he could no longer hold back the gate because of her power. Complete chaos ensued in the palace. And at that moment, Hephaestus began to be sucked into the gate. And Jonathan didn't understand what to do if he got sucked in. Then the hero saw a window, as if something big and dangerous was approaching. And then an unknown creature emerged from the gate, emitting a very dark aura. The main character felt it on himself and became a little worried. But suddenly some of the creatures began to scream and rejoice, because it was Lord Poseidon who stopped the whirlwind. Jonathan didn't believe that it was Poseidon. He asked one of the creatures if it was really Poseidon. He still didn't like the fact that he had such a creepy aura coming from him. From what the boy heard, he sounded strange, and he looked different too. The pressure on the back of the hero's head became stronger and stronger. He also noticed an ugly mark on his forehead, the same pattern engraved on the fish from the gate. His intuition was screaming at him that he was dangerous. Then the creature said that the boys had done a good job trampling his cute subordinates. John sensed something bad was coming and warned everyone to hide. After that, the fake Poseidon started doing terrible things. With just one blow, he killed all the fish. Jonathan took Snow White and miraculously survived. After killing everyone, the fake Poseidon suddenly began to laugh. At this point, John's intuition began to tell him that he would not be able to defeat him. Then this enemy noticed that the boy was able to survive. He didn't bother to chat with him and immediately shot him. The main character managed to react to his attack using his intuition. He then decided that he had no choice but to flee using the wind gust skill. Unfortunately, this monster turned out to be faster. He placed his trident against his head and was about to kill him. Jonathan looked at him and didn't believe that he was about to die. After being shot from the trident, the hero surprisingly remained alive. An unknown person stood in front of him and called that monster a fake. John was lucky because the real Poseidon stood before him. The fake told him not to make him laugh and called himself the absolute god of the sea in front of him. Poseidon hit him and told him to shut up. He also noted that his name Neptune originally belonged to him. Then they started grabbing each other's hair and arguing. The main character sat at this time and could not believe that he was seeing with his own eyes a battle between two gods of the highest level. He also noticed that they fought like little children. After this, Poseidon told the fake that this time he would kill him, to which the other replied that he had not yet been able to do so, since his plans had already failed 78 times. Poseidon said that this time he had called a very great god. By the way, he was just approaching. Jonathan was surprised that Poseidon personally hired a god, and had no idea how great this god was. A certain god had already begun to emerge from the gates, and he was muttering something to himself. Surprisingly, Hephaestus came out from there. Coming out of there, he sat down and finally exhaled. Hephaestus then told his comrades to take care of the rest. At that moment, gnomes and one girl began to crawl out of the gate. At first, the main character did not see her, but then I was shocked when I found out it was Jessica. She was able to destroy this gate with just a wave of her hand. When the false Poseidon saw this, he was speechless. He was very angry because he was deprived not only of his servants, but also of his home. Jonathan remembered the enemy's attack and told Jessica that she was dangerous. He shouted at her to leave immediately, but the girl, as always, remained silent. She was absolutely calm and did not run away. On the contrary, Jessica went for this monster. Then the fake began to attack from behind. However, Jonathan protected her with his sword. His intuition wavered, so his body acted on its own. The monster was fed up with Jonathan, whom he called a bug. Because of this, he began to attack him, but Jessica suddenly grabbed the hero. She pushed the boy away and thus protected him. Then the giant joined the work. At that moment, the girl asked the guy why he was interfering unnecessarily, to which he replied as if he just wanted to help. She said that it was unlikely that something like that would affect her. Jonathan was irritated that it was true, but he couldn't admit it. Jessica then noted that Jonathan seemed to be faster than before. Neptune at this time was already in an unstable state. She could see from the boy's face that he had a lot of questions. She promised to tell him everything as soon as it was over. After that, she threw him a flask with an unknown liquid. He received a notification that the description was limited due to lack of information. Suddenly, Jessica told the hero to drink it. She also added that he should keep in mind that it was he who had to interrupt Neptune's last breath. The girl had hopes for him, but he didn't understand anything. Because of all this, he started to go crazy. Jessica then headed off to battle Neptune. They laid him down together with the giant. But suddenly, some micro-magician appeared. He approached Neptune and wanted to finish him off, but something gave him strength. After that, he hit the ground, and a strong shockwave was heard. This blow was so powerful that it scattered the gods in an instant, and Jonathan was shocked that Jessica wanted the boy to deal with this monster. Just a few days ago, the boy was a nobody. Even though he was a low-level god now, John didn't see how he could deal with this creature. And suddenly, Neptune said that the hero had dared to interfere with him earlier, so now he was ready to tear him to pieces. Jonathan didn't know what to do and just stood there, watching as Neptune was about to kill him. But then Jessica came up to him. She looked at him and then asked why he froze. The girl was able to protect the boy with her body, but she herself was injured. Neptune took advantage of this and stood on the girl. He called her stupid because she could have easily run away and stayed alive. Jonathan looked at her at this time and did not understand why she did this. To this, Jessica said that everything was obvious. The girl noted that John was supposedly much more likely, and Neptune will eventually die at the hands of a low-ranking god who underestimates and despises him so much. Jonathan looked at her and didn't understand what she was talking about. After that, she said that she knew that the boy could do anything because she believed in him. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the guy, saying that the target's intentions were good. People who live with worthy talent live in the same place as others, but their world is completely different. But there was one person, John's mother. She believed that talent was not so important, and believed that her son would succeed. Jonathan used to struggle to keep up with those who had talent. And then the day they were in debt because of his uncle, his mother told him that it was because of her that he had no talent. He realized that this man's trust was only a consolation to remove the guilt from himself and his child. What the boy felt then was not anger or sadness. Then the first thing he thought was thank God, because now he could give up and he felt disgusted with himself. But now everything is different. Now there are people who believe in him. In an instant, John received a huge boost in divine power, but the boy felt that Jessica was strange. This time he decided that he would never run away again. The main character took her and told her to rest, and he himself would quickly finish and return back. He then called Snow White to turn into a sword. The hero's body was filled with energy, and he believed that he could succeed. But Neptune told him that he had simply become a little stronger, and asked him not to become arrogant. John was sure he had become stronger, but there was still a huge difference between them. But even if that was the case, he could no longer retreat. The boy hit him faster and faster. He beat him non-stop, not giving him a chance to breathe. But suddenly Neptune grabbed the guy. This battle was very tough, and there could be only one winner. Neptune promised the hero that this time he would put an end to everything. He began to use his most powerful attack. When she threw it at the boy, there was a powerful explosion. But John was lucky because Snow White returned to him and turned into a shield. Then Poseidon finally showed up. He strengthened the water dragon and sent it to Neptune. Thanks to this, they were able to catch him. Neptune, out of desperation, said that if we were destined to die, then we would all die together. However, at this moment, Jonathan put all his divine power into strengthening the wave cutting. Faith does not prove truth, but even every fool understands. The boy, who had received only contempt from others, and who for the first time received sincere trust, could not trample all the expectations of this man. After that, he defeated the forgotten god, and the unknown goddess was also pleased with him. With the final blow, he absorbed the power of the forgotten god Neptune. He succeeded, but by the end of the fight he lost consciousness. At that moment, a smile appeared on Jessica's face. Opening his eyes, he could barely see Poseidon's shadow. When he finally woke up, Poseidon appeared in front of him, sitting on his throne. Poseidon told him that his wounds were healed, and his clothes were returned to their original state. First of all, he thanked the boy for defeating Neptune, but he wanted to ask him something. The god of the seas said that because he dealt with Neptune, most of Neptune returned to him. However, because John dealt him the final blow, some of the power transferred to him as well. With this power, one can establish order in the world, but also create chaos. And now he asked the hero what he was going to do with this power. Jonathan saw and noticed that Poseidon's power, the eye of the deep, could see right through him. He understood that this clumsy lie would not work, and besides, there was a strong anger emanating from him. It seemed to him that Poseidon was probably going to kill him if he answered incorrectly. Based on this, the guy said that he killed Neptune not for the sake of power, but if he allows him to use it, John will use it to become stronger and become a god recognized by everyone. At that moment, Poseidon saw his former self in him. The boy exuded sincerity, like the soul of a newborn god. He went on to say that if that was the case, there was no reason not to celebrate it. So Poseidon decided to throw a party. During the party, he was only looking for Jessica. Seeing her, John approached her and said that they needed to talk. Suddenly, Snow White jumped up to her. Jonathan didn't like her behavior because they were supposed to have a serious conversation. Then a crowd of girls approached her. They just took him and pushed him away. Well, then Poseidon grabbed him by the shoulder. He wanted to have a little chat with him before finishing work, but the boy refused. Back at the testing center, John received his hunter's license. The main character became a 6-star hunter. The ranking system of hunters around the world is based on stars. There are hunters with no stars, and up to 9 stars. Korea has never had a 9-star hunter before, and there are currently only 13 hunters above 5, including John. Seeing the boy with a license, Charlie began to get indignant. Jonathan didn't pay much attention to it, but his eardrums almost burst from the screams of this asshole. Suddenly, the boy noticed that Snow White seemed to have become heavier. Her level also increased. At that moment, it seemed to the hero that she would continue to grow and eventually become independent. But he didn't believe it, because she was such a pure and kind cutie. Then John was met by Jessica, who said that the boy had a good destiny. She called him to follow her, because she promised to tell him everything. Everything he needs to know and what will happen in the future about Ragnarok and the end of the world. In the car, John told her that he now understood why he had such a strange feeling in the beginning, but he was still curious about who she was. A year ago, Jessica had a window in front of her eyes with a part-time job from the gods. Using the reward from her part-time job, she gained power and became a mid-ranking god. And then she gained the ability to foresee, which surprised Jonathan. The girl doesn't know everything, but she learned about the future. The War of the Gods is about to begin. Sometimes the names of the gods differ from myth to myth, such as Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. People know it as the same poem, but these are different gods with different names. Unlike the gods who survive to their day through faith, the ancient gods, forgotten from the past, accumulate their power through the gates to reclaim their names. The gate is a refuge that contains the concentrated power of the ancient gods. Once the ancient gods have gathered all their power within the gates, they will come face to face with the existing gods to restore their forgotten names. And eventually the 6th Ragnarok will happen. To ensure that even humans could withstand the gates, the gods created dungeons, making them look like gates. It's a kind of training ground for people. Neptune appeared before his strength was restored, but he was already at a high level. Even the gods are concerned about the existence of the gate. The more the forgotten gods gain power, the harder it will be to block the gates, and the gods are already struggling to protect their own world. When Ragnarok comes, there will be no god who can protect the human world. People who are unaware of this fact consider the danger of the gate to be analogous to a car accident. If someone like Neptune ever showed up in the city, everything around would be destroyed in an instant. Now the pieces started to fall into place for John. Talents and skills similar to the power of the gods, created along with the dungeons, everything like in the game, magic stones and items dropped by monsters. This is the last gift that the gods give to people. Ultimately, this means that people must survive on their own. And then Jessica said that she would supposedly help the hero block the gates that even the gods could not handle. All because she saw how he protected the world from countless armies of gates. She promised him to do everything possible to help him with this. After that, the girl said that they had arrived and it was time for them to go out. Jonathan didn't even notice how they got there. Then the boy got out of the car and thanked Jessica for giving him a ride. But after that, he saw a crowd of people in front of him and a banner that said there was an urgent presentation of the 6-star hunter. The journalists began to bombard the boy with questions, and he understood what kind of help she meant. Jonathan didn't like it very much, but his fame and divine power began to increase. A month later, John became popular in every corner of the country. He was said to be the person who cleared the most dungeons this month, earning hundreds of billions in profits just from magic stones, items, and dungeon byproducts. Great popularity, as it turns out, does not bring anything good. This is necessary to increase divine power, but these reporters are too intrusive. But Snow White also formed a fan club. Jonathan even felt jealous of how Snow White was becoming popular without doing anything. At that moment, Jessica walked in. She said that then he just had to try harder because this fame would soon become his strength. The upcoming battle will be much more difficult. And then she asked him if he was ready to face the harsh fate. The protagonist thought that it would be better if he didn't know the end. There must be some limit. But now that he knows this, he's not going to just sit back and wait. Jessica had no doubts about the hero. Jonathan then went to work for the gods. This time he will work for Apollo. The boy could not even imagine that he would see the sun right in front of him with his own eyes. Apollo said, supposedly, of course it is dazzling, because after all, it is his embodiment. God began to boast that even his solar carriage was beautiful only because it resembled him. At that moment, John and Jessica did not understand how they could praise themselves for so long. The protagonist began to think that he had some kind of ability for self-praise, but Jessica was already thinking about hitting him. Later, the boy said that it was actually fun. The girl didn't understand the hero at all, because there was nothing funny about it at all. But John said it would be great to do something worthy of God while he still had the opportunity to carry the sun. After this, Jessica asked the hero if he knew that this was not a real sun. It's just a fake created with Apollo's powers, and they just fly across the sky, coinciding with the sunrise. John was surprised, and did not understand why he was doing this then. Jessica said that if they do this, people will believe in the sun god and be faithful to him. In this way, he increases his divine power, which is how Apollo became the god of the sun. This is a scam. He is just a scammer who feeds on people's faith. However, Jonathan has nothing to worry about. He just needed to focus on his work, because the reward for it would be considerable. So the girl said that they needed to finish this nasty job quickly and sped up. Jessica was quite good at driving the cart, and John asked her if she had driven it before. She replied that she had struggled with this task countless times, so much so that she could do it even with her eyes closed. As it turns out, this is not the first time Jessica has worked at this part-time job. But John realized that Apollo did not recognize her. Jessica thought at that moment that he was slow-witted most of the time. But at times like these, he became quick-witted. She realized that he would be able to understand her lie. So she said that Apollo did not remember, because he only cares about himself. So no matter how many times you come, he still won't remember. Suddenly, Jonathan's intuition kicked in. This was no coincidence, as solar wolves appeared near them. Jessica found this odd, as sun wolves were not usually found in these areas. John realized that these creatures were very similar to hellhounds. Jessica wanted to take them on, but the boy said he would take them on himself. The heroine was against it, because if you touch their fur, you can burn to the bones. However, John said that in order to become as strong as in the prophecy, he must deal with it himself. Besides, he had everything thought out. He then told Jessica to watch him win. He managed to put the flames off the wolves, but he was still hot. After this, the hero's power of Neptune was activated, due to which he no longer felt the heat. John then activated the special ability of the Dog Master and was able to attach 33 dogs to himself. Jessica was surprised at how John started petting these dogs, and then I even thought it was funny. When she first met him, he was just a simple fool who couldn't do anything. But no matter how hard it was, he still moved on. Even if it seemed like a small step in the eyes of others, Jonathan was always improving. To achieve such a result after 1,869 reincarnations is not so little. There is no one else. John is the only one who can kill it. Jessica was reborn for this very purpose. At this moment, the main character prepared the dogs to drive away the rest. With their help, he was able to tame 7 more dogs. However, these were not all the dogs, so he told them to continue in the same spirit. At this moment, the hero received a notification that he had developed an additional skill. Now he has the ability to call tamed dogs, and they will obey all his commands. Of course, among the tamed, the death hounds will be of little use. But what happens if the boy calls Cerberus? This will definitely be a spectacular fight. At this point, Jessica told John to hurry up and tame the others. Sun wolves are not so dangerous alone, but when they feel threatened, they merge together. After this, the solar wolves attacked the boy's cart. Jessica managed to catch John and told him that he was always somewhere in the clouds at the most dangerous moments. She asked him to get ready and get in quickly, since they didn't have time. Jonathan asked the girl where the cart and the sun had gone. They fell to the ground below the village. At this point, the girl added that she allegedly had something else that she had not told about. But now the village is in great danger. So first they had to save people. John didn't wait and went to their defense. The reunited wolves were not very weak, so the boy had to sweat. Even if the solar wolves merged together, they would still not be able to defeat Cerberus. So Jonathan summoned this beast to the battlefield. Cerberus easily grabbed the wolf cub. John then asked Cerberus to hold him tighter, after which he eventually finished him off. One of the residents asked who this guy was, who had appeared so suddenly, and figured it out in no time. Then Jessica came out and said his name. She introduced him not as a man, but as a god. Jonathan has a natural talent for attracting attention. Then the old man came up to John and called him the God of Swords. He knelt before him and wanted to convey to him greetings and great gratitude from the whole village. The main character began to say that all this happened because of him and asked the old man to get up. But the old man stood his ground and believed that they were alive only because of the gods who looked after them. Based on this, he added that they would perform a sacrifice every month for his favor. After these words, Jonathan disappeared. He hid behind a column and thought that all the villagers were crazy. He also realized that they had done a great job. Their cart is broken into pieces. The sun wolves have eaten the sun, and there is only a week left before the end of the part-time work. Suddenly, Jessica suggested that the hero create it again, but the boy asked her who could do it, and she gave an example of his old friend. Yes, the girl suggested asking Hephaestus for help. Then the boy asked her how much she earned. To this she responded that she didn't have a penny. John believed that no matter how close they were to him, he would hardly make the sun for them for their kind eyes. Jessica asked him to stop talking and just follow her. Then the main character offered her a bet that he would not agree, and the loser would fulfill the wish. Arriving, Hephaestus agreed, and said that he owed Jessica for the rest of his life, so for him it was a trifle. He only needed 3 days, and he could make even 2 sons for them. John couldn't understand what she could do to make Hephaestus help her for free. Then he remembered how Jessica wanted to talk to him about something. At that moment, the girl said that now John owed her a wish. But before that, she needed to tell him something. To prevent a war of the gods, John must acquire priests. When the divine power of a lower-level god exceeds 50,000, the ability of God's call will be unlocked. Thanks to her, he will be able to enlist the support of the priests and call on them for help during the battle. The boy thought it was a joke. And then he said that you can't just grab a priest and ask for help. But Jessica said he would have to do it anyway, because he couldn't prevent the war alone. He needs to gather 12 priests from the prophecy, who are in different dimensions. And only together with them will he be able to save the world. The sheer amount of information left John completely confused. However, then he asked her what it meant in different dimensions. Now the boy can only earn extra money on the continents. But gradually increasing his divine power, he will have access to part-time work in every dimension. Jessica added as if there was nothing to worry about. Because in their world lives the first priest, who in the future will become a combat-ready assistant. Then Jessica said that she had come up with some kind of wish for the boy. After some time, dawn began to break in the village. All the people in it began to bow to this dawn. One of the residents saw Jonathan's inscription and did not understand who he was. The man behind him told him that this was the god who protected the neighboring village from fire monsters. They thought Apollo valued John so much that he even put up a banner. Jonathan certainly wanted to increase his divine power, but this was a disgrace on a universal scale for him. To which the girl said that the boy allegedly agreed to do whatever she wanted, Therefore, his goal is to unlock the power of the call of God, and he must do everything possible to ensure that as many people as possible learn about him. Or at least he needed to make himself useful. Then the boy bought an SS-level shooting talent from the god's shop. He believed that this would improve long-range combat to some extent. He had a hard time dealing with Neptune because the only way to defeat him from a distance was to cut through the waves. One misfire and John would have certainly died. Then he decided to see how much his divine power had increased. Carrying around a banner every day was simply disgraceful, and because of it, the boy couldn't sleep properly. But the banner still worked, because now he unlocked the ability to call the god. After this, Apollo suddenly snuck up on Jonathan and asked him what he was doing. He said that the mother system was not visible to others, so the boy did not have to worry. Apollo asked the hero what happened during the work period, and Jonathan told him about how the sun wolves attacked them. He was delighted and thanked the guys for their work. Then, in addition to his salary, Apollo decided to give him a small bonus. John now had access to Apollo's self-healing ability. Apollo noted that this ability could only be obtained from his part-time job, and suddenly began to laugh. He also added that people are lining up to get this ability. At that moment, Snow White woke up. Since she was awake, the boy asked her to help him with something. The main character wanted to check in advance what kind of ability this was. The self-healing ability activated slowly, but the wound was healing. Apollo then noticed how Snow White transformed into a weapon and called it a great rarity. He asked the boy if he knew how to tame. At that moment, John remembered who he had tamed. But the hero did not understand why God needed to know about this. The thing is that recently, Apollo was bothered by someone, and because of this, his soul was not in the right place. He was also pretty tired of his son being constantly eaten away. Apollo heard that none of the gods had yet tamed them. Suddenly, John summoned the sun wolves right in front of him. The lower-level god did what none of the gods could do. Apollo then asked the boy how he tamed the sun wolves. Jonathan was ready to tell him, but he had one condition. The boy asked to be taught how to shoot a bow. To most people, Apollo is the god of the sun, but he is also the god of medicine, the arts, the muses, and the god of archery to boot. During the lesson, Apollo began to tell us that in order to create an arrow, we need to concentrate our spiritual power on our fingertips. Then you need to hold your breath and pull the bowstring. This is basically the basics of archery. But John found his actions rather primitive, but his god-level shooting ability looked really cool. Surprisingly, Apollo was quite a strict teacher, and a month has passed since the boy began practicing the basics of shooting in the world of gods. Now John knew exactly what archery was. Until now, he has been honing his skills with the help of video tutorials on the internet. Either he copied the movements of the dwarves, or the monsters from the Palace of the Dragon King. But as expected, studying the techniques of the gods themselves is a completely different matter. If John combines his talents with the teachings of the gods, he will reach a new level. At that moment, Jessica came and said that it was time to return to the human world. There is not much time left before the meeting with the first priest, but the boy decided to say goodbye to Apollo before leaving. At this time, Apollo was playing with the solar wolf like crazy. John told the girl that he learned a few things while working part-time at the dog cafe. Jessica was glad it worked. Otherwise, things could have turned out badly. She told him to think before he acted, because someday it would end badly. To this, the boy replied that he had improved his divine powers, gained abilities, and learned techniques. At this time, people in Hell began to suspect that someone had summoned Cerberus. Aida's assistant reported to him that the dog had indeed been summoned a month ago. The god of the underworld considered this a brave act, but he clearly didn't like the fact that someone dared to touch the symbol of his kingdom. Whoever it was, he was ready to get it out from under the ground. Having committed such an act, a person must understand what the price is for the courage to insult the god of the kingdom of the dead. After working part-time, the main character went to the Sangun Guild. There he honed his fencing skills. Then the boy asked Jessica if the priest would definitely come to them. To this, she responded that they just needed to wait. It's been a week since he swung a sword alone, so his skills are improving more slowly than when he was working part-time. Jessica didn't answer and just looked at her phone. While the boy was telling her something, she found a part-time job. Jonathan wanted to go with her, but the girl said that this time he would have to wait. Naturally, the main character didn't like this. He had been waiting for a week for the priest to deign to come, so he wanted to take on a part-time job instead of wasting time waiting. Suddenly, Charlie came out and called the hero poor, so he needs to earn money. Jonathan, hearing this voice, hoped to see anyone but Charlie. The unexpected guest said that John had made the right decision to take on a part-time job. He believed that untalented people should take up mediocre part-time jobs. The boy didn't understand why he came to the Sangun Guild. John also didn't want to believe that he could be that priest, but that's not why he came. On that day, a training tournament was taking place there. Charlie pointed out that a washcloth like his Snow White wouldn't get him very far. He then showed off his dog, which allegedly had the blood of a deadly hound from the dungeons of Germany. It was a big day for Charlie, so he told Jonathan to go and do his part-time job. At that moment, the boy began to think about the training tournament. Charlie competed under number 9, and he was able to score 39 points. This was the highest result ever achieved. Charlie admired himself and thought that this would earn them a few more points. This time he wanted to show his father what a wonderful son he had. His father was the president of the number 1 guild in South Korea, which was called Iris, and his father's name was Ermak. Suddenly the judges announced the last contestant. He was number 10 and was also the most popular person in Korea. It was Jonathan who came with his beast. The jury was shocked because they had never seen such an animal in 10 years. Charlie, seeing this, did not understand what was happening, but suddenly the boy grabbed him by the shoulder. At that moment, he asked him to agree that the solar wolf was really awesome. John told him that no matter how much he asserted himself, he would never succeed. Charlie then grabbed the hero by the shirt and asked why he was always one step ahead and constantly putting spokes in his wheels. At that moment, Ermak came out, not liking his son's behavior. He told him to shut up and participate calmly without any problems. Otherwise, he would have to send his son abroad. Ermak also apologized to John for his son, saying that his son does not know manners. The main character said that everything was actually fine. Ermak noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and noticed how the boy had matured. He also asked not to waste his nerves on Charlie, since his son is a brainless idiot. At that moment, Charlie broke the vase. He was infuriated by the fact that his father only compared him to a brat who didn't have a drop of his blood in him. This really pissed the guy off. He felt like his life had gone downhill ever since that bastard showed up. One of Charlie's friends asked him why he was so irritated, but Charlie responded by asking him where he had been all this time. His friend told him that he had simply gotten carried away, and that it was already the last day of the event. After this tournament, John and Jessica went about their business. The boy was happy with how he was able to beat Charlie. It was a beautiful sight for him. At that moment, the girl felt someone's presence. She immediately informed John about this, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. After this, the main character's intuition kicked in and a danger notification was issued. A guy called him and said that he was supposedly in big trouble because he crossed Charlie. The guy asked the hero not to get too angry and attacked him. It was the elite hunter of the Iris Guild, White Cloud. White Cloud was an elite member of Iris's guild and one of Charlie's father's favorites. He was born with SS-level swordsmanship talent, an amazing genius who developed his abilities to master level by the age of 10. Due to his arrogant and ruthless nature, he beat his opponents half to death. For this reason, he received the nickname White Demon. When the guy attacked, Jonathan blocked his blow. The White Demon did not expect such an outcome of events. After that, the main character threw the guy back a few meters and called his sudden attack weak. The demon became truly interested. Before that, he just wanted to finish quickly. However, the guy did not give up and believed that John was now definitely screwed. At that moment, the blonde man suddenly became active. The White Demon approached the hero and asked which hand should be cut off first. John realized that it would be clearly difficult for him to fulfill even the first condition. The first condition was to instill in the enemy a pious fear mixed with worship and deification. There are many ways, but the simplest is to show overwhelming superiority and strength. Suddenly, the blonde man launched a powerful attack and dealt massive damage to John. At that moment, the hero did not understand how he could instill fear in him and surpass him in strength if he wielded a sword better than John, who was the god of swords. You could see a real demon in the guy's eyes. Obviously, he cannot be defeated with just a sword, but why should the main character fight only with swords? He decided to activate one of his skills, and the White Demon started to get confused. Because of this, the White Demon missed a blow from Jonathan. However, he didn't even move after this blow. Based on this, the blonde man called John a coward who uses his fists to fight swordsmen. To this he replied that there were things that could not be achieved with just a sword. But the demon is still very green, since he doesn't understand this. The White Demon replied that he had simply let his guard down, in which case John simply offered to continue. The guy didn't expect this at all and refused him because he was scared. Then Jonathan went home. He also left him a note asking him to come to his house if he was upset. But will he come in the end? The main character beat him up pretty badly. Jessica was sure that if this was the White Cloud, then it would definitely appear. After all, John had bruised his ego badly. Now the hero began to feel that this was even more tiring than the part-time job, and he needs to fulfill all 3 conditions. In order to gain the support of the priests, it is necessary to fulfill the conditions. The first condition is to earn the respect of the priest whose support you wish to have. The second condition is that the priest must make a clear-headed decision to become your patron. The third is that the priest must take an oath. Therefore, it is often impossible to use the power of the call of the gods. even if it is unlocked. Jonathan then asked Jessica if she could use this power. It's just that due to circumstances, she can't use the call of the gods. The boy asked why, but she remained silent. Jonathan felt bad because he just asked. The girl said it as if she had a long story to tell. At that moment, the long-awaited guest arrived. John told him to come in since he had shown up and not to stand there like a statue. The guy shut the hero up and wanted to ask only one question. He asked John if he was a wrestler or a swordsman. Well, Jonathan said that he can be both a swordsman and a fighter at the same time. The white demon called this nonsense, since there can't be a genius who understands two areas at once. So he asked him again, fencing or martial arts. After that, John offered him to fight again if he didn't believe. But the demon did not come to fight. He wanted to know and analyze the reasons for his defeat. Jonathan asked him if he really didn't know his mistakes. The main character got up from the sofa and said that he would not tell the reasons for his defeat. He didn't really want to tell the secret of his weak points to such a rude person. But then John said that if he wanted to know so badly, so be it. The boy gave him a condition: he had to call him Big Brother and ask him to take him as a student. This way he was able to take the guy by surprise. The demon began to call him Elder with difficulty. However, he decided that it would be better to bite off his tongue and die, after which he began to leave. It took 10 years for dumbheaded Charlie to even notice him. And he has known this idiot for almost 5 minutes, and he already demands his respect. At this point, John said it was sad. He just wanted to teach him one of his martial arts moves. But it's a shame the guy is leaving. The reason for his defeat was his ego. Maybe John was wrong, but Leon himself understood it. A style that combines martial arts, fencing is extremely effective, and is the key to becoming stronger. At that moment, Leon stopped. He began to mutter something to himself. Jonathan started to tease him on purpose and asked what he was saying. The guy gathered his strength and decided to say it with his eyes closed. He decided that once he mastered martial arts to perfection, he would crush this hero. As a result, he reluctantly agreed to call him Big Brother and accept him as a student. Jonathan agreed to share the secret of martial arts with him, since he asked so. But first he wanted to ask him for one favor. Leon then performed the priestly rite to become a disciple. The first condition, reverent fear, was fulfilled. And when it came to devotion to God until the end of his days, even John became agitated, thinking that all this might be simple nonsense. But, contrary to all expectations, Leon reacted extremely calmly. The ceremonial oath to become a priest ended successfully. Then John started teaching him all sorts of funny things, and the guy was quite good at it. Jonathan also noted that he was not just good at it. His learning abilities are much better than he expected. It turns out he learned a lesson from that one blow. At this rate, he might be able to use the Dwarven Hammer Strike soon. So Jonathan suggested putting together everything they had learned so far and summing it up. After this, Leon called the hero too cruel a teacher. At that moment, John received a notification that his priest had acquired the 1-2 combo skill, and his fighting power began to increase little by little. If you look at it this way, the priest's system is not bad at all, even if it is very reminiscent of hard labor. Because as Leon's power increases, Jonathan becomes stronger. The boy then told Leon that he was not going with him into the dungeon that he had worked so hard to obtain. Leon also learned that this dungeon definitely has a skill rune. Before that, John told him about the War of the Gods. That's why the guy considered it unacceptable to miss the chance to go into the dungeon. Jonathan knew that this was a normal reaction, since he had not told him all the details. Not long ago he was in his place, so the boy decided to talk to him like an adult. He told him that they were going to go to the gate to determine when the War of the Gods would happen, and to find other guardians in different worlds. However, Leon suddenly began to insist that he would not budge an inch if John went there. With him, the main character began to understand Jessica more and more. Jonathan was furious at this and snapped at him, telling him not to ask unnecessary questions, and not to create problems. Then Jessica showed up and said there was another way. After that, John and the girl left together, and the guy stayed at home. While they were gone, Leon managed to complete the game and hoped that everything was fine with the guys. And then he realized that since he was a student, he should follow them. But then he started thinking again that it shouldn't bother him, because he had already paid a lot of money for the dungeon. The more the guy thought about it, the worse he felt. Leon sat at home and just grumbled. But suddenly something happened that he could not have expected. At this moment, a bright light could be seen from the windows of John's house from the street. The main character teleported him to himself. Leon looked at the guys and didn't understand what it was. Jonathan told him to calm down and said that he simply used his powers to summon him, and then he showed him the monster and asked him to deal with it. After this request, not even a minute passed before Leon destroyed this creature. Jonathan was amazed by his abilities. Based on this, he called him to deal with the others, but Leon said that he would not budge. The main character did not object and simply moved on. However, John began to summon Leon, after which the boy agreed to follow him, asking him to stop summoning him. In the end, everything went better than John expected. Leon just learned martial arts skills. He already feels more confident. Did the blow from the dwarf's hammer really sink into his soul? Leon thought it was the end, but John said they were just getting started. The gate was just a stop, but they had a real destination. After that, they all went into the portal. At that moment, Leon realized that he had signed up for the wrong place. Fortunately, the teleportation was successful. Leon was shocked because he found himself in a magical world, but Jonathan imagined this world completely differently. He didn't understand how it was possible to find the next priest in such a large area, especially without knowing what he looked like. But Jessica said he needn't worry because finding him would be easy. This priest was right in front of them on the banner. This priest was an actress, and John could not imagine what he could offer a celebrity to become his priest. The girl said not to get upset, because with the rest of the priests it would be even more difficult. It won't be as easy as with this simpleton. But she shouldn't have said this in front of Leon. He didn't like it at all. He started yelling at her, after which the girl knocked him out, and Jonathan warned the guy that Jessica was much stronger. At that moment, the girl told the boy not to worry about meeting her. According to the prophecy, Adela goes to magic school every Friday. Then the girl told the boys to follow her. They needed to go somewhere. After that, they headed to the Magic Academy. When he arrived there, John introduced himself as an exchange student. He didn't believe that at that age he would become a schoolboy again. Suddenly the boy heard someone discussing him. This place is no different. Still the same terrible place. There was an atmosphere of dividing people according to their talents. At that moment, the teacher came and told the students to be quiet. She said that there were plenty of seats in the auditorium, and he could sit wherever he felt comfortable. He already had a place in mind. If you are physically close, you also become mentally closer to each other. So he decided to sit next to Adele as naturally as possible. The boy came up to her and asked if he could sit next to her, to which she replied that he could sit down if he wanted. John sat down next to him and started asking where the magic lab was, since he still didn't know much about the academy. The hero decided to start with small talk. He never thought that his part-time job as a consultant would come in handy in such a situation. Then he suddenly started talking about how they had a very spacious and beautiful auditorium, after which he suddenly called the girl also beautiful. Because of this, Adela stood up from her seat. She asked him not to pretend to be friendly. The girl believed that he came because he thought that being in the same class with a celebrity would help him become friends with her. After this, Jonathan realized that he had screwed up completely. Then he needed to find Building A, but he was doing a poor job of it. Suddenly he heard Adele talking. She promised that if she didn't finish school, she would drop out and focus on acting. The girl herself understood this, but continued to be stubborn. The lack of mana could not be cured. John also learned that if you imagine a fiery clot while feeling the flow of mana, you can use a fireball. The boy was very surprised by this. He liked it and decided to try it too. He tried to do it in different ways, but nothing worked. John wanted to see if he could use divine power instead of magical power, but apparently magic requires mana. Then the other students started laughing at John trying to use magic. They called the hero a clown and did not understand where he came from. Suddenly Adela noticed this. After that, she suddenly called the boy. The girl said she had something to talk about, so she suggested meeting after class. The school day ended, and the guys actually met. Adela said that even without mana, it was improper to act like an idiot, so she suggested that he just give up magic. John didn't like the girl's mood, but he answered her that it was a bit of a shame to take out one's situation on another person. Adela didn't understand what he was talking about. She called it nonsense, but John said she was running low on mana, a rare disease that prevents the use of mana, regardless of its amount. Mana deficiency disease is a rare, untreatable disease that once destroyed Adele's dreams. Perhaps that was why, when a boy appeared in front of her who found himself in the same situation as her, instead of feelings of kinship due to the similarity, she was overcome with a feeling of disgust. This convinces her that she will never be able to fulfill her dream of becoming an archmage. So she pulled herself together and kept challenging herself. Based on this, the girl said that she looked pathetic, taking out her anger on an innocent person. Suddenly, John said, he would supposedly make it so that she could use magic, but in return she had to help him with something. Only Adela asked him what he could do, since he himself had no mana. The main character said that in a week he would show her how to use magic correctly. Adela thought it was complete nonsense because he didn't even know basic magic. Because of this, Jonathan offered to make a bet with her. Then the boy told Jessica what happened. She considered the hero a fool because he decided to use his self-confidence. John knew it was reckless, but there was nothing he could do about it if he hadn't done it. She wouldn't have listened to him. However, it wasn't the worst way to get her attention. After all, she was only interested in magic. But just think, the boy told her that he would teach her magic in a week. You can't buy talent for magic even in the god's shop. It takes a lot of time to get mana and learn how to use it. Of course, everything will be different if the guys take a hidden part-time job. In 2 months, Kairos, the forgotten god of magic, will appear to the world and try to destroy this magical city. Vermouth, the god of magic, will post a request for help. One of the rewards is a talent for magic. If Jessica told him everything at once, it might hinder his development. So she decided to tell him everything gradually. She told John that in 2 months he had to apply for the vacancy of the god of magic Vermouth, so he had to ask Adele to wait 2 months. At that time, this was considered the most optimal option, but suddenly Jonathan said that they could do it now. Jessica asked him how he came to that conclusion. In any case, the main thing is that Vermouth felt threatened and published a post. So they just need to disguise themselves as gate monsters and start an invasion so that he will obviously ask for help. The magical world is confusing and complex. Throughout all of his revivals, Jonathan solved problems in the same way. But will he really act differently in this life? Only Jessica thought this plan could be dangerous. If anything goes wrong, John could die. The boy told her not to worry, because she would be the one playing the role of the monster, since she was the strongest among them. A couple of hours passed and the guys were at the Temple of Vermouth. It turned out to be much bigger than John thought. Then the boy said that he would hide and the others could start the show. At that moment, Leon didn't like the idea of him being some kind of bait because it was like saying go and die. Jonathan pointed out that the guy was being rude again and said that if he didn't go there, he would die at his hands. Leon did not argue further and went on his way. The guards noticed the guy and started asking him who he was. But Leon did not listen to them. He was only tormented by who he had become, a priest or a slave. Then the guards ordered the guy to stop. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. At this moment, Leon's anger towards John built up. So he didn't listen to the guards, and they had to use the firestorm. The guy told Jessica and John to just wait and watch. Leon gathered his strength and went to the guard. One day he would master all forms of martial arts, and they would bow before him, Leon believed. Then the guy acquired the skill of fire cutting and mastered it well. John was surprised because Leon created the new skill himself. But the main character decided it was time to wrap things up. After that, he directed his dogs. The guards, seeing the monsters, began to use barriers. They also started shouting that they needed to call for help immediately. At that moment, Jessica appeared. She ran through them and knocked out each one. It turned out to be easier than Jessica thought. Since the god living there is extremely powerful, the boys overexert themselves a bit. Leon thought that this guard was completely useless. Of course, they raised quite a fuss. Based on this, it was time for Vermouth to appear. After that, someone behind John's back asked them what they were doing there. The main character found it strange that he came from the other side and asked him who he was. To this, the guy replied that he asked the question first. Jonathan wanted to calm down, because if he wanted to kill him, the boy would already be dead. So there is a high probability that he did not properly understand the situation. He then replied that he wanted to see what kind of crazy people attacked the temple in broad daylight. When something like this happens, they, as gods, naturally cannot help but be interested. Afterwards, the guy said that he saw the temple being attacked in broad daylight, but he didn't think that he and John were on the same level. The boy became agitated and began to say that he had meant something completely different. At that moment, Vermouth's eye began to glow. A second after that, the guy pointed out that John was dirty and should get up. Vermouth then apologized to the hero for his rudeness. He tested the boy for sincerity and did not feel any hostility. And then Vermouth noticed those very dangerous monsters that came out of the gate. Leon found this god very dangerous. Jessica grabbed him by the shirt and told him to get ready to run. Before Leon could understand anything, she was already running. Vermouth was surprised by their escape and said that they were very fast. Judging by his expression and tone of voice, it didn't look like he was going to follow them. But John couldn't know for sure, so he decided that he shouldn't relax in any case. There were several reasons why Jessica agreed to this plan. One of them was his character, as he was said to be a god who by nature hates battles and simply loves to study magic and spirits. Then Vermouth asked the boy where he was from. John said he was from Korea, but for some reason Vermouth thought he was in America. The main character thought that in America there are also people who have the same system window. Then Vermouth wanted to ask the god who came from another dimension for a favor. Jonathan said that if it's about suppressing the gate, he's willing to help. The boy sounded reliable, but that was not what Vermouth was talking about. Starting with the monsters at the gate, even a small insect has its own circumstances. The temple can be restored, so if John sees them again, Vermouth asked to scare them a little and send them back. He also called their life truly miserable. Now John understood why he was losing even with such powerful divine power. Based on Jessica's prophecy, it seems that Kairos knew Vermouth's identity well. He will ambush him and seriously injure him. and if this is not prevented quickly, the dimension will be swallowed by the gate. So Vermouth asks the hero to merge with people and teach them magic. The monsters crawling out of the gate are like the flapping of a butterfly's wings to him. But for people, these flaps are like a destructive storm. If the monsters from the gate are as strong as the previous ones, people will never be able to cope with them. Vermouth himself would have gone, but now he needed to restore the temple. He would have sent his priests, but unfortunately they were defeated. Of course, Vermouth was ready to thank him. Since John would have to teach people magic, he could make it easier for them to use magical power. Jonathan happily accepted Vermouth's offer. Vermouth was also pleased about this, and said that he would inform everyone so that he could work comfortably. At this time, the students were discussing Jonathan, and noticed that he had not been seen lately. They found it funny to see his sad face when he couldn't use magic. Suddenly, the teacher told the students to be silent. He told them to focus on the lesson. For this reason, Adela did not go to the set, and she began to regret listening to John. But the main character got lost in this academy again. But he still found his destination, and the students started laughing at him again. They also thought that the professor would start yelling at him now because he did not tolerate being late. However, the professor began to rejoice at the boy's arrival. All the students were stunned because they didn't understand what was happening. The professor introduced the boy to the students and said that he was now the most valuable high priest of the Great Vermouth. Also, now he will teach the kids magic. Jonathan addressed the students, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he missed them very much. One of the students was outraged by this. He asked the professor what this idiot could teach them. After all, everyone knew that he had no mana and that he got into this school through connections. The professor started yelling at the student, but John said that everything was okay. The student said that he had no right to teach them. At this point, Jonathan said he would take care of it. However, unexpectedly, the student challenged the hero to a magical duel. He also added that John would come to his senses and called him a mediocrity. The main character had no choice, and he agreed. For starters, he decided to let him attack first. The student began to attack with his fire arrow, but John just stood there and waited for the arrow to reach him. As soon as she got close, the boy used a barrier. His opponent was shocked because he believed until the very end that he had no mana. After that, John said that it was his turn. The hero asked him to make sure to block it. Before this, Vermouth said that using high-level magic at the very beginning is difficult, regardless of talent, so he shared some of his power with him. Thanks to this, Jonathan activated the 8th level Hellfire. The student, seeing this, began to shout that he was wrong. Jonathan, hearing his words, redirected the flame upward. After this, the student finally came to his senses. The boy told him to tell all the people that from now on this mediocrity would teach them. All this time, Adela was watching him. She was shocked that John actually did it. Then they met, and the hero told her about his request. However, the girl did not like the boy's conditions. At that moment, John remembered that it was much easier with Leon. Jonathan asked her to calm down, and then he would be ready to tell her everything slowly. The girl listened to him and sat down on a chair. Then the boy asked her what exactly she didn't like. After this question, she started screaming again, because this contract was more like slavery. At first, John called himself a god, but in fact the girl called him a fake. The protagonist said that they just need her power to stop a disaster that will happen in the future. And for the upcoming battle, he was willing to do whatever it took to help her cure her mana deficiency, so that she could master magic. Only Adela said that this could not be fixed even with millions of gold. She asked him how he would do it, to which he replied that there was no way yet, but John wanted to do everything possible. Hearing this, the girl called it a pure scam. John then decided to ask Jessica if there was a way to fix the mana deficiency, to which she replied that there was supposedly no such method. She understood that the boy had mastered magic quickly and had come this far. But Adela Sharon was something of a creature when it came to persuasion. The only weakness of a superstar in the magical world who doesn't envy anyone is the lack of mana. So Jessica asked Jonathan to give her time, all because there is enough of it before the gates are broken through. She advised me to learn magic gradually, but suddenly I had a feeling that something bad was coming. Suddenly a gate appeared in the city. Everyone was confused because there was still a month left before the gates opened. Real chaos began in the city. Seeing this, Adela asked what it was. Jonathan also didn't understand what was happening, because there was a month left before Kairos' arrival. Kairos had never appeared so quickly before. The same thing with the solar wolves. There was clearly something wrong in this life. At that moment, Jonathan drew his sword. Seeing this, Jessica asked him why he took out his sword. Kairos was on a completely different level than Neptune, so going against him wasn't the best option. But John said nothing would change if they sat on the DOP straight, so he accepted Vermouth's request for a part-time job. However, it is fortunate that he can receive an award for this alone. He is the god who never asks, the greatest god in the world. Jonathan realized this when he had to teach students. Since they didn't know how the situation might turn out, Jessica suggested continuing to hold off the monsters coming out of the gate. Even if the situation is different from the prophecy, Vermouth will not lose to Kairos. However, something happened that Jessica never expected. Kairos and Vermouth approached the city and began to fight there. At this point, Vermouth turned to all the gods blocking the gates to listen to him. He considered it unconscionable, but still asked them to abandon everything they were protecting, and then focus on evacuating the citizens while he buys time for them. Jonathan and Leon watched what was happening and asked Jessica where the voice came from. She replied that it was Vermouth's message. Everyone started to leave, but Adela didn't understand where everyone was going. She did not hear Vermouth's message because she is not a god. John then told her about Vermouth's order to retreat. At this point, Jessica entered the conversation. She said she couldn't say for sure because it was different from the prophecy, but this dimension would be destroyed by Kairos. She felt sorry, but she understood that they were not able to do anything. In desperation, the girl asked Jonathan to do something about it. The boy couldn't say anything and apologized to her. Adela fell to her knees and became disappointed in the hero because he decided to give up so easily. She called him a god, and gods are supposed to help people. After that, John remembered himself. Earlier, he also asked God to help him, and now he is a god himself and they also ask him for help. The main character couldn't look at her tears, and suddenly he summoned the interface of the god's shop. Jessica wanted to stop the boy, but he replied as if he was not going to die. The girl called him an idiot, but he didn't think he could spend the entire reward so easily. After buying the equipment, the boy asked her to take care of the rest. At this time, Vermouth was exhausted from the battle with Kairos. Kairos wanted to vomit because he was a disciple of this god. Vermouth replied that although he had lost his way, he had also forgotten what Vermouth had taught him over the years. The villain said that it was not he who had lost his way, but the people of this world. Kairos also didn't understand why he didn't want more. He believed that only one thing was natural for a magician, and that was entry into the highest level. But Vermouth said that the black flame exists only for destruction, and this is not the truth that magicians need to follow. Gods must use their power to protect people, but Kairos didn't give a damn about them. After this, he began to attack Vermouth, who could no longer hold back his attacks. Suddenly a miracle happened for Vermouth. At this point, Jonathan appeared and pointed out that Vermouth was supposedly having a hard time alone. Now real reinforcements have come to him. Vermouth told the hero that everyone had to leave, and that he, with his level, had nothing to do against Kairos. But the boy said that he didn't come for the reward. The reward is not comparable to human lives. But Jonathan had a plan. As soon as Kairos saw this boy, he started laughing. He thought that this was now his new student. The enemy was happy because he thought that now they would burn together in the series. Luckily, Vermouth managed to use the barrier, but the enemy's strength was enormous. Therefore, Vermouth could not resist him for long. Jonathan said he needed a chance to hit him once, then they could neutralize him. With his weapon, Vermouth could give him a chance, however, he doesn't have the power to protect him from the black flame. The boy replied that this was enough. He had his own trump cards too. But at that moment, John stopped. Kairos was so strong that the hero could not even touch him with his finger. After that, he was engulfed in black flames. Kairos started laughing and asked what they should do now. Suddenly, Vermouth began to utter strange words. Because of this, Kairos was chained. But with the help of this magic, he only gained a couple of seconds. Jonathan then activated Neptune's defenses. Kairos looked at him and did not understand how he was able to get through the black flames. John's baton has a 100% chance of stunning any life form, but is limited to hits to the head. As a result, the main character was able to hit him on the head with a baton. Kairos was defeated and could do nothing. Looking at him, Vermouth remembered that it had been raining then too. The day he first met him, Kairos was not like this. Although he was cursed with a dark fate that no one wanted, he was also a child with a brilliant talent that everyone around him coveted. Vermouth's thoughts were like this when he taught Kairos. It was he who changed the fate of this child. But then he was not aware of the successful desire that was hidden within him, and therefore helped him to master the true flame. Vermouth was unable to kill Ung after he showed his true colors, causing him to be exiled, although he knew that one day Kairos would return to kill his teacher. Vermouth is forever clinging to his regrets about the past, but now it's time to let them go. In the end, Vermouth was never able to kill Kairos with his own hands. John dealt the final blow and absorbed the powers of the forgotten god Kairos. The protagonist felt that he needed to use it in the same way he used Neptune's protection to save himself. Leon was delighted by John's sparkle, so he asked the boy to tell him more about this ability. But Jonathan hid his ability and said he would tell later. Leon didn't like that John was putting things off again. Suddenly Adela hit him and told him to calm down. She didn't like the way he whined, because Jonathan is the god he serves. Jonathan noticed that she now realized how cool and brave a god he was. Adela said that she was now sure that he was not a fraud, since he had provided her with evidence. At that moment, the boy wanted to hear from her what he had been trying to achieve for so long. She was ready to become his priest. However, she planned to stay at her place for a while. Now the girl knew for sure that since she was unable to use magic, she could not help in any way. So she decided to find something to be useful. Suddenly, Vermouth offered to help her. He said that he supposedly had to repay the kindness of the god she believed in, so he would be glad to help him in this way. Jonathan, remembering his actions, hid Jessica and Leon. Jessica thought that he had already forgotten, but the boy decided to play it safe. The protagonist agreed to Vermouth's offer, because they already had no way to cure her mana deficiency. After this, John wanted to get home as quickly as possible before they were caught. Having moved to another dimension, something terrible awaited him. He called his wolves and didn't understand why there were so many monsters there. He also found it strange that there were no hunters or soldiers nearby. While he was thinking, a snake crept up on him. Luckily, Jessica reacted in time. She said that everything started to happen much faster. It was not a dungeon breakthrough, but a gate rupture. Gate break is at least on par with a C-rank dungeon break. This means that the forgotten gods in this area are becoming stronger. But Jonathan couldn't believe it, because he only found 2 priests. Jessica told him that he need not worry, as he did not sense the presence of the forgotten gods. Suddenly a helicopter appeared above them. It was the people from the Gate Management Bureau who asked to follow them. They boarded their helicopter and headed to the gate office. They were all gathered for a reason. 12 gates in the city were simultaneously torn apart. Human casualties reached record levels, and hunters responsible for the region were unavailable or slow to respond. Hunter Keanu said that he was sorry to hear such things from his boss. So he asked what the Bureau had been doing all this time, since they believed there were no threats, and sat idly by until things got to this point. The Bureau did not accept that Keanu was shifting responsibility onto them. Suddenly, Ermac ordered the guys to stop. They had not gathered to argue. Instead, he felt it was time to take action. Regardless of why hunters have gathered there, they must not turn a blind eye to a country facing disaster. However, 12 of the 18 hunters were late. Ermac had a proposal. He proposed that all the hunters present join forces and begin a large-scale operation to suppress the gate. All participants in this meeting were in favor. At this point, Jonathan said that if all their discussions boiled down to suppressing the monsters, then he would act on his own. Ermac wanted to know the reason for the boy's decision. To this, the hero replied that he was the only one who could enter the gate. This is just a temporary measure. If the attack that happened in the magical world happens here, none of these people will be able to stop it. The only answer is to end the war between the gods that is causing all this. Suddenly, Keanu called Jonathan an arrogant bastard. As Jonathan was about to leave, the guild hunter angrily shouted that this newcomer from yesterday did not deserve the trust of the authorities, and that the plan should not be changed because of his stupid advice. At that very moment, an agent was rushing into the main office of the Gate Control and Support Bureau with urgent news. Throwing open the door, he shouted loudly that panic had broken out in the city. Security measures had failed, and the problem with the gates was much more serious. Right at the airport, a powerful explosion of the gate occurred, destroying several objects, and the senior hunter was finally forced to believe Jonathan. The agent continued to insist that they needed to immediately move to the site of the explosion. Otherwise, monsters would pour out of the spatial rift and surround the city. It was not yet possible to calculate the damage caused by the gate explosion, since the entrance to the airport was destroyed, and the equipment on its territory was out of order. Jonathan understood that only the forgotten god was capable of such destruction, which meant that he had to wait for a new blow. But where would it happen next time? Although they had a strong ally in the magical world that could deal with the forgotten god, if he unleashed his full power, it would be too difficult to control. There was no time to waste, and Jonathan was about to head to the airport, but Jessica suddenly stopped him, wanting to tell him something. Turning around, Jonathan asked the girl not to detain him unless she had important information that would help him in the upcoming fight. Jessica immediately calmed the guy down, saying that it was not the forgotten god at the site of the explosion, and there was no need to ask anyone for help. To Jonathan's surprise, the girl stated that the aliens had good intentions, and the pogrom was carried out only to protect the city from other aliens. This was good news, and the guy realized with a smile that everything turned out to be much simpler than he thought. And then he suddenly asked if a hunter of his rank could take a plane, and the bureau chief, although not understanding his purpose, could not refuse Jonathan. First of all, it was necessary to deal with the open gates hanging over the city and threatening its inhabitants, and then move on to the next step. He soon arrived at the airport, from which all the personnel who had managed to escape after the monstrous explosion had fled. The monster, still there, was quickly neutralized by a creature summoned by Jonathan, so as not to waste energy fighting the mutant. Cerberus quickly attacked the mutant, knocking him off his feet with one deft movement, and he fell to the ground with a crash, raising clouds of dust around him. To summon Cerberus, Jonathan had to use some of his divine power, because he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and get back to training. It was a handy ability that allowed the guy to simply watch as another mutant destroyed an alien. Before leaving, Jonathan wanted to regain his strength, but at that moment someone else appeared nearby, who had been watching him from afar for a long time. The system immediately activated its premonition ability, and without even turning around, Jonathan realized that they were not alone here. But besides Cerberus, Jonathan had other allies who were ready to join the fight if he was in danger. It turned out that Jessica had noticed the stranger even earlier, and had rushed to attack him before he could attack Jonathan. Jonathan wanted to stop her, confident that he could handle it himself. But it was too late, and the girl came face to face with this uninvited guest. The creature with horns on its head immediately warned the girl not to get in its way if she didn't want problems. But Jessica was not frightened by this, and turning to the Baron, whom she knew well, the girl asked what he was doing here. The Baron warned her once again that stealing a mystical creature from the afterlife and remaining unpunished would not work. So Jessica had better get out of his way. But instead, the girl continued the attack, and her blade ended up right at the Baron's neck. She stated that despite his strength, he would not be able to defeat two first-class fighters at once, because Jonathan was strong not only in magic, but also in physical combat. The Baron replied with a smile that he had already given Jessica enough chances, and if she did not take advantage of the last one, then there was no point in asking for help from the higher gods and accusing him of cruelty. He then added that Jonathan would soon be judged by Hades and would not be free for long, although he himself did not yet realize this. And a second later, the Baron disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only purple magical smoke. Soon Jonathan came back and, seeing his friend, said that it was enough for today and that he could rest. Today, White Cloud, whom Jonathan had called by name for a long time, was especially diligent in carrying out his task of cleaning the room, although he would have preferred something more interesting to do than wash the floors and dust. Jonathan had to listen to Patrick complain about how he had been on his feet for 17 hours without a break, doing stupid tasks. Patrick didn't understand how Jonathan could calmly go about his business, leaving all this mess to him alone and without any help. But Jonathan needed to destroy the gate urgently, so he asked Patrick not to be capricious, and especially not to follow him. In the end, Patrick had to stay and watch as the front door closed in his face. He didn't know about the incident at the airport, but from the look on Jonathan's face, he knew something terrible had happened. Jonathan never once called Patrick his priest, and yet that was his main goal and the reason his father sent him here. Suddenly, Patrick came to his senses, because if he sat idle, Jonathan might unexpectedly return and see that he had quit his job. Realizing this, he picked up the broom again and continued cleaning, which had already become quite boring for him after 17 hours. He did the cleaning not out of fear, but because he saw it as part of his training that would one day lead to the abilities he desired. At that moment, his brother Charlie came up from behind and gave Patrick a great fright by entering without knocking and quietly sneaking up on him from afar. He had been looking for his younger brother for a long time and was clearly unhappy with how he was spending his time. After all, Patrick had not appeared in the guild for the last few days, but had only washed the floors in the training hall, humiliating the honor of their influential family. But Patrick didn't think he was humiliating anyone with his work, because it was part of his plan, and by helping Jonathan, he was fulfilling his father's task. And then he demanded that Charlie not teach him how to live, saying that he would stay here until he settled all his affairs. Charlie ordered him to destroy Jonathan and not to be his henchman, forgetting why he was there and what family he was a member of. Charlie hadn't heard a kind word from him for 10 years, while he constantly calls the newcomer Jonathan his brother, as if he had replaced his entire family. Filled with emotion, he grabbed Patrick's hand, ready to do what he had been looking for all morning. After all, his father ordered Patrick to participate in the operation to destroy the gate, replacing cleaning and other little things with serious work. Usually, Ermac severely punished for failure to follow orders, but Patrick stopped abruptly and tried to pull his hand away. This audacity amazed Charlie, because his younger brother had changed too much lately. But looking seriously at Charlie, Patrick warned that if he didn't let him go immediately, he would regret it. Charlie was sure that Patrick's courage came from his friendship with the new hunter, and with each passing day, his hatred for Jonathan grew greater and greater. Meanwhile, a live broadcast began on a huge monitor, in the center of which was Jonathan with an artifact that a newbie was not supposed to have. It turned out that in a short time, Jonathan had mastered swordsmanship, martial arts, and even ranged magical attacks. But from where? This infuriated Charlie even more, because Patrick dreamed of learning these abilities from Jonathan, and now he would definitely not listen to his older brother. Suddenly, Patrick announced that Charlie no longer needed to look for him because he had more important things to do than help his father with the gate. This guy was always in Charlie's way, and after everything that happened, he only wanted him dead. Right now, Jonathan's ear was itching, and the guy didn't even need his ability of intuition to understand that someone was remembering him. Looking at him, Jessica realized that even in the face of a difficult mission, Jonathan remained the same carefree child. In fact, Jonathan was only thinking about how to quickly become famous and increase his divine powers in order to protect as many people as possible from aliens. Jessica believed that it was easier to increase her divine powers with the help of a part-time job, so as not to attract unnecessary attention from Hades. After all, what Jonathan was doing now would only anger Hades even more, so Jessica suggested moving to another dimension and continuing the training there. Jonathan, however, hated running away from problems, because it was a clear sign of weakness, and then problems would catch up with him even faster. He suddenly announced that he would come to Hades himself, which almost made Jessica choke on her lemonade. She understood that only a madman was capable of such a thing, because if Jonathan seriously went to Hades, he would not survive. Jonathan continued to act as if it was all a joke, and Jessica demanded that he finally get serious and stop playing with fate. The main part of his plan was to find a place to meet where Hades couldn't use his powers, and then his life wouldn't be in as much danger as Jessica thought. Yes, it is easy to come up with such an idea and anyone can do it. But where can he find such a special place? It turned out that the day before there was supposed to be a banquet of the gods, where, as always, staff was needed, and Jonathan decided to go there for a part-time job so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Soon they were already at the Temple of Olympus, where all the new workers who responded to the advertisement were supposed to gather. The centaur in charge of staff reminded them that there were less than 3 hours left before the banquet began, and they needed to hurry. Vegetables and fruits had to be prepared first, and the rest of the dishes a little later. The centaur told them to move on to the next task immediately after they finished with the fruit in the baskets, reminding them that there was little time left. It seemed that Patrick and Adele had a lot of work again, which they clearly didn't like. Only Jonathan was in a great mood, because all this work would be done by his assistants, and he himself had more important things to do. At first, however, he had to listen to the angry protests of his assistants, who had planned to spend the day differently, since they already had a lot of work to do. Suddenly, the centaur's voice was heard, announcing that the banquet was about to begin, which meant that Jonathan had the opportunity to do what he had come here for. Raising his hand high, Jonathan declared that he was ready to work, as the centaur was just calling the waiters to serve the guests. It was clear from the faces of Patrick and Adele that they already regretted becoming Jonathan's priests and getting involved in this adventure. All the guests had already gathered in the main hall and were chatting loudly, enjoying the meeting after a long break between the banquets of the gods. Jonathan understood perfectly well what kind of meeting awaited him at this banquet, but it was precisely for her sake that he took this step, not wanting to run away from problems. Many guests immediately noticed a lower-level god in the distance, who, without wanting to, attracted everyone's attention with his appearance. In the lion skin he had chosen for the banquet, Jonathan looked very much like Hercules, and all the guests immediately noticed it. Jonathan looked around, trying to figure out if Hades had shown up yet, and hoping that today's meeting would go well. Of course, he couldn't remain unnoticed, and the next second someone grabbed his neck from behind in a friendly manner. It was Apollo, who immediately declared that his student looked great in a lion-skin suit and that he found it funny to see Jonathan dressed as a waiter. Poseidon also seemed to find it funny to watch the new guy sign up as a waiter, but he had long suspected that Jonathan was not quite right in the head. Poseidon did not expect that after the meeting in the underwater palace, they would see each other again at the banquet of the gods, and reminded Jonathan of his offer to join the ranks of the knights of the underwater palace. It was an interesting start to the conversation, but Apollo reminded Poseidon that his favorite student was busy right now, since he was the one who started the conversation with Jonathan. However, Poseidon had long wanted to talk to Jonathan about something important, and asked Apollo to leave them alone for a while so as not to interfere with the serious conversation. Now the guests watched as two supreme deities loudly argued over a waiter who had recently become a god. Two celestials were trying to win the right to communicate with the newcomer to Olympus, and it was unclear what attracted them so much to this very ordinary guy. But it is unlikely that Jonathan himself would have liked such a meeting, because he did not come here for this, and did not want to find himself between two warring gods. Luckily, at that moment, Thor's loud voice rang out, joyfully greeting Jonathan and arriving just in time. To escape the clutches of the two gods, Jonathan rushed to Thor, apologizing for the incident in the dungeon. But Thor asked him to get up and not to worry about anything. However, another god present in that place today believed that Jonathan was apologizing to the wrong deity, It turned out that Hades had been watching Jonathan from the depths of the guest room for a long time, as he tried to get lost in the crowd, pretending to be a waiter. And this was indeed the very deity that Jonathan wanted to meet. But he did not expect it to happen so soon. Hades didn't care why this guy came here himself, because he was going to end his miserable life and was already ready to use his deadly magic. If everything went according to Hades' plan, Jonathan would not have a single chance to resist the sinister power of the god of death, and the guy was already mentally preparing for the worst. This dark energy could destroy any lower god, because during his existence, Hades defeated even the highest level gods. But at that very moment, someone's hand grabbed his wrist, and someone was not going to calmly watch as the highest god attacked the weak. That someone was Thor, who believed that a fair fight was only possible with an opponent of equal strength and mastery of similar magic. Hades knew that it was better not to mess with Thor, but he still warned that it was none of his business, and he better not interfere. However, the main deity at this banquet was Zeus, so Hades should not attract unnecessary attention to himself and anger the one who deserved the respect of everyone present. It became clear that they would not be able to disperse peacefully. The power of each of them did not allow them to retreat before the enemy. The guests at the banquet understood that a battle of the higher gods was beginning, and if they did not escape, they could end up buried under the rubble of Olympus. Luckily, they were not alone, and right between Thor and Hades, the trident of the third god, who decided to stop them, was thrust into the stone wall. Poseidon declared that on such a beautiful day, there was no point in shedding blood and angering Zeus, who hated fighting at his banquets. Hades had just tried to kill a weaker god, and Thor couldn't stand to watch. In addition, Hades managed to insult Thor himself, and this was already unforgivable for anyone in this world. As Hades continued to challenge Thor to a duel, he suddenly turned towards the entrance to the main hall, hearing approaching footsteps. Poseidon slammed his trident into the floor of the guest hall with all his might to distract the angry gods and prevent bloodshed. Covering Jonathan with his body, Poseidon once again warned Hades that if he continued in the same spirit, he would have to fight two gods at once. Even Hades couldn't stand up to such a fight, and it seems he has now decided to hold back his hatred for a while in order to let it out at a more opportune moment. However, if these fools decided to die along with the waiter, Hades was ready to give them such an opportunity. There will always be room for new corpses in his underground kingdom, even if not 2 gods but 2,000 come out against him. And the very next second, creatures bringing death and destruction poured from the dark kingdom of Hades straight into the banquet hall. Hades accepted the challenge, and Poseidon watched in horror as many small black creatures rushed at him. It was all really about Jonathan. Hades had been waiting for a long time to meet this lesser god, and did not want to miss such an opportunity. It seems he has seen so much death during his existence that the death of another lesser god will not change anything. But the place for this long-awaited meeting was chosen extremely poorly, and among those present was someone who would never allow this to happen. In the main hall appeared someone whom even Hades would not dare to contradict, because it threatened imminent death. It was Zeus who immediately asked who had started this fight, knowing full well that the host of the banquet would be displeased. Noticing Hades, Zeus reminded him that this was a festive banquet, not a funeral, and that there was no place for the god of death here. Only now Jonathan noticed that in the presence of Zeus, Hades' strength weakened, as if he feared him more than all the other gods of Olympus. Hades stated that a sacred relic had been stolen from his underworld, and that he was simply doing his duty. Zeus could hardly believe that anything could be stolen from the god of death, so this excuse seemed unconvincing to him. However, judging by the commotion caused by Hades, the loss was indeed valuable, and Zeus became curious about what exactly was stolen. After a short pause, Hades admitted that Cerberus had been stolen from his dungeon, which came as a complete surprise to everyone present. Many have already heard rumors that the main guardian of the kingdom of the dead has recently disappeared. Imagine everyone's surprise when it turned out that Cerberus had been stolen by Jonathan, who had recently become a minor god. Jonathan immediately began to justify himself, saying that it was not theft, but that he simply used Cerberus for the common good, and then sent him home. But Zeus was no longer interested in sorting out the details of their argument. In front of him stood the same guy about whom so many rumors had been circulating lately. Looking closely at Jonathan, Zeus asked what kind of deity he was and what creatures served him. The question was unexpected, because it was the first time Zeus had asked something like this of a lower god, which meant that he showed a special interest in the young man. Jonathan unexpectedly admitted to everyone that he was the god of the sword, and for the first few seconds, Zeus could not understand since when gods, even the lower ones, command swords. In addition, it was unclear what element this young god controlled, since he couldn't control all the swords in the world at once. Zeus understood that he was dealing with a lesser god, which meant that many abilities were not yet available to Jonathan. It is even more strange that this young man managed to steal a dog that was capable of striking fear into even Zeus himself. This question only made Jonathan smile, because remembering the details of that day, he realized that it was better not to talk about it yet. When Jonathan first met Cerberus, who had guarded the underworld for 1,000 years, he almost immediately tamed him like a mongrel. To do this, he used a collar found in one of the columns at the entrance to the kingdom of the dead. Zeus had never heard of a story about how a lesser god could infiltrate the abode of a high-level deity and pull off such a trick. Zeus's reaction was unexpected, and Jonathan realized that with his help, he could resolve the conflict with Hades. Suddenly, he declared that the best way to resolve their conflict was a duel, which Zeus would arrange in the near future. This was the most unexpected answer, because the guy clearly had no desire to fight the powerful god of death. Fortunately, Apollo intervened, warning that Jonathan was a lower-level god, and the duel could end in his death. Turning sharply towards the exit, Zeus added that the duel would be limited to magic. That is, without the use of divine powers. Jonathan could only accept the decision of the chief deity, and Thor and Poseidon could only sympathize with this newborn lesser god. Only Hades was eager for this fight, and was disappointed that he couldn't finish Jonathan right now. The execution was postponed, and Hades mockingly advised Jonathan to enjoy life while he still could. Jonathan could only hope that there would be a way to avoid going to the next world prematurely. Jessica knew the situation was out of control, as she had warned her friend about the dangers of this idea. Now he had to fight the god of death himself, and only a miracle could save him from this new threat. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, and the guy turned around, trying to see who was calling his name. Right in front of him stood Hercules, who suddenly decided to help him in the upcoming fight, and offered to go to the stadium for training. Soon they came to the huge Colosseum, where training sessions were constantly taking place, often visited by the higher gods. Along the way, Hercules explained that it was on this training ground that he had mastered the most complex techniques since childhood, which had helped him in many battles. Jonathan did not expect that Hercules would agree to help him, and was glad to find such a strong mentor. In response, Hercules smiled and said that the guy's best gratitude would be victory in the upcoming fight. Who would have thought that the greatest hero of Greek mythology would pay so much attention to a newcomer who had not even become a full-fledged god? As Jonathan walked deeper into the Colosseum, he saw two celestials sparring and realized that the most powerful gods were training here. The gods wore magnificent armor, as if it had been forged, especially for them to enhance their abilities. They fought so fiercely and skillfully that Jonathan would have had a hard time against any of them. After a deft blow from a girl who had trained in fights against strong opponents since childhood, her opponent collapsed onto the sand of the Colosseum. He only weakened his defense for a moment, but he did not want to admit defeat, and wanted to continue the fight. The girl noted that in a real fight he would have died 10 times over, and his clumsy technique was only his personal problem. Judging by their skills, they were no ordinary gods, and Jonathan was eager to find out who they were, and what powers they possessed. However, they were not at Zeus's banquet, which means they are not as strong as they seemed at the very beginning. Suddenly, Hercules called out loudly to Ares, who had just lost a fight to Athena. Jonathan realized with surprise that before him were 2 of the 12 gods of Olympus, patrons of war, who were now arguing like mere mortals. Jessica immediately realized how lucky this meeting was, because these gods are strong in close combat, and Jonathan will soon have just such a fight with Hades. Out of habit, Ares immediately attacked Hercules, to whom he had lost the last fight and wanted a rematch, but he refused with a laugh. Today, Hercules did not come to the Colosseum alone and wanted to introduce his new student. Turning around, Ares saw the lesser god and did not understand what this runt was doing in the Colosseum. Hercules explained that at the banquet they missed some hot news that they would discuss for a long time, because Jonathan had to fight Hades. The two had caused chaos at the banquet, and now Zeus had ordered them both to prepare for a duel. Athena immediately realized that the girl was superior to Jonathan in skills, but she had never seen such energy emanating from him. Ares just needed a partner for sparring, and he decided not to put it off for long and fight with swords right now. After all, the only way to determine the true level of strength was through combat, so he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Pointing his sword towards Jonathan, Ares offered him a fight, and only then allowed him to train in the Colosseum. Jonathan only wanted to watch the training and never expected to have to fight one of the gods. As luck would have it, Jessica informed him that she needed to return home to help open the gate, meaning Jonathan would have to fight alone. There was no choice left, and Jonathan could only hope that this training fight would not end in his death. As Ares approached Jonathan, he acknowledged that he could feel a powerful energy coming from him, but he was not about to back down from a lesser god. Looking Jonathan in the eye, he warned him that the attack was about to begin and told the boy to get ready. Ares was not surprised that Hades chose Jonathan as his opponent, and, most likely, he simply did not want to take risks in a fight with a strong god. Besides, he had long known Hades' quarrelsome nature and his eternal tendency to conflict. To survive the fight, Jonathan needed to show all his strength, and today's training could help with that. Having said this, Ares quickly rushed at his opponent, ready to fight with full force, without any concessions. Ares' blow was so powerful that the shockwave scattered stones across the entire sandy arena of the Colosseum. The god of war was in his element, and didn't seem to realize that his opponent was not prepared for such tactics. For a long time, no one could see Jonathan in the thick dust that rose in the arena of the Colosseum after the blow. It turned out that, having missed the blow, and almost breaking through the wall of the Colosseum with his back, Jonathan still remained on his feet in a fighting stance. Ares was clearly pleased with his blow, but he was eager to see how the newcomer handled the sword. With these words, he rushed into the attack again, swinging his sword with the clear intention of ending the duel. The blow was crushing, and it seemed that Jonathan would not be able to reflect it. But the guy, to everyone's surprise, fought on equal terms with the supreme deity. And even though Jonathan was only defending himself, not counterattacking, his eyes burned with the rage of a lower deity, eager to prove his right to be in this arena. He parried blow after blow, and, although he did not carry out any attacks of his own, he did not miss a single truly dangerous attack. Athena, watching the duel, noted to herself that this lesser god was doing a good job of repelling the attacks of the mighty Ares. But even with such skills, they were completely different in speed and strength. However, one should not have expected a different outcome in the battle of gods of such different levels, because Ares had long established himself as a formidable fighter. However, he was not going to stop there and, having warned his opponent, began a new attack. It seemed that Ares was so carried away that he forgot that it was just a training fight and fought Jonathan for real. He pushed off the ground with such force that a crater seemed to form under his feet, and the sand in the Colosseum arena was thrown up. Jonathan, realizing that he couldn't withstand a few more such attacks, decided to give up because the difference in their levels was too great. But Ares did not accept his surrender, and wanted to continue the fight, because only now did he begin to truly desire victory over this boy. An hour passed, and Athena noted with surprise that the guy lasted longer than she expected. Hercules understood that it was time to stop the fight. Ares was so carried away that he lost all sense of proportion and seemed to have ceased to be aware of what was happening. But Athena, for some reason, did not interrupt the fight and suggested that Hercules watch a little longer. Jonathan had been dodging Ares' continuous attacks for the second hour now, and it was clear that the situation was unlikely to change. Everyone understood that no lesser god could stop Ares' sword, although, of course, miracles sometimes happen. Suddenly, after his next blow, Ares felt that something had changed. The longer the fight went on, the better Jonathan blocked his blows, and Ares began to doubt his victory. Looking at Jonathan, it was clear that he was determined to continue the fight and was getting stronger with each passing second. Only now did Ares realize that his opponent had been hiding his true strength all this time, and this was seriously driving him crazy. And so, after almost 2 hours, Jonathan finally struck his first blow. But it was this blow that proved decisive. It was hard to believe, but the attack that the guy had been preparing for so long, waiting for the right moment, could put an end to this fight. Never before in history has a supreme god lost to a newcomer, but it seems that Ares was destined to be the first. It's hard to imagine how tired Jonathan was during this time, but he achieved his goal and stood up to Ares' hail of blows. Ares was not mistaken, and this lesser deity, posing as a newcomer, actually possessed incredible power. Thanks to his talent as a swordsman, Jonathan quickly learned his opponent's fighting style and struck at the most vulnerable moment. Now he was easily blocking Ares' attacks only thanks to his persistent training, and not by purchasing another legendary artifact, as his opponent had done today. And so, instead of a sword, Ares held in his hand a blade with a blade cut in half, and now, only a useless piece of metal, with which he could no longer continue the fight. Looking at Jonathan, Ares stated that no one had ever managed to break his sword, which meant the guy had lied to him when he said he was just a lesser god. It was a challenge, and Ares was ready to punish Jonathan for cheating because he did not fight at full strength. But the duel was interrupted. Athena blocked Ares' blow and stopped this protracted fight. She asked Ares to calm down and remember that this was just a training match, not a real battle. At the end of the day, sparring is for training, not for fighting to the death. It was true, but Ares' expression made it clear that he was furious and could not accept Athena's words. Jonathan's skill was truly impressive, and Athena also became curious about who this mysterious newcomer was. Jonathan himself did not see anything special in his success. Because Ares did not use all his divine power, against which he would hardly have been able to resist. However, the boy understood that his sword skills had improved significantly during the sparring, and at this rate he would be able to gain experience for the battle with Hades. Now, he had to convince Ares to continue training at any cost before the decisive battle of his life took place. Unexpectedly for Athena and Ares, Jonathan approached them with a request, hoping that after today's training they would agree to help him. He honestly admitted that he lacked skill in sword fighting and would be glad to train with them in the Colosseum. It sounded rather strange, considering the high level of skill he had just demonstrated. It was unexpected, but Jonathan was ready to do anything to get Ares and Athena's consent for training. Athena reminded once again that Ares did not fight at full strength, and was only practicing new techniques. The big difference in levels didn't stop Jonathan, but on the contrary, it made him even more excited. Athena agreed to fulfill his request, but warned him that he should not expect an easy walk. Yes, she really kept her word, because from the very first minutes of training, Jonathan understood that everything would be serious. Hordes of stone giants were sent against him, and he had to destroy them almost without respite. And from the podium, Ares shouted that he had only a minute left before the fallen stone mutants would rise again. The monsters in the training battle kept coming and coming, and Jonathan, unfortunately, had already completely exhausted his supply of divine power. Of course, with full strength he would have destroyed them all in one blow, but now it was not enough to use even the most basic magical skills. There was one last chance left, and gripping the hilt of the sword tighter, Jonathan activated a new ability. The energy waves emanating from the sword cut through the stone bodies of the mutants like a hot knife through butter. Ares, who was watching the duel, was amazed, because if he were in his ward's place, he would not have been able to repeat such a spectacular blow. As a result, instead of stone giants, only piles of rubble remained on the sandy arena of the Colosseum. Looking at this side, it was unclear if this newbie possessed such magic, then who he really was. Jonathan calmly claimed that he was a very ordinary god, simply using one of his long-known skills. Suddenly, Ares grabbed Jonathan by the collar, declaring that no one had used such primitive energy for a long time. The girl realized that Ares was still angry about losing their fight, and that was why he was talking nonsense. After all, there was no rule prohibiting the gods from using magic, moreover. It was the gods who once granted people such magic. But Ares was sure that no self-respecting god would use magic against divine power. Seeing that the argument had reached a dead end, Jonathan decided to prove his case and stated that he was ready to prove that he had not used any prohibited techniques. What he was about to do was something only a true god could do, no matter how good the disguise. The next moment, two priests summoned by Jonathan appeared on the training ground. Jonathan hoped that Ares would now believe him, because who but a god could call the priests at any moment? Realizing that Jonathan was telling the truth, Athena asked Ares to apologize to the guy. However, Adele was clearly not happy, because instead of helping her, Jonathan constantly throws her around the world without her consent. Hercules was amazed by the closeness of the god and his priests, as if they were old friends. Athena noted that Jonathan could have told about his priests earlier, because their power directly depends on the power of the god. She even volunteered to personally train the priests to make the classes more interesting and useful for Jonathan. Now that Jonathan's team consisted of 3 members, the number of monsters in training could be tripled. Realizing he had no choice, Jonathan merely apologized to his priests for what would happen next. Athena wasted no time in snapping her fingers, increasing the difficulty of today's training. A huge horde of stone mutants suddenly appeared next to Adele and Patrick, ready to tear them apart. Thus, Jonathan underwent intense training under the guidance of Ares, Athena, and Hercules, which was supposed to prepare him for a duel with his old rival. Finally, the day came when Jonathan had to show everything he had learned, and his faithful companion Jessica knew it very well. Today was the day Jonathan's fight with Hades was supposed to take place, and that's why Jessica came to the Colosseum to support him. Looking at the pile of rocks that were once stone monsters, Jessica remembered how her friend turned them into rubble. Jonathan said with a smile that this time he would definitely win, and was ready for any tricks from his opponent. A couple of hours later, the Colosseum arena was filled with spectators who wanted to see the battle of 2 gods. Hades looked gloomily at his opponent, not expecting him to dare to enter the duel. He was already about to begin pursuing Jonathan across all the worlds, and was now ready to reward his bravery with a quick and painless death. When all the stands were filled with guests, the goddess Nike, the referee of the fight, flapped her wing. Nika was ready to give the start to the duel of the gods, about which there were so many rumors and for which the stands were full of spectators. At the beginning of the duel, Zeus reminded the participants of the ban on using divine power. The magical wreaths that Nika placed on the participants' heads were meant to block their divine power and prevent any attempts to use it. The fight was supposed to end when one of the participants touched the sand of the arena, thereby admitting defeat. Wishing both opponents good luck, Nika disappeared, leaving two irreconcilable enemies in the arena. Unexpectedly, Jonathan was the first to attack, not wanting to just defend himself, as he had done during training with Ares. Activating a gust of wind, he approached Hades at a tremendous speed, not giving him time to launch his attack. From the outside, it might seem that this quick attack and the first swing of the sword were decisive in this battle. Training with Ares and Athena was not in vain, because Jonathan's sword skills reached the level of a supreme god. But suddenly a quiet laugh was heard from Hades, for whom all these attacks seemed like just child's play. The next moment, Hades stabbed Jonathan in the neck and blood gushed out, horrifying the spectators. Looking at Jonathan, Hades thought mockingly how someone with such childish skills could call himself a sword god, as he bragged to his new friends. He wanted to destroy this false myth and send his opponent straight to hell with one blow. Now it was Hades' turn to show off his skills, accumulated over countless years. It became obvious that Jonathan was losing, once again taking a defensive position, as in the fight with Ares. Yes, Jonathan seemed like a good fighter at first, but everyone understood that he remained just a low-level god. Ares, having experienced the power of his new student, was sure that this guy would still make a name for himself. Ari's presence at this duel may have seemed strange, but how could he miss the most important fight in the life of his first student? Today's fight was Jonathan's first serious test, and his exam before the upcoming fights. Ares remembered well the rapid growth of Jonathan's strength right during their sparring, when for the first 2 hours Jonathan only defended himself, and then almost defeated his own teacher. Watching Hades, Jonathan studied all his movements, but still felt something was wrong. He was haunted by a strange feeling that prevented him from fully realizing his potential. Hades continued to rain down monstrous blows on Jonathan, deciding that his opponent had gone mad before his death. Without a shadow of regret, Hades rushed towards Jonathan to finish the fight with his own quick victory over the Olympian newcomer. Hades' movements in this fight were different from those Jonathan had seen during training within the walls of the Colosseum. What Hades was demonstrating now seemed incomprehensible to Jonathan, as if he had been fighting with the wrong weapon all this time. Although at first glance it seemed that his mentors used different fighting styles, the true reason was different. Already after Ares' first blow in a training duel, Jonathan realized that he needed to use a different skill against him. By activating the formless sword skill, Jonathan turned the tide of the fight and snatched victory from Ares. Now he was going to repeat this trick with Hades, because only a shapeless sword could catch him off guard. The confidence in Hades' gaze, unshakable just a minute ago, was replaced by despair after Jonathan's first attack. The audience watched in horror as Jonathan, having attacked Hades with a shapeless sword, instantly appeared behind him, and their idol fell to his knees. Hades fans expected anything but such a quick and shameful surrender of this fight by their idol. Jonathan himself did not expect that the activation of the skill would decide the outcome of the battle so quickly, bringing him a well-deserved ovation. Zeus, who was the first to congratulate the winner, could not hold back his laughter, admiring the dexterity of his new acquaintance. Zeus, of course, invited Jonathan to the next banquet, and he hoped that it would be as fun as the previous one. Jonathan happily accepted the invitation, because last time he tried to sneak into the banquet unnoticed, and now the host himself invited him. However, Hades immediately declared that Zeus had no right to invite this runt to the banquet of the gods, since he did not even have an average level. The oath they made to each other forbade Zeus from communicating with the lower gods, unless, of course, he wanted to break it. Hades' words had an effect on Zeus, and the defeated Hades was given the opportunity to take revenge on the upstart. Suddenly, the system alerted Jonathan that defeating Hades would change his life more than he could ever imagine. Jonathan's name became known to all the gods of Olympus, and this was the best news in the last 2 months of training. Soon, a banquet took place, to which, contrary to Hades' words, a lower-level god was nevertheless invited. Jonathan, delighted with his presence at the banquet, slightly overestimated his strength and knocked over a cup of wine right onto the festive table. Clutching his head, he realized that he shouldn't have gotten so carried away with wine, because now he wouldn't be able to communicate normally with the local gods. At that moment, a young goddess appeared from behind a column of the banquet hall, who had long been looking for a meeting with the new star of Olympus. It was Persephone, delighted to see Jonathan again, and a little embarrassed during her conversation with him. She said that she was at their duel with Hades and noticed how much stronger Jonathan had become. Jonathan modestly replied that he was simply lucky and apologized to Persephone for the past inconveniences. Persephone added that she had already told Hades many times about his bad character, and that one day he would have to humble his anger and accept defeat. Suddenly, Persephone remembered that she had not come empty-handed, but had brought a box specially prepared for the meeting with Jonathan. The box contained a gift from her mother, which she asked to be given to the winner of the duel. Inside the box was a golden apple, and Jonathan could not understand why Persephone's mother decided to give him such a valuable gift. Persephone needed to hurry, so she asked Jonathan to simply accept the gift as a token of gratitude and respect for his abilities. Soon, a girl appeared in the same place who was more worried about Jonathan than anyone else in the audience. Seeing Jessica, Jonathan said that she had come just in time because he had noticed an interesting ad for a part-time job that morning. He offered to work together with Jessica, although he doubted that she would be happy with this news. Jonathan decided that the banquet was the perfect time to ask one of the higher gods to help him with his problems. Jessica noticed the golden apple that Persephone had given him in Jonathan's hands, and couldn't understand how he had such a valuable relic. With the help of this apple, Jonathan wanted to fulfill his promise and help Adele, whom he immediately called loudly from the other end of the room. An unsuspecting Adele was surprised to hear her name called from somewhere far away. And the very next second she shuddered in fear when Jonathan instantly approached her. Jonathan, of course, scared Adele, because she was already nearby and there was no need to fly here at such speed. Instead of answering, Jonathan shoved the golden apple Persephone had given her into her mouth, and one could only guess what he had in mind. After taking a bite of the golden apple, Adele looked at Jonathan for a long time, trying to understand what it was. But it turned out that the golden apple instantly cured Adele of mana deficiency syndrome. Jonathan confirmed with a smile that the apple's magic had worked, as mana was circulating in her body again as before, meaning he had kept his promise. Adele was ready to burst into tears of happiness, realizing that the guy had truly kept his word to her, and it was not in vain that she had agreed to become his priest. Right now, she felt a warm energy in her hand, permeating every cell of her body and concentrated in one small point. Only now did the girl understand what mana was and what a person who possessed it felt. Looking at her, Jonathan suddenly asked how she felt and what had changed in her consciousness after coming into contact with this energy. After a short pause, the girl could only briefly answer that the feelings inside her were wonderful. She had dreamed all her life to see this little light in her hands, and now her dream has finally come true. Her dream had come true, but with tears in her eyes, she realized that she had nothing to repay Jonathan with. At that moment, Jessica appeared next to them, saying that it was not yet time to say such words. After all, the golden apple only unblocked the mana flows, and the girl is still far from becoming a real magician. And although these words sounded cruel and could demotivate anyone, Adele understood that Jessica was right. But there was still something Jessica had to say, because the result was worth celebrating. And she congratulated Adele for finally being able to use mana once she felt it inside her. Adele did not expect such a confession from Jessica, accustomed to the strict tone of this young girl. In response, she thanked Jessica, calling her sister. But it seemed that the girl herself did not really like this address. Watching them, Jonathan realized that these two beauties would behave like children even if they lived another 100 years. He suddenly realized that Adele had become very attached to Jessica, and that was why she had accidentally called her sister. Deciding that if they had finished all their business here, then it was worth moving on and not wasting time, so Jonathan suggested that they set off. Adele had to return to her world and start seriously studying magic, and the guy himself wanted to go to work part-time. Patrick didn't understand where Jonathan would go next, because he decided to do this almost immediately after his victory. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face, because he already knew which place was best suited for the next step. It turned out that he wanted to go straight to hell for a part-time job, but for some reason the system did not immediately move him to the right location, as before. Standing on the roof of one of the houses, the guys looked down and heard the noise echoing throughout the street. Oddly enough, there were no problems with all the other worlds, and it was unclear why the system only gave them directions, but did not move them to the desired point. However, the task that Jonathan had to perform was also serious, because right in front of him he saw a huge open gate. This gate was no different from all the others, but the size of the huge circle in the sky was truly astounding. At this moment, one of the agents loudly transmitted information to headquarters that the medium-sized gate had suddenly increased in size. Realizing that his message would reach headquarters much later than the agents could escape, the man ran for cover. Luckily, at that moment, Jonathan noticed him from afar, and he could not allow the gate to suck the agent in or let the alien get close to him. Before the danger became real, Jonathan rushed to the agent, who probably did not expect that he was not alone here. The next second, Jonathan saw a guy lying on the asphalt right in front of him, and he immediately ordered him to leave immediately and save his life. But by saving the lives of individuals, he could not save all the city's inhabitants from danger forever. so Jonathan headed to where the evil spirits from another dimension were approaching. Right in front of Jonathan were those very gates to hell, which meant that soon he would have to complete his next task. While no one was bothering them, the friends decided to immediately go through the gate and see what was behind it. Once on the other side of the gate, they saw a world in which eternal chaos and destruction reigned. It seemed they were finally getting closer to their destination, although all this time Jonathan believed that this was the very gate to hell that was mentioned in the quest. Surely the forgotten gods were not just supposed to be inside the open gates, but right in hell itself. But his thoughts were interrupted by a monster who had been watching the guy who had passed through the gate and found himself in his space for a long time. The mutant was so huge that its mouth would have been enough to swallow Jonathan and all his friends at once. But the guys didn't agree with this, and, without waiting a second, Jessica attacked the monster, not giving him a chance to take a step. Now they had to clear this entire space of monsters, so the girl asked her friends not to get distracted. Instead of one mutant, 3 open, toothy mouths appeared right in front of Jonathan, which needed to be closed forever as quickly as possible. It was the right decision, and Jonathan decided to follow Jessica's advice with a smile, because besides the monsters, they had more serious problems waiting for them. After a few minutes, all the monsters were finished, and instead of the frightening open mouths, only carcasses of rotting meat remained. The fight with the monsters was very brutal. All of Jonathan's shoes were stained with dark blood. But they chose this path themselves. If the mutants had just let them pass, they would still be alive. Seeing the main obstacle right in front of him, Jonathan realized that there was only one obstacle left in their path. Right in front of him was a protective barrier, similar to an energy shell, and now Jonathan had to find out what was on the other side. Every gate Jonathan had been through over the years had the same barrier, so he put his hand on it out of habit and activated his magic. Until recently, he had not had the strength to overcome such barriers. But now it was clear that this obstacle no longer presented a serious problem for him. And now the moment came when the guy had to use all his hard-earned abilities, honed in battles with strong opponents. The next moment, Jonathan sent such a stream of destructive energy into the energy barrier protecting Kiever, that it seemed that no barrier in the world could withstand it. And although the barrier in this place was quite strong, the guy understood that it would not last long, which meant that his efforts would not be in vain. And that's what happened. Because a second later, the barrier shattered into small pieces, opening up the space on the other side in front of the guy. It seemed like they were on the right track, and Jonathan, with a smile, suggested that Jessica go further, since they had already overcome the most difficult part. But then Jessica's face suddenly darkened, and she said that she had a very bad feeling. She suddenly felt like turning back no matter how far they had come. After all, now they had a chance to gain power over demons, because only here could these creatures move freely and were found literally everywhere. But why then was there such emptiness all around? And what could it mean for Jonathan and his friends? This could only mean that there was a creature on the territory that was at the top of the food chain and was best avoided. Suddenly, Jessica turned her head sharply and shouted that it was too late to turn back and that the gate core needed to be destroyed immediately. And then, right under Jonathan's feet, a giant red eye appeared. The eye of the very creature that was the master of these territories. The guy only had time to turn around, but it was clear that he would never forget this meeting. Before him stood a huge demon that could have crushed Jonathan with one blow if their meeting had taken place a few months ago. Seeing her friend frozen in stupor, Jessica shouted loudly at Jonathan to move and dodge the attacks. But then a monstrous whirlwind began to swirl next to Jonathan, and it became clear that it was too late to destroy the core, and now the guy had to face the unknown. The next moment he found himself in a space where the sky was strewn with glowing puzzles, and it was unclear where he was. The ground beneath his feet was also made up of the same puzzles, as if it was not the real world, but an illusion in which Jonathan had somehow found himself. Just a minute ago, he was fighting a giant monster in hell, and now he found himself in a completely unfamiliar dimension. Suddenly, loud voices were heard nearby, and the guy turned around to see who else was in this strange place. He saw a little girl he had never met before holding her friend's hand, cheerfully beckoning Jonathan to run after them. It was unclear who these children were, or what was going on here, but they clearly knew the place much better than Jonathan. There was no one else to ask, so Jonathan loudly asked them to stop and listen to him. But after taking just one step, he realized that the puzzle platform under his feet suddenly broke off, and he flew into the void. The next moment, his body began to be enveloped by some kind of dark matter, which seemed to rule this space, subjugating all living things. It was unclear whether his battle with the monster was still ongoing, or whether it was already over, and everything around was the beginning of his new life after death. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain how he ended up here and what was happening in this new dimension. After walking a few more steps, Jonathan suddenly discovered someone's body lying under his feet, which he accidentally stepped on. He realized that the guy lying on the ground was not moving, and all his clothes were stained with blood. Anyone would have been numb from such a terrible picture. But one detail immediately caught Jonathan's attention. The green jacket the dead man was wearing was painfully familiar, and a terrible guess came to the guy's head. Jessica appeared behind Jonathan, her face covered in blood and quietly calling his name, barely holding back her tears. Drawing level with Jonathan, she approached the dead man, as if not noticing the guy next to her. The girl fell to her knees and began to ask the guy for forgiveness for not being able to protect him in the last fight. It was now clear that Jessica simply couldn't hear Jonathan, but he was desperately trying to reach her, not understanding what was happening. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he told her again that she didn't need to cry or ask for forgiveness, because he was alive and standing right behind her. But instead of Jessica, the next moment there was emptiness, and all that remained of her image were fragments floating in the air. It was hard to believe, but Jessica too turned out to be an illusion, just like all this space around Jonathan. But that was not all. Turning around, he saw a picture that he could not have dreamed of even in his worst nightmare. Right in front of him he saw himself, pierced on all sides by swords and clearly long dead. Is he really experiencing a second life after dying in that fight, and simply doesn't remember the details of the fight with the demon? Such a sight could drive anyone crazy, especially someone unprepared for such tests and a meeting with their own dead body in another dimension. At some point, Jonathan's patience snapped, and he screamed loudly, unable to hold back his tears, trying to comprehend what was happening. He collapsed onto the puzzle platform, which still seemed to be floating in zero gravity, and begged them to stop it if anyone could hear him. Suddenly, opening his eyes sharply, he realized that everything he had experienced in the last minutes was an illusion, and he returned to the familiar real world. Jonathan's face was covered in cold sweat. He was greedily gulping air, trying to come to his senses and barely making out his friend's words. Having calmed down a little, he told Patrick and Jessica that he was okay and just needed a minute. And then, turning to Jessica, he said seriously that he needed to tell her something that she might not even suspect. He saw that the magical barrier that separated the two spaces was still in place. And then he confessed that in his vision, which had been just a few minutes ago, he had seen her, Jessica, and the sight had been terrible. And then he asked her directly if they had met in past lives, and if there was something that Jessica was stubbornly hiding from her friend. Jonathan's memories began to return after an encounter with a demon that had killed him many times in past lives, and Jessica noticed this. It was no surprise that the memories surfaced after the encounter with this monster. But Jessica didn't know how to answer Jonathan, who was demanding at least some kind of answer to his question. After a short pause, Jessica lowered her head and said that she simply had nothing to say in response. Not understanding what the girl was talking about, Jonathan asked her to explain herself and stop evading the answer with cryptic phrases. Jessica then explained that they were still being watched by the Eye of the Abyss, and that they were under its close surveillance right now. She believed that it was better for Jonathan not to know everything that happened to him in his past life. Otherwise, he might go crazy. The truth is not always useful. And Jessica, knowing much more than one might think, chose silence rather than telling the whole truth. Jonathan trusted her and therefore did not pry, because she knew more and probably made the right decision in hiding the truth. Although, in reality, Jessica was a little surprised that the guy gave in so easily and didn't continue asking questions as usual. Of course, the guy would be lying if he said he wasn't interested, and Jessica should have known that. He then asked her with a smile if there would ever come a time when she would be forced to leave him. It was a strange question, and Jessica immediately replied that such a thing would never happen, and that she would always be there. Now they had to decide what to do next, because to defeat the third guardian, both of them needed a high level of strength. Returning to Hell now was dangerous, because the monster was somewhere nearby and was probably waiting for the right moment to attack. Only now did Jonathan realize that Jessica had already met this monster, and he was annoyed that she had not told him about it before their journey to Hell. However, the girl herself did not expect to see the monster here, because if you believe her memories from her past life, her meeting with Jonathan should have happened much later. Now that Jessica couldn't fully use her gift of foresight, they needed to find another way to complete this mission. The next day, Jonathan took part in the filming of a commercial in one of the office buildings. The main camera was pointed at him, and the director had already explained his role to the guy. At one point, the director stopped filming and yelled at Jonathan to stop talking nonsense and just recite the script. Coming up close to him, the director once again read the text, according to which they advertised a bulletproof vest from a major manufacturer, and Jonathan was ruining everything, making up the text on the fly. Also, instead of just lightly attacking the dummy, Jonathan actually hit it and made a huge hole in the plastic. The guy thought it was unfair to play according to the script, and he told the director with a smile that this doesn't happen in life. The director, who had seen many such upstarts in his time, warned Jonathan that he might regret it if he continued to behave like an idiot. There was little time left, and they needed to finally finish filming the action scene of the commercial, for which they invited real hunters. These 5-star hunters from a famous company were supposed to add realism to the scene, because they were going to shoot Jonathan without warning. The director ordered the cameraman to start recording, and the hunters, as a group, rushed to attack the main character. From the outside, it might have seemed that there were so many hunters that no one in Jonathan's place would have been able to repel the attack. However, it was clear from Jonathan's face that all their movements were too predictable, and none of them would be able to even touch him. He has always disliked the deceptive advertising that big companies often use to sell poor-quality products. And today, he finally got the chance to show in this filming what a real fight is and how it differs from staged cheap stunts. The director has seen a lot during his work, but he could not even imagine what it is like now. After that, he immediately ordered the cameraman to stop recording, and Jessica, who had been on the set the whole time, once again saw her friend in all his glory. Jonathan seemed to have become a real star, because reporters immediately ran to the set and began asking him questions about the profession of a hunter, in which he was the best. While the boys were bandaging their hands after a real fight with Jonathan, he told the reporter that individual skill is much more important than teamwork. If you call yourself a hunter and decide to protect peaceful people, then first of all you need to develop individual skills, and teamwork is just a nice bonus. Jonathan considered all this teamwork to be nonsense, invented only for advertising by large companies producing ammunition for hunters. While the journalists bombarded Jonathan with questions, one man who had been following him for a long time called his boss with a report. And then, when Jonathan went outside, the man met him at the revolving doors of the office building, pretending that they were there by accident. At first, the stranger casually mentioned that he had heard Jonathan's interview today and agreed with him in many ways. But then, turning to Jonathan, he said that he had been sent by the president of a large company who wanted to meet him personally. A couple of hours later, they were already at the office building where the office of the director of a company producing ammunition for novice hunters was located. Jonathan was met in the office by a man named Bruce, who greeted him at his desk with a wide smile. Jonathan smiled back, but immediately warned him that he had no time for long conversations unless they were business-related. It was a great conversation starter, and Bruce got straight to the point by asking Jonathan to apologize for what he said on set that was now costing the company money. This young upstart immediately seemed to Bruce to be just another stupid hunter who cared only about his own glory. Bruce then promised that if Jonathan made a formal apology, the company would provide him with unprecedented financial support. The man continued to calmly drink coffee and smile affably, confident that everything was going according to plan and the day had begun with good news. Meanwhile, Jonathan was talking about a magnificent weapon that he had long had his eye on, and that he could get thanks to Bruce's company. The man knew nothing about the rare sword and wanted to ask the guy more about it. When Jonathan admitted that the sword was Excalibur and that he was going to go to the place where the artifact was hidden, Bruce almost choked on his coffee in surprise. He reminded Bruce with a smile that he had promised Jonathan to fulfill any of his wishes, and promises must be kept. Even Bruce knew that Excalibur was considered the most powerful sword on the planet, and no one could find it for the last 20 years. It was Bruce's company that got hold of the sword, but all information was kept a closely guarded secret. He pretended not to understand what was being said, but his lie was revealed by the cold sweat that covered his entire face. The guy said that he had known everything for a long time, and would only accept Excalibur and nothing else as payment for his services. He knew not only about the sword itself, but also about the brutal methods Bruce used to obtain it. The director, loudly banging his fist on the table, warned the guy that he was too young and was crossing all boundaries with his statements. Jonathan hastened to calm the director, explaining that he did not want to take the sword for himself, but only to look at it and return it to Bruce. He promised to take back his words spoken at the conference if the director agreed to this simple condition. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the director turned his chair, considering that the young upstart wanted too much. He said that the guy was talking nonsense and that they would not be able to have a productive conversation. In fact, he knew he couldn't agree to the young hunter's terms, even if Jonathan really did know where the sword was. Jonathan had hoped that this conversation would be a success, but the director turned out to be smarter than he had expected. Although he expected such a reaction, he still hoped that Bruce would at least show him the artifact so that he could take it himself later. Jessica had just heard from Jonathan about his attempt to negotiate with Bruce about Excalibur, and the idea seemed strange to her. She was amazed by the courage of the guy who personally asked Bruce for a rare artifact that had disappeared a long time ago. He knew at what price, at the cost of how many human lives, Bruce had acquired this rare sword, and without hesitation, he would have taken it for himself if he had known where it was. Jessica understood that such an act was entirely in the spirit of Jonathan, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Even though his current level was not enough for the next promotion, he was going to visit a few dungeons while they had some time. The guy explained with a smile that this was why he was going to the dungeons and asked the girl to wait for him in the guild. A month later, Bruce, in the same office, saw news that made him change his mind. His tablet was broadcasting a live news feed, reporting that a young, famous hunter had cleared the dungeon in record time. Understanding the threat this presented, the director could not contain his hatred for the upstart, realizing that Jonathan had been playing his game for a long time. In addition, Jonathan cleared previously impenetrable dungeons within a month using the same strategy. The guy was undermining Bruce's business by declaring in every interview that equipment didn't matter and that success depended only on the skill of the hunter. Fearing a drop in sales, Bruce ordered his assistant to find Jonathan and agree to his terms. When the assistant left the office, Bruce was already anticipating the surprise he had prepared for the hunter and was looking forward to the meeting. The meeting took place very soon in the deserted mountains, near an unknown dungeon where they planned to go down for the sword. Excalibur was located deep underground, and they had to walk a long way down the stairs leading to the secret room. As agreed, Jonathan had only 5 minutes to look at the artifact, after which they had to leave the place. Jonathan remembered the condition very well, but was ready to do anything to see Excalibur with his own eyes. Entering the secret room, the guy realized that his goal was already very close. And then, he saw Excalibur standing on a golden dais, and he couldn't wait to take it in his hands. The sword was truly a legendary artifact, and Jonathan was likely the first hunter to come this close to it. The sword increased the owner's fighting spirit and doubled all abilities for 10 minutes without consuming energy. The spectacle was mesmerizing, and it seemed to the guy that he had achieved his goal even easier than he had expected. However, the moon fox sitting on Jonathan's shoulder seemed to sense something was wrong and tried to warn its owner. But it was too late, because Bruce was ready to put into action his plan, for which he lured Jonathan to this secret place. All this time he was looking for a lever on the wall, hidden behind the brickwork, which was supposed to activate something that would rid him of his headache forever. As he pressed the brick into the wall, a loud noise echoed throughout the dungeon, as if the walls in the next room had begun to move. Jonathan, of course, heard the sound, and realized that Bruce was planning to perform his next trick. He realized that the heavy gates that had been open a second ago were now walled up and he was trapped. Bruce's scream was suddenly heard from the next room, and he said that the room was securely isolated, which meant that Jonathan and Jessica would never get out of there. This bastard wanted the young people to die a slow and painful death in this room, for which he lured them here, agreeing to the hunter's conditions. However, Jonathan knew perfectly well who he was dealing with, and expected such stupidity from this idiot. Now that they were here, Jonathan had a great opportunity to test his new prey. Anticipating an easy victory, Bruce was already thinking about the fact that in a few months, he would need to send people here to remove the corpses. But the next second, a bright white glow broke through the cracks in the gate, and it became clear that this guy was not as simple as the director thought. The guy achieved such energy only with the help of Excalibur, and it became clear that he was able to activate its power immediately after the first encounter with this artifact. A moment later, an explosion of such force thundered in the depths of the dungeon that a bright flash pierced the darkness and was visible even tens of kilometers away. The next day, Jonathan, already at home, watched a breaking news broadcast where Bruce was accused of a series of crimes and taken into custody pending trial. The identity of the informant who revealed the director's location to the police remained a secret, but it was the same man who now wielded Excalibur. Of course, it was Jonathan, who was so enjoying the possession of a rare relic that it was simply impossible to describe his emotions. At that moment, the door handle suddenly dropped, and his friend's loud voice came from behind the door. Having burst into the office, Patrick immediately pounced on Jonathan with reproaches, because during all this time he had never visited him. Jonathan's face was constantly flashing on television, which meant he had time for reporters, but no time left for his loyal friends. But suddenly Patrick stopped, noticing in Jonathan's hands a relic that he knew only from stories. At first he couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the real Excalibur? Or had Jonathan gotten a skillful copy of the legendary sword? Instead of answering, Jonathan gave Patrick a sharp shove with his shoulder, stating that he should not touch the sacred relic. However, imagining himself in Patrick's place, Jonathan decided not to hide his new weapon from his friend. Instead, Jonathan's faithful pet jumped into his arms, happy to see Patrick and missing him. Jonathan explained that his pet and the sword are one, so if Patrick wants to touch the sword, he needs to pet Snowball first. But Jessica remained serious and said it was time to stop having fun and get down to business. After all, they had to find the third priest, and the search led the friends to places covered in snow and ice. Of course, they dressed as warmly as possible, but this did not save them from the piercing cold. All the way, Jonathan was angry at Jessica for not finding a more comfortable place to look for the third priest. However, she countered that the cold was not the biggest problem, because if they did not reach their destination before sunset, their situation would worsen significantly. Adele could not understand how a priest could be in such a place, and who even came up with this crazy idea to go to the icy desert. Jessica replied dryly that they would have to be patient for a while if they didn't want to go back and fail the mission before it even started. Moreover, if they stopped halfway, the world would end. And upon hearing this, all three became quiet and decided not to argue anymore. After a few hours, the first fruits of their long journey appeared, and it became clear that the goal was near. After all, behind the mountain rising right in front of them lived the very priest they were looking for. This thought made Patrick excited. Once they got there, all their adventures would finally end. But Jonathan suddenly felt that everything was not so simple, and the real adventures were just beginning. Patrick seemed to have heard the strange noise too, but still enjoying himself, he did not pay any attention to it. And then everyone saw how the mountain shook with such force, as if an avalanche was about to fall on them. Not wanting to experience this for himself, Jonathan loudly commanded his friends to run immediately. All four of them ran as fast as they could, and as they ran, Charlie tried to make sure that no one was left behind. Seeing an icy gorge, Jonathan decided to take shelter there, although the passage seemed too narrow to him. But in his hands was Excalibur, and with its help Charlie intended to widen the passage. Then, running forward, he wanted to use the power of his new sword to provide himself and his friends with an escape route. However, it soon became clear that widening the passage with magic would take several hours, and they did not have time. Jessica also tried to help, but the passage was too blocked by snow and all her attempts were in vain. At that moment, Adele realized that it was time to repay Jonathan for the help he had given her. After all these days the girl had not wasted time, and was now ready to demonstrate her new ability. Putting her palms together and activating her magic, she prepared to show her first successes in the business in which she dreamed of becoming the best. Looking at this, Jessica calmly noted that her magic was only enough to melt a small snowdrift. In a rage, the guy began to kick the passage, which no one had managed to open with magic, although it was completely useless. Jonathan looked down in annoyance and frantically searched for another way to get out, because this way they risked being left forever in these snowy lands. Suddenly his faithful pet began running around his feet, as if he had found a way out of a difficult situation. Then, assuming a confident pose, he looked over to where he had noticed a small gap in the huge ice block. The guy did not immediately understand the strange behavior of his pet, but continued to watch him closely. Suddenly, Snowball rushed to the foot of the ice block, as if he had noticed something important. Leaning towards him, Jonathan tried to understand what his pet was trying to tell him, and what they were missing. Putting his ear to the frozen mountain, the boy listened to the sounds coming from the other side. And indeed, from somewhere behind the ice wall came strange sounds that no one had heard before. Suddenly, a piece of ice next to Jonathan broke into pieces, and the guy saw a gap separating him from the mysterious sounds. What he saw the next second made him freeze in place, trying to understand what kind of creature appeared before his eyes. Right in front of him, a creature resembling a fairy was fluttering on small wings and chirping about something in a thin voice. Suddenly he realized that he saw 3 such little fairies at once who were scared to death, mistaking him for an evil god. One of the fairies shielded her friends, certain that Jonathan had come to eat them all. The guy assured them with a smile that he was not their enemy, and had never been a villain, so there was no need to be afraid of him. Then the fairies noticed Jonathan's pet next to him, who also saw real live winter fairies for the first time. But in this little pet, they saw Cerberus, and decided that he would help Jonathan destroy all the winter fairies in this area. Jonathan realized that the fairies would continue to make up all sorts of stories, and could not think of how to calm them down. But the main thing he needed to take care of was that besides the fairies, there were others living in these places. Suddenly there was a loud stomping sound behind him, and some giant came too close to him, and at first Jonathan thought it was another monster. It turned out that Thor had been next to them the whole time, unhappy that the fairies had woken him up with their screams. Noticing the surprised faces of the guys, Thor laughed loudly out of habit, because now he had great company, and it would be more fun for him to spend time in captivity. Jonathan couldn't believe that in such a forgotten place he would meet Thor, who was wandering alone through this dead, icy desert. But Jonathan was not laughing, and he understood that Loki had locked Thor here, and that the avalanche they were running away from was his doing. Thor's expression suddenly changed, and he said that this idiot dreams of creating an army to overthrow the current rulers and take their place. Avalanches like this don't happen often, and it's a shame that this disaster happened at such an inopportune time. It was unclear why this big guy hadn't gotten out of here yet, and how Loki managed to hold him back. It turned out that the snow in these places was special, and even Thor's hammer could not crush it. It was strange that even Thor's hammer, capable of crushing everything in its path, could not cope with ordinary ice. However, the big guy told them not to lose heart and not to worry, because they would surely come up with a plan and destroy Loki's plan. Besides, these little fairies will take care of their food, so they just have to wait until the ice melts. But it is unlikely that the fairies themselves agreed to this, and, turning away, began to discuss the words of the red-bearded giant. Realizing that the fairies were not thrilled with the offer to become food providers, Jonathan abruptly intervened in their conversation. Coming close to one of the fairies, the guy asked if there was a way to get out of here, and if they knew another way. The fairy replied that even if she knew the method, she would not tell about it, because the strangers themselves came to their house. Then the boy sadly said that they would have to spend the winter in these places, and the fairies would need to get much more food than usual. Of course, in that case, they themselves could die of hunger, giving all the food to these giants, so the fairies will have to tell Jonathan the whole truth. Returning to the guy, the main fairy warned that upon hearing the answer to his question, he must promise to leave this area forever. It was a great offer, and the guy, without hesitation, agreed to leave immediately after he learned the secret path. Realizing that he was not lying, the fairy smiled and promised to fulfill her part of the agreement and tell Jonathan the way to salvation. True, what was about to happen after that was too dangerous, so she asked the guy to move away a little. Then, swinging her small fist, she headed towards the ice wall that blocked their path. It was unclear what the little creature was planning, but it seemed she was planning to use magic to make a hole in the wall. It was not often that you saw such behavior from the tiny fairy, and Jonathan watched her work with amazement. Having finished her work, she proudly declared that in this way, it was possible to split the ice block and open a passage. But the fairy seemed to have forgotten that such a small passage was only suitable for creatures of her size, and Jonathan and his friends needed a much larger tunnel to get out. After all, if these creatures open the passage at such a slow pace, they risk dying before they succeed. However, the fairy said that all their magic would run out if they put all their efforts into this. And besides, the boys had not done anything good for them to make them try so hard. It seemed like the little creature was holding something back when she made her deal with Jonathan. Even though she had said they would be able to get out, she suddenly stated that if the boy tried to master the ice attribute attack himself, he would be able to make this passage much faster. Patrick immediately picked up on this idea, because if he had used the wave cut like his friend, he himself would have been able to punch a large hole in the ice wall. However, Thor believed that only such a fairy could handle the mana of the ice attribute, and that this magic was not subject to anyone else. The fairy angrily stated that the big guy was used to relying only on brute force, believing that it was not worth studying magic and wasting time on it. Then she loudly asked the one who owned the ice attribute mana to raise his hand, and to her surprise, she received no answer. None of them knew how to use this magic, and Adele, although she was somewhat familiar with it, had not yet studied the water attribute. The fairy could not believe that none of them were familiar with the attribute of water, because it is the basis of any magic. However, Thor was still in a great mood, and assured them that sooner or later the snow would melt, and they would get out to freedom. This attitude shocked the little fairy, because she realized that this big guy was planning to stay here for the whole winter. To everyone's surprise, Jonathan raised his hand and declared that he possessed such mana. The guy completely forgot that he had the attribute of this mana at his disposal, and immediately activated the protection of the forgotten god Neptune. This was great news, because among all of them there was one person who possessed pure mana, and that was quite enough. The fairy told the boy to slowly connect the mana in his hands and use the water attribute mana as bait. Following the commands of this little fairy, the boy suddenly realized that all her instructions were quite simple. A few seconds later, the system notified him of the successful discovery of the ice attribute principle, and the increase in understanding of the control of this relic. Even the little winged fairies were surprised by the speed with which Jonathan learned the truth of the new, previously unknown to him mana. It was so impressive that Patrick immediately wanted to have the same talent as Jonathan. A few seconds later, a piece of ice formed from the water in the guy's hands, a shape that could only be given to it by magic. This was only the beginning, because now Jonathan had to apply his new attribute in practice, and the fairy was ready to help him with this. But then Jonathan had a better idea on how to break down the wall faster, and he decided to put the original plan on hold. And then he suddenly announced his new premonition, and his desire to test its correctness in practice. In reality, Jonathan wanted to use Excalibur by combining its energy with pure mana, but this plan was not destined to come true. As he approached the edge of the ice mountain, he noticed below him a huge column of walking creatures that he had never seen before. Taking a closer look, he realized that those creatures were the masters of these places, and meeting them would lead to serious trouble. His fears were soon confirmed, as a column of the strongest monsters in the area was moving towards its master through the icy surroundings. They were gigantic snow giants, covered in fur from head to toe, and it was scary to imagine their strength. It remained a mystery who was directing these monsters to them, and how they knew about the location of Jonathan and his friends near Ice Mountain. Thor suspected that Loki was behind this, because only a scoundrel like him would be capable of such a thing. At this point, Jessica stated that she felt the presence of a guard nearby, and her senses rarely deceived her. It seemed to her that the king of the ice giants was somewhere nearby, and this entire group of creatures was mentally connected to him. Suddenly, Jessica realized that the third priest they were looking for in the icy mountains was the king of the frost giants, who served Loki. All these monsters were closely connected to each other, so their leader could watch them from hiding. Most likely, Loki controlled the king of the frost giants. Otherwise, he would never have united with such a vile deity and served his interests. Hearing this, Jonathan became eager to see Loki with his own eyes and evaluate his abilities in real combat. Meanwhile, Thor was already fighting the snow giant, and it was clear that even such a strong man would not easily defeat such a serious opponent. He promised to finish off Loki immediately after dealing with his puppets, and this time, their battle would be the last. All this time, the deity controlling the column of monsters watched what was happening, sitting on a huge ice cliff. He enjoyed watching Thor and his friends try to fight off the onslaught of the frost giants, and clearly had no intention of stopping the fight. Turning to the king of the monsters, Loki noted that Thor was trying to kill his loyal subjects, and that he should intervene. He urged the giant to enter the battle personally, without any concern for his life, or for the lives of anyone else at the foot of the cliff. Knowing that the scoundrel could hear him, Thor offered to settle the matter fairly in an open duel. But instead of seeing the culprit of the attack, Thor saw a huge creature coming straight at him. He didn't have time to react to such an unexpected attack, and the king of the snow giants threw him aside with a powerful blow from his shoulder. The blow sent Thor flying straight into one of the icy stone walls that littered the area. He hit her with such force that deep cracks appeared in the wall, and it was obvious that this blow would be difficult to survive. The meeting with the giants did not end there, and Thor saw monsters rushing towards him, ready to tear him to pieces. Obeying their king, the two snow giants swung their huge fists to turn their opponent's body into a pancake. Looking up, Jonathan knew that if he could deal with the main culprit of all their troubles, they would be able to quickly get out of this area. Patrick warned Jonathan that Loki was a very powerful god, and that fighting him one-on-one was dangerous and could end much worse than he imagined. However, Jonathan's expression made it clear that he was not easily intimidated by someone like Loki, and was ready to fight him right now. Jessica always liked the way Jonathan handled difficult situations, and she was ready to support him at any moment. Now nothing could stop Jonathan, and he realized with a smile that the moment had come to show all his abilities. Without wasting any time, he headed to the top of the highest ice mountain, where Loki was hiding under the protection of enslaved monsters. Jonathan didn't know how the deity was able to control the Frost Giant King, but he assumed that the ability required a high level of concentration that needed to be broken in order to free the king. Loki's control would likely immediately weaken if he were distracted for even a second and stopped controlling the king of the Frost Giants. The problem was that while Loki controlled the monster, the king did not let anyone get close to it, preventing it from attacking. Jonathan was right, because as he approached Loki, the king of the Frost Giants chose the moment and struck him with his huge, heavy paw. Jonathan was thrown to the side by the force of the blow, miraculously escaping serious injury after colliding with such a giant. All this time, Loki was under the tight protection of his huge puppet, and the king, who in any other situation would have killed him on the spot, continued to protect him. Turning to Jonathan, whom he had noticed long ago, Loki warned that he would never get to him this way. He spent too much time trying to subdue this mutant, who was the strongest creature in this area. Moreover, Jonathan tried to attack Loki from behind, and he immediately realized that only a god from another world was capable of such a humiliating move. Jonathan rushed towards his target, trying to catch her off guard. But he didn't consider it mean, because Loki deserved to be punished. Loki watched Jonathan's silence, amused by the self-confidence of this lesser deity. Suddenly, Loki came to his senses, and decided that now was the time to introduce himself to his new acquaintance. He believed that their meeting was predetermined by heaven, and wanted to show Jonathan something amazing. The gods often despised mana, but it was as much a gift as divine power. In these icy lands, where even Thor's might was useless, Loki unleashed the full power of mana. And now, without limiting himself, he decided to use the full power of his mana, which he could not afford in other worlds. Yes, it was truly impressive, as Loki's dark flame could melt even the ice wall that held Jonathan captive. All this time, Loki was unable to test his strength in a real fight, and Jonathan became the perfect target for training. But Jonathan, who had recently taken possession of Excalibur, was unlikely to agree with this, and was ready to ruin Loki's plans. Smiling, Jonathan stated that he had long possessed the same skill as Loki, and thanked him for revealing the secret. Loki clearly didn't expect this turn of events, as their strengths were equal, and he was no longer as invulnerable as he had been a second ago. Without hesitation, Jonathan immediately approached Loki and swung Excalibur to quickly end the duel. The power of the sword, amplified by the energy of the dark flame, caused a powerful explosion, and at first it was difficult to understand what the clash of two powerful forces led to. If Loki had not controlled the Frost Giant King, the outcome of the duel would have been a foregone conclusion, as only this creature stood between him and Jonathan. Protecting his master, the giant thrust forward a giant paw, and Jonathan's sword plunged into it at full speed. Glaring at Loki, Jonathan declared that he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have cut off not only his hand, but his head as well. Realizing that the guy was clearly not joking, Loki raised his hands and loudly begged for mercy. He begged to put down the sword and promised to fulfill any wish of this lesser sword god, which he still considered Jonathan to be. But in the end, Jonathan only warned that any prank of Loki would be punished by death, which he himself would carry out. Loki, smiling, assured that nothing like that would happen, and again asked Jonathan not to get excited and to think everything over carefully. After waiting for a moment, Loki suddenly turned to the King of the Frost Giants and announced his final command. Loki clearly had something in mind that he had just promised not to do, but can one trust such a treacherous deity? Of course not, because the very next moment he ordered the giant to immediately tear Jonathan to pieces. The monster could not disobey even if he wanted to, because Loki's hypnosis magic was the strongest among all the gods of Olympus. Such meanness from Loki was to be expected. Jonathan should have thought of it earlier, but now it was too late. The Giant King's blow sent Jonathan flying, even though he warned Loki that continuing the fight would backfire on him. But Loki seemed to hear nothing and continued to order the giant to tear his enemy apart. Under the influence of the controlling magic, the snow giant obediently followed orders. Although it did not bring him any benefit, at one point, Jonathan found himself on a huge ice floe flying down the mountain and realized that this fight was turning into a deadly test. At the last moment, he shouted at the giant to stop and stop following Loki's insane orders. But the giant couldn't stop and swung his giant fist to smash Jonathan across the ice floe. The impact was so strong that the ice floe shattered into pieces, and it was unclear whether Jonathan survived. But it was at that moment that Jessica appeared next to him, keeping her promise to be there at the right moment. Even Loki was knocked off his feet by the shockwave and sent flying down, although it was obvious he was using magic to save himself. Loki should not be underestimated. He was ready to do anything for the sake of revenge, even to kill innocents. And now, together with Loki, the King of Giants, controlled by him, who had served him faithfully until the last minute of his life, fell into the abyss. Jonathan slowly approached the edge of the cliff, realizing that the snow giant had died because of Loki, who had pulled him down with him. It seemed that the god of deception had gone completely mad and was ready to destroy everyone who did not obey him, even his own slave. Peering into the darkness of the abyss, the guy didn't even see the bottom and was sure that the giant had crashed. But suddenly he noticed that someone's eyes were looking at him from the abyss, and this creature was definitely alive. What kind of creature was this? Could the king of the snow giants really survive a fall from such a height? And from the darkness of the abyss, the burning eyes of a monster looked at him, as if waiting for the moment to attack. And suddenly this mutant flew out of the abyss with such speed that the rising icy whirlwinds almost knocked all four of them off their feet. Jonathan didn't understand what Loki was planning and whose help he would resort to next time. It had already become clear that this mutant did not look like the snow giant. But who could it be? It turned out to be a huge ice dragon, on whose back sat Loki, who had somehow tamed this monster. Loki laughed maliciously at the naivety of these, as he called them, lesser gods, who thought that he would remain in the abyss. Now, he was ready to continue the conversation with Jonathan. But this time, one of the strongest dragons in the world would intervene in their conversation. However, Loki seemed to have forgotten about another deity who also longed to meet him, not for a conversation, but for immediate destruction. This idiot's jokes went too far, and Thor decided to put an end to this endless fun. Thor had no idea how dangerous a pet Loki had tamed, but when he realized it, it was too late. A powerful blow from the dragon's icy tail caught Thor by surprise, and he flew at great speed straight into the icy mountain. Loki immediately used his ability to quickly descend from the dragon's head to the ground. A second later, he was already standing below, ready to continue the fun that no longer amused anyone except this enraged god. With a snap of his fingers, Loki summoned another pet, tamed in the same manner as the Frost Giant King. Raising his head, Jonathan recognized the familiar roar he had heard back in the kingdom of Hades. This monster, tamed by Loki, was as strong as the king of the Frost Giants, and was ready to fight for his master to the death. It remained a mystery where Loki got so much mana to tame 3 powerful creatures at once, and make them his loyal subjects. His most beloved pet, the Ice Wolf, was ready to tear apart anyone who dared to approach Loki. Loki considered himself a genius, because he, unlike other gods with whom he lived in another world, knew how to use mana. He hated those who underestimated his abilities, and saw Jonathan as someone who doubted his true strength. Jonathan didn't want to waste time talking and loudly ordered Jessica to take everyone away, promising to deal with Loki alone. Loki set his loyal wolf on Jonathan, ordering him to be eaten alive when his magical powers ran out. The size of the monster was astonishing, and just one of its paws was several times larger than the height of an ordinary person. When the mutant opened its mouth, it became clear that it could fit 100 people, and this could instill horror in anyone, especially Jonathan. It was surprising how Loki managed to tame such a monster, which by its nature did not obey anyone, especially the god of deception. Approaching his pet and patting him, Loki was glad that he had not spent so much time training the Ice Wolf in vain. Now he wanted the wolf to catch up with Jonathan's comrades and deal with them before they got too far. Suddenly Loki noticed that the Ice Wolf was standing still and for the first time was not following his order. It turned out that Jonathan, having stolen Cerberus from the abode of Hades, received the ability to subjugate any dogs and now set the Ice Wolf on his former master. This order was carried out instantly, and the Ice Wolf attacked Loki with all its mass, leaving him no chance to dodge. When the wolf raised his huge paw, Loki's motionless body lay beneath it. Jonathan felt like he had fur in his mouth as he controlled the Ice Wolf, becoming one with it. Loki turned his head with difficulty, unable to understand where the boy got such an incredible ability to control animals, which surpassed even his magic. Jonathan replied with a smile that he also had some aces up his sleeve, and that Loki should think about something more important now. One deity had long been eager to meet this scoundrel, and this deity appeared right next to him. Loki immediately begged Thor for forgiveness for everything he had done, admitting that his joke had gone too far. He offered Thor any drinks in the bar at his own expense. But from the look of the big guy, it was clear that Loki would not get off with just drinks. It seems Jonathan has once again demonstrated the power worthy of a supreme deity, defeating a giant monster that until recently had been an obedient toy in Loki's hands. Thor was amazed at Jonathan's rapid progress and solemnly vowed to never forget this day and to repay him in the same coin in the future. Now he had to deal with the vile god who had started this whole mess, and who now found himself completely defenseless. A few seconds later, Thor watched as his opponent instantly disappeared into thin air, taking the culprit of all the troubles with him. It seemed Thor wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Loki, and Jonathan smiled as he watched the departing couple, who clearly had something to discuss. However, there was still one problem left, and Jessica, looking at Jonathan, gently distracted him from his thoughts. The king of the snow giants was still lying at the bottom of the abyss, and it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. They had to go down themselves to find out, although it was clear from the young men's faces that they were not happy about this prospect. Looking into the abyss, Patrick realized that he would have to be crazy to risk his life and climb there. But there was no other way out. He almost decided that the monster had crashed, because it was simply impossible to survive after falling from such a height. But the next moment, a huge paw appeared from the abyss, dispelling all of Patrick's doubts and proving the opposite. The boys watched in amazement as the monster, having gathered the last of its strength, climbed to the surface. The king of the snow giants somehow miraculously survived, and it became clear that this big guy possesses not only impressive dimensions, but also an incredible will to live. It remained to be seen how he would behave now that Loki's magic was no longer effective, and he had gained his freedom. Out of habit, Patrick immediately hid behind Jessica and shouted that he would fight to the last if the giant attacked them. Jonathan also tried his best to suppress his fear, because if they had to fight this giant, the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. Suddenly the giant king spoke first, and to everyone's surprise, he knew who Jonathan was. In a loud voice, He declared that he would be grateful to this lesser god for the rest of his days, for freeing him from Loki's control and destroying the ice dragon. Loki had been controlling the inhabitants of the frozen wastes for centuries, and the giant king was not the only monster turned into a puppet. For thousands of years, Loki kept under his control everyone who possessed at least some power and was suitable to be his bodyguard. As a token of gratitude, the giant was ready to fulfill any wish of Jonathan, which of course could not fail to please the guy. However, before that, the king of the snow giants put forward one condition that Jonathan should remember. It was not yet clear what condition was being discussed, but in the current situation, it did not seem all that important. The king of the giants would agree to grant the wish, but only if he did not have to leave his native snowy wastelands, because he was the only one who could protect them from the dragon's attacks. But Jonathan knew that the ice dragon was dead, and there was no longer any need for the king's protection. Imagine Jonathan's surprise when he learned that the ice dragon would sooner or later be reborn, no matter how many times it was killed. The king of the snow giants and his subjects waged an endless war with the ice dragon, and this became the meaning of their existence. Was there no way to prevent the dragon from returning and end it once and for all? Then the giant told of an ancient prophecy that had been passed down from generation to generation, which Jonathan needed to know in order to get an answer to his question. The ice dragon, from the moment of its appearance, possessed such icy energy that it could turn even the hottest object in the universe into ice. The prophecy said that with the emergence of a new god, the ice dragon would meet its death and the world would gain freedom. But was this new god Jonathan? The boy lit a dark flame in his hand so that the king of the snow giants could see it with his own eyes, because perhaps this was what the prophecy said. The giant looked at the flames, not believing his eyes, because this young man really had the power to destroy the ice dragon once and for all. It was hard to believe, but the prophecy spoke of this very magic that Jonathan possessed. Although it was not enough to defeat the dragon, Jonathan had not yet mastered the circular aura, without which it was pointless to fight the dragon. But then he remembered that the prophecy said that the savior would only gain a circular aura during the battle with the ice dragon. And then, without wasting a second, he took a step forward, and it was clear that the giant had already begun to suspect something. He asked Jonathan to follow him, promising to lead him to someone who would help solve this problem. Soon they found themselves in the dwelling of the snow fairies, and the main fairy was perplexed as to why these two had come to her. Moreover, the giant king brought with him not only Jonathan, but also two of his friends, and it was obvious that the fairy was not happy with the uninvited guests. The giant understood that he had disturbed the fairy at the wrong time, but this guy and his friends could save them from an endless war with the ice dragon. Holding the fairy carefully in his huge paw, he explained that these tiny creatures would help Jonathan master the circular aura technique faster. The question remained open as to why the fairy would help strangers who had come uninvited. The fairies were busy looking for food, and Jessica seemed to have already figured out how to bribe this little creature. Taking a cookie out of her pocket, Jessica handed it to the snow fairy, who was surprised to find that the small piece in her hands was quite edible. Taking the cookies in her tiny hands, the fairy immediately felt a pleasant aroma and realized that this food would be enough for her for a whole month. And when she tried it, she was convinced that these cookies not only smelled wonderful, but were also the most delicious food she had ever tasted. Having received a cookie each, the fairies joyfully spun around in the air, realizing that they were holding in their hands the very food that, according to legend, their savior was supposed to treat them to. Jessica, having taken out all her supplies, handed the fairies enough food that it would be enough for these tiny creatures for the rest of their lives. After such a generous treat, the fairy immediately explained that the circular aura is a technique that powerfully compresses mana, greatly enhancing its properties. She happily agreed to create an ice aura, knowing that this magical technique was far more powerful than any Jonathan knew. The main difficulty was the simultaneous use of auras of different elements, which required a special talent. It would seem that we could stop, especially considering Jonathan's lack of time. But the little fairy suddenly began to loudly protest, because she had just begun to explain the essence of the technique to him. It was strange, because just recently she didn't want to talk to Jonathan, and now, in spite of everything, she decided to help him master complex magic. She stated that she would not have started if she had not been confident in Jonathan's ability to master this technique using dark cold energy. And now, concentrating thick, strong cold mana in his hand, Jonathan began to better understand the essence of the technique and felt that he had not ended up in this place by accident. Within a minute, the Frost Giant King watched in amazement as Jonathan stabilized his new cold aura, which only a true god could control. The fairy had no doubts about the success of this strange guy from the very beginning, especially since his Excalibur combined perfectly with the cold dark energy. Coming close to the ice dragon, the main enemy of all the inhabitants of this snowy world, Jonathan put out his sword, ready to fulfill its purpose. Now in his hands was not only a rare relic, but also a technique of circular aura charged with dark flame. Raising the weapon high above his head, which was many times greater than the sword of any lesser god, Jonathan felt an unprecedented power, similar to what Zeus probably felt with his trident. Thanks to his title as the sword god, Jonathan easily learned the new skill in just a short amount of time. Jonathan used the black sword strike skill to launch only one attack, but the energy that burst out illuminated the space for thousands of kilometers around for a few seconds. Everyone watched as Jonathan executed the blow for the first time with his new logical skill, leaving behind a long, wide mark, as if it had been scorched by hellfire. It was incredible. But what the frost giants had been waiting for their entire lives happened after one blow from Jonathan, and the biggest problem of these creatures was solved. The system announced that Jonathan had killed the ice dragon and received an unprecedented number of new abilities for this. Turning to the giant king, Jonathan reminded him of his promise to grant any wish, and now he wanted the king to become his third priest. After all that Jonathan had done for these snowy territories, the giant king could not refuse and agreed to make a contract. Having become Jonathan's third priest, the king wanted to know if this was enough to consider the promise fulfilled, and to be even with the guy. Jonathan replied with a smile that this was quite enough, and he was glad that the monster who had recently fought him in mortal combat had now become his assistant. Patrick clearly didn't like all this, because he was so cold that he was ready to drop everything and run home to the warm fireplace. Although Jonathan claimed that they had successfully completed the mission, Patrick's expression made it clear that he was irritated by this bitter cold. Adele immediately warned Patrick that he had to treat Jonathan with respect, who had done so much for them. Patrick had to tone down his ardor, but he believed that in the future he would learn everything that Jonathan could do, and then he would be able to talk to him on equal terms. At that moment, Patrick received a system notification and was surprised to realize that they had stayed here too long. Snapping his fingers, Jonathan ordered that unnecessary arguments be stopped, because it was time to return and complete the mission. For Patrick, this was the best news, because he would finally be able to get home and warm up after this journey. The task could be considered completed, and for Jonathan, as well as for his friends, everything ended much better than they expected. Now, it was necessary to check on things in the other world, and teleportation was the fastest way to do it. But in the settlement they were heading to, mutants in the form of living trees had been destroying everything around for a long time, and the locals were dying one after another from their onslaught. One of the hunters in the settlement reported to headquarters that the danger level after the breakout from the dungeon had reached its maximum. Just when he wanted to ask for reinforcements, he suddenly received a strong blow to the face. It turned out that it was Charlie, who did not want to see other hunters here, and, threateningly, ordered the agent not to transmit any more messages to headquarters. He needed to kill as many monsters as possible to take all the rewards for himself and quickly level up. This guy clearly didn't want to share the relics that dropped after killing mutants and promised that he would handle everything himself. An agent's job was to take on the most difficult tasks, so Charlie took him along. Suddenly, not far from him, Charlie saw a fiery whirlwind appear where there had been no one a second ago. At first, Charlie couldn't figure out who activated this ability and which mutant had such strong magic. To his surprise, it was not a monster, but a girl who had recently gained the ability to use this powerful mana. Adele fell in love with fire magic, because it was the best way to quickly solve any problems. Besides, it was too cold where they had just returned from, and the girl decided to warm up a little after completing the mission. It became clear that if Adele did not stop, she would burn down the entire settlement, because the flames of her magic instantly destroyed the living trees. It seems that Adele single-handedly killed a high-level mutant, and this news clearly did not please the arrogant Charlie, but he quickly ordered his assistant to immediately call the gate control service and call for reinforcements. The assistant tried to carry out the order, but saw a blade in front of her, cutting her phone in two. All this time, Patrick was nearby, who most of all did not want to face a crowd of thugs, which usually took too much time. Charlie couldn't understand what his careless brother was doing in this settlement. However, since Patrick is here, it means that there must be another person with him, whom Charlie has long disliked. And indeed, turning his head, he saw the very guy who was considered the main star, whose face Charlie had long been tired of seeing in television interviews. He immediately accused Jonathan of once again breaking his promise not to participate in the raids on the gate. The guy said that the scale of the destruction was so great that local authorities would definitely not be able to cope without his help. Charlie was infuriated by the guy's usual arrogance, and rage had been boiling inside him for a long time and was bursting to get out. He smiled slyly, realizing that this was another nasty trick of the arrogant newcomer. Jonathan knew that this loser wouldn't leave him alone until he challenged him to a duel. But a direct confrontation was undesirable now. Charlie kept insisting that Jonathan was hiding his true abilities, but he wasn't going to believe all the nonsense this newbie was spouting. The guy was a little surprised by this, but he understood that Charlie simply could not know about the divine power that Jonathan had recently mastered. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the guy asked Charlie to step out of the way and not interfere, because he already had a lot to do. But Charlie knew that the guy wouldn't be able to leave so easily, because someone else wanted to talk to him too. Suddenly, Jonathan saw in front of him the hunters from the 44th Division, who had come to arrest him. Then he saw a wall of hunters with raised shields in front of him, and the prosecutor's voice announced that Jonathan was suspected of creating a high-level threat to the settlement. Looking at Jonathan, the young prosecutor said that the security procedure would be started immediately, and expressed the hope that he would not resist. Charlie finally saw what he dreamed of, because meeting these guys did not bode well for Jonathan. It was a perfect trap, and he knew there was no way for a newbie to escape. Not long before, while in his father's office, Charlie asked Ermac to send Jonathan to eternal imprisonment. Ermac didn't understand how long his son was going to pursue this guy and hinder him. This came as a surprise to Charlie, but his father continued, saying that he suspected Jonathan of conspiring with the monsters. Of course, Ermac knew about the gossip surrounding Jonathan's name, but his son's words seemed too stupid to be true. Charlie suddenly remembered how last year one of the Ermac Guild hunters turned into a monster, and this was not the first such case in the last few months. They still haven't recovered from that blow, and if it happens again, the problem could become much more serious. Charlie then shouted that he had spent a lot of time looking for the culprit, and now he had evidence of Jonathan's involvement in all these events. The newcomer's powers were unpredictable, and it was unclear how he managed to use abilities that were inaccessible even to the most famous hunters. To Charlie's delight, Ermac finally agreed that they had to defuse this time bomb, which meant Jonathan had to be arrested. Immediately after this, Ermac called the director of the headquarters and asked to set up a meeting with the chief of the Correctional Bureau of Hunters for a serious conversation. And now, Jonathan stood before the people whom Ermac had sent to seize him and accuse him of all the crimes. But at that moment, Jonathan realized that Adele's life was in danger, and she needed to be sent as far away from here as possible. Adele didn't want to leave Jonathan alone to fight against a whole crowd of hunters, but it seemed he had already made his decision for her. Realizing that Jonathan was using teleportation magic, the prosecutor immediately ordered his men to capture both him and Adele. But at that very moment, the man saw something under his feet that made him freeze, and did not allow him to take a single step towards Adele. After all, a deep mark appeared right on the ground from a line drawn with a sharp sword. Patrick, who drew the line, warned that he was ready to cut down anyone who crossed it. Of course, it was difficult to fight such a strong fighter, but the prosecutor could barely contain his anger after this young man's latest antics. However, there was one person who didn't care about all the warnings, and he confidently crossed the line on the ground, taking a step towards Patrick. It turned out that Leo had been nearby the whole time and decided it was time to intervene. The next second, Patrick fulfilled his promise and rushed at Leo, holding his sword forward. Leo continued to stand in place, calmly looking at the youth approaching him. He hated arrogant children of powerful parents who allowed themselves too much and deserved harsh punishment. Instead of striking, Patrick saw in horror that the blade of Leo's sword was about to touch his face. This guy was considered the best hunter in the world, and it was no coincidence that Ermac chose him to deal with his little problem. Leo hated those who sided with the monsters, because he was sure that Jonathan would soon turn into one of them. However, he was soon to be convinced of his mistake because his goal itself was approaching him. Jonathan couldn't leave Patrick in trouble, and loudly demanded that he take his hands off him. Suddenly, Jessica appeared behind Jonathan, who was also ready to stand up for Patrick, and now Leo had two opponents at once. While Jonathan was fighting the hunter, the girl rushed to help Patrick, hoping that he was still alive. It seemed that Leo had not expected such serious resistance. But all his troubles today were just beginning. All the rumors about Jonathan turned out to be true, and anyone in Leo's place would have felt the powerful aura emanating from him. Jonathan shouldn't have been distracted during the fight, because his opponent was also experienced and had seen dozens of the strongest mutants in his lifetime. However, Jonathan was most concerned about Patrick's life, because Jessica noticed that his wound was much deeper than she thought. It was necessary to buy time so that the girl could calmly begin treatment, and Jonathan loudly declared that he would take the rest of the problems upon himself. After this, he clashed with the famous hunter again, and in the first seconds of the fight, it was unclear who would gain the upper hand. Usually, at the beginning of a fight, Jonathan studied his opponent, but this time he immediately went on the offensive without waiting for Leo to attack. However, the opponent turned out to be more cunning than the previous ones. constantly repeating that he only wanted to kill the one who would soon destroy the entire settlement. Jonathan's supernatural powers remained a mystery not only to Leo, but to many other hunters as well. Stopping, Leo explained that Jonathan was undergoing a transformation that gave people unusual abilities, but it always ended tragically for the person. Yes, Jonathan saw this as only an advantage now, but over time his personality would collapse, turning him into a bloodthirsty mutant. All the recent events that had excited the hunters coincided with the appearance of Jonathan, which was clearly not an accident. It seemed like the powers of dozens of monsters were concentrated in this strange guy, who surpassed any hunter of his initial level. Those affected by the virus usually had no idea what was happening, but Leo knew exactly what the problem was. He believed that once the transformation was complete, Jonathan would become not just a monster, but the greatest threat in human history. Turning to the prosecutor, the guy warned that if he and his men interfered, then Leo would not be responsible for their lives. Taking the hint, the prosecutor ordered his men to leave, hoping that Leo would sort things out himself. The next second, Leo activated his most powerful ability, and it became clear to everyone why he was considered the best hunter in the world. Now they stood opposite each other, and Leo was ready to fulfill the mission for which he had come here. He pushed off the ground with such force that Jonathan saw only a trace in the sand, and the guy himself seemed to dissolve into thin air. It became clear that Leo was not going to limit himself to a regular fight, and was ready to use the magical skills he had acquired during his service as a hunter. Leo always understood that Jonathan was not fighting at full strength, hiding his true abilities. Now Jonathan could show all his power because he had no other way to save his life. Leo didn't want to give in either, and was ready to show everything he was capable of right now. He struck down with his giant sword with such force that the stones flew in all directions, as if from a blow from Thor's hammer. Jonathan jumped to the side in time, and finding himself above Leo, shouted that he didn't understand what was happening here. After all, if Leo wins, he will only receive a monetary reward, and in case of defeat, he will lose his reputation forever. Unexpectedly, Leo replied that he didn't need money, because the fate of the world was at stake, and that was much more important. With these words, he rushed to attack Jonathan, ready to use all his abilities at once. During the fight, Jonathan tried to prove that he was hearing for the first time about the transformation into monsters that Leo was talking about, and therefore their fight was pointless. It was unlikely that these words could convince an experienced hunter who had heard similar excuses 1,000 times. He always killed those who told him these stupid excuses, and thanks to this, the world has remained safe until now. Jonathan knew he had to remain calm, because hunters like Leo would still be useful to him in future battles. Swinging his sword, Leo seemed to go mad, reminiscent of the very mutants he had fought with all his life. Bright energy beams flashed from the guy in all directions, and now he was ready to use all his energy against Jonathan. Leo decided that Jonathan would thank him in the afterlife for preventing him from turning into a monster and becoming a threat to humanity. Imagine his surprise when he realized that his opponent didn't even feel his magical blow. Jonathan had magical armor that he kept for just such an occasion, meaning all of Leo's efforts were in vain. It was hard to believe, but Jonathan really was one of the strongest hunters, surpassing even Leo in strength. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed in the distance, and this energy seemed all too familiar to Leo. Activating his ability, Jonathan struck with the black sword, responding with the same powerful move from the hunter's arsenal. For the first time in his life, Leo's sword had a dent that could only have been left by the strongest hunter or deity. Looking at his defeated opponent, Jonathan loudly warned that he was holding back his strength because he had no need to kill the best hunter with whom he would like to fight shoulder to shoulder against monsters someday. To Leo's credit, he withstood a blow that once crushed an ice dragon, and even Jonathan didn't expect it. Perhaps Leo somehow transferred the force of the impact into the ground using electric mana. But either way, his entire face was covered in blood. It was perhaps one of Leo's best skills. And even if it was his only talent, Jonathan knew what a serious warrior he was facing. Jonathan remembered his last conversation with one of the best magicians, who told him about an unknown dimension where they practiced such magic. Coming closer to Leo, Jonathan asked if he had ever heard of the system, and if so, they had something to discuss. Still bleeding, Leo quietly replied that everyone had heard of the status window, if that was what Jonathan was asking about. But now Leo had to stop what would soon become a monster before Jonathan went mad. However, his body did not obey, and it became clear that now Leo could not even help himself. Jonathan realized that his opponent was trying to hide his use of the divine system, but decided to continue the conversation as soon as he woke up. Grasping the hilt of his sword tightly, Jonathan decided to finish the job that could not be left unfinished. After all, the one who had set this hunter on him was still here and he could use a good thrashing. Sitting on the ground, Charlie already understood that he was the next target of this strange guy. Looking at Charlie, Jonathan warned that he had crossed all boundaries by declaring war on him, and forgetting that Jonathan never forgives his enemies. The idiot was always so useless that he was simply wasting his breath, and Charlie realized with horror what Jonathan was getting at. After a heated encounter with Jonathan and the ensuing fight, Charlie ended up in a hospital bed, where the doctor informed his family of multiple fractures and bruises. Although the boy's vital organs were not damaged, he was beaten skillfully and suffered serious damage to his health. Charlie was having difficulty breathing, but thanks to the doctors, his life was no longer in danger. Ermac thanked the doctor for his excellent work, but he was tormented by questions about his son's last meeting with Jonathan. The worst part was that Charlie would need at least 6 months of rehabilitation before he could return to his job as a hunter. Ermac did not expect such cruelty from Jonathan and realized with horror that he had raised a real beast in human form. Meanwhile, Patrick complained to Adele that he almost died and showed himself to be a real hero. Adele immediately realized that Patrick was exaggerating and gave him a friendly pat on the back. Laughing, she said that Patrick still fought well, and she saw every move he made. At this time, Jonathan was talking seriously with his friend Jessica and asked if she had ever met people like them. Jessica didn't understand what Jonathan meant by this question and how they were different from the others. Jonathan explained that they had been working for the gods for a long time, and it seemed to him that no one else was doing it. Jessica unexpectedly admitted that she had long suspected Leo of such work and was sure that he was hiding something. Jonathan also began to suspect Leo, because a reliable source told him that a lower god had worked in this place before him. Jessica countered that any god in control of the system could have gone there alone. The girl was surprised that this lower god, who arrived before Jonathan, was from America. After all, at the top of Olympus, hardly anyone would brag about their American origins, but Leo declared it openly, as if he did it intentionally. In addition, Leo was fluent in mana, a level of mastery only available to a god. It turns out that he could freely use mana in the human world, where such a concept did not even exist, and used it to his advantage. It seemed too perfect to be a simple coincidence, and Jessica thought seriously about Jonathan's words, trying to find answers to her questions in them. She understood what Jonathan meant, but to conclude that Leo was so much like them would be wrong. Jonathan continued to insist on his suspicions and did not understand what more evidence Jessica needed. Jessica explained that people cannot say exactly how the god system is controlled, but one thing is clear to her. She reminded that only 2 people in the world can control this system, and these 2 people are now in this room. Jonathan, who had never heard such a confession, asked if she was really sure about it. Jessica replied that he would understand everything himself when the time came, and would be convinced that they were the only ones who could use the system for their own purposes. Jonathan had to take her word for it, because Jessica had never lied to him, and there was no point in arguing with her. Jessica was always right, because it was she who taught Jonathan in the very beginning how to prevent wars between the higher gods. Suddenly, Jonathan received a notification on his phone from the Hunters Association that the gate in the nearest village had increased its rank. Patrick jumped, because it was in this village that Jonathan had recently fought with Leo, and he wondered if it was just a coincidence. It was unclear what had happened to Leo, but Jonathan knew they needed to get to that village as soon as possible. They soon approached the village, but Jonathan was confronted by mutants who had emerged from the gate. Jonathan did not expect that the gate could grow to such a size and release all the evil that had been hiding behind it for a long time. First, it was necessary to deal with the mutants, because each of them could single-handedly destroy an entire settlement. Jonathan, using magic and other abilities, instantly destroyed an entire squad of mutants. Suddenly, Jonathan heard someone crying for help not far from him, and the voice grew louder with each passing second. It turned out that one man had broken away from the others and was running towards Jonathan in a panic, screaming in fear. Running towards Jonathan, he collapsed to the ground, and Jonathan tried to figure out if he was okay and if he needed help. The man grabbed Jonathan by the hand, and it was unclear what had scared him so much and who he was running from. He said that they needed to leave immediately, because if the old man found them here, he would kill them both. Jonathan did not understand what old man they were talking about and what was happening to this man, who was clearly not himself after the horror he had experienced. He also couldn't understand what was happening in the fog, but he had a bad feeling. Jonathan thought that if a forgotten god had emerged from the gate, then this skirmish with the monsters would seem like a cakewalk. When new mutants appeared behind Jonathan, the system activated the intuition skill and he turned around in time. The blow missed Jonathan's face, and he was lucky that he had the skills he had gained in past battles that had saved his life more than once. Jonathan didn't keep us waiting long, and with a direct kick to the head, he instantly killed the monster. But the adventures did not end there, because these mutants had abilities that Jonathan had never encountered before. It became clear that they had the ability to regenerate, and soon, right before Jonathan's eyes, their bodies were restored. These mutants turned out to be much more difficult than Jonathan initially thought, and now he will have to use mana to deal with them. Jonathan was a little upset that he had to waste mana on monsters that he wanted to save for the gate. There was no other choice, and Jonathan prepared to use his power, but the next moment he froze. Right in front of him stood the very guy for whom he had come to the settlement, and Jonathan had never expected to see him so soon. It was Leo, as if he knew of Jonathan's arrival and was hurrying to meet him himself. It turned out that Leo still doubted Jonathan's innocence, despite everything that had happened between them, and their conversation required continuation. But now the most important thing was to close the gates and save humanity. Because if the monsters continued to break through, the inhabitants of the settlement would come to an end. Deep in the forest, a battle was already raging between hunters and mutants trying to break through to the defenseless inhabitants. Even the bravest hunters had difficulty resisting the terror inspired by these creatures, each of which was more dangerous than any forest beast. In a moment of despair, when one of the hunters was ready to run, he noticed in the distance another monster, more dangerous than all his minions. A previously unseen creature appeared directly above the hunter's head, and it was unclear through what gate it had entered the earth. Seeing that the hunters were about to scatter, Leo took command and ordered them to line up. The hunters needed to immediately isolate the battle site and protect the inhabitants from this bloody massacre. Having sent the hunters into the attack, Leo ordered to avoid direct confrontation with the mutants and not allow any sudden maneuvers of the enemy. Until recently, even the most dangerous gates seemed insignificant compared to the dungeons. But now, everything has changed. The world became more and more dangerous, and monsters found new ways to penetrate the earth, attacking in whole hordes. Unfortunately, not all residents managed to avoid meeting the mutants, and a shoot of one of these creatures suddenly emerged from the darkness. The monster released its tentacles as if from nowhere, grabbing everyone who was nearby. The terrified residents called for help, although many had already despaired, realizing that no one would risk fighting such powerful aliens. Leo could no longer stand aside and, casting aside all doubts, prepared to rush into battle. But Jessica stood in his way, begging him not to do anything stupid and not to risk his life. Leo knew that in the black fog that enveloped everything and brought these monsters with it, there was something unimaginable that he could not cope with. However, Leo immediately reminded that the fog always causes a strange feeling. But one should not be afraid and retreat at the most inopportune moment. He had seen a lot, but now he had to make a choice, and, clenching his fists, he seemed to have made a decision. Suddenly he heard a noise behind him and realized that his old acquaintance no longer intended to remain a bystander. It was Jonathan, who, with fury in his eyes, rushed to attack the monsters, ready to tear each one to pieces. Jessica didn't expect this from her friend, and decided that he was acting like a child again. But Jonathan only cared about human lives, and used his most powerful abilities to tear apart the tentacles. The grip weakened, and the girl, captured by the monster, was almost immediately freed. But the next moment Jonathan stepped into the unknown, finding himself in some strange, unfamiliar place. It seemed he had fallen into an illusion created by one of the monsters, because Jonathan immediately felt a dark, unpleasant energy. He felt as if his life was slipping away with every passing second, and it was a dark feeling that was hard to get used to. A monster appeared before him, who had been waiting for him here for a long time, waiting for the right moment to use his magic. The mutant, looking at the guy, was perplexed as to who had advised him to come here and why he had decided that he could defeat such a strong creature as he. Jonathan's intuition warned him of mortal danger, and anyone in his place would have frozen in a daze, not knowing what to do. But the mutant didn't give him time to think and immediately attacked, showing who was the boss. Only now did Jonathan realize that in front of him was the same old woman that the young hunter had recently told him about. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but Jonathan already felt the incredible danger coming from the monster. Confident in its own strength, the old woman, wanting to prove her power again, directed her long tentacles towards Jonathan, intending to pierce him through and through. When the tentacles almost touched the guy's face, for a moment it seemed that he would not be able to dodge the attack, but everyone who knew Jonathan knew that he was not so easy to kill, and he cut the disgusting appendage a second before it touched. Jonathan's agility impressed the mutant, because the old woman had never encountered such resistance, usually immediately turning everyone into her next victim. But this guy fought as if he had encountered similar monsters many times before and was ready to accept the challenge. It was time to use the abilities Jonathan had been saving for just such a moment, trying to conserve his strength. The old woman gave him no respite, and Jonathan barely had time to fend off her barrage of attacks with his sword. The worst thing was that in this dimension, everything was subject to the will of the old woman, and her tentacles were sticking out from under the ground under Jonathan's feet. Tentacles burst forth from the depths of this space and wrapped around Jonathan's body from head to toe, completely restricting his movements. And then the omnipresent tentacles dragged Jonathan towards the old woman, who was still standing in the same place. Jonathan's look said that he would never give up, and the old woman realized that he was truly different from others. But now she was eager to see this guy's true face, and she wasn't going to delay it. To his horror, Jonathan saw the faces of all the people killed by the old woman, as if imprisoned in her captivity, and heard their death cries. In a hoarse voice, the old woman said that all these people had beautiful faces, and among them were her favorites in the collection. She couldn't wait to see the guy's dying expression, so she could add Jonathan's face to her collection. The system immediately warned the guy that right now he was being enveloped in animal fear, which meant that his strength would soon also decrease. The monster was already very close, smelling the scent of a new victim, anticipating the long-awaited dinner. Suddenly, she extended her disgusting, bony, dead hand towards the guy, and Jonathan realized that these could be the last seconds of his life. It was impossible to let that bastard kill him so easily after all the hardships Jonathan had gone through. And then a smile appeared on his face, the blue glow of the system notification informing him that Jonathan's application for the new vacancy had been accepted. The guy recently applied for a part-time job, and now the system is ready to move him to the location of that part-time job, which was Jonathan's backup plan. The old woman laughed, admitting that Jonathan was smarter than all the previous hunters she had ever encountered. But she warned that it would not be possible to escape, because the monster had been dealing with people for centuries, and had seen many cunning hunters. Ever since the old woman set foot on this earth, death had been so close that it eventually merged with it. The next moment, the evil old woman opened her black mouth and ordered the guy to show his true face, in which she longed to see the fear of death. But the guy suddenly smiled, although his whole face was covered in sweat and he could hardly contain his fear. It was clear that Jonathan was not going to give up and was ready to look death itself in the eye. Now that his Hellfire skill was ready to activate, the boy asked the system to grant him a powerful power. It seems that the old woman underestimated this young man, because he was not only smart, but also possessed magic available only to the gods. Before her eyes, hellish flames began to flare up, capable of destroying many mutants, and this old woman was no exception. Taking cover behind the tentacles, she warned that at this rate, he would burn not only her, but himself as well. However, this made the battle even more interesting, and it seemed that she was ready to accept the challenge and show everything she was capable of. All this time, as usual, she was trying to scare her victim to death, waiting for the guy to give up. But instead of giving up, he rose to his feet and gripped the hilt of his Excalibur even tighter. Looking her straight in the eyes and raising his sword, he again warned her that she would have to kill him to take his face. After all, if this creature in the guise of an evil old woman gets out, the entire settlement will be destroyed. And Jonathan could not allow this. Therefore, even at the cost of his own life, he was ready to destroy her, even if he himself had to follow her. It seemed like only he could stop this monster, and now, using his new skill, he flew straight at her. For the old woman, this was a serious challenge, and she was interested to see how it would end. Stretching out a bony hand, wrapped in obedient tentacles, she declared that soon he would be beating in despair. And then she released all her tentacles into him, which instantly pierced the guy's body, and it became clear that it was not for nothing that all the hunters were afraid of this old woman. Blood gushed from Jonathan's mouth, and for a moment he was ready to accept death. Coming closer to him, the old woman ordered him to look at her in order to take Jonathan's face and add it to her collection. But suddenly, a bright pink beam fell on Jonathan. All this time, someone was watching the fight and decided to intervene. It turned out that Alice had been waiting for Jonathan for a long time for a part-time job, and after he stayed too long, she came to him herself. Using the ability of the blooming pink spring, she directed magic at the old woman, and her tentacles instantly stopped obeying her. This monster knew Alice very well, but the main question was what this girl was doing here. Alice calmly replied that today's youth had completely lost respect, and even after responding to the vacancy, the guy did not show up on time. It was precisely because Jonathan was supposed to show up for his part-time job at this hour that Alice was so worried about him that she decided to go and look for him herself. It seemed that this girl tried to ruin her business again, and the monster was furious. She directed her tentacles at the girl, although she understood perfectly well that such a cheap trick was unlikely to kill Alice. The girl looked at her calmly, realizing that she would have to use a skill that would forever rid her of encounters with this evil grandmother. Flower petals never fall for more than 10 days, but it will take Alice no more than a minute to get rid of the old woman. After all, who would she be if she simply watched as this evil creature disrupted the normal flow of things and, time after time, appropriated people's faces. Looking at her withered hands, the old woman suddenly realized that Alice's magic was working, and she was dissolving into the air like sand. Finally, the girl ordered her to immediately return to the world of the dead, because that was where her place was, and she had nothing to do on Earth among people. This battle was clearly lost. But the evil creature managed to curse Alice and promised that this meeting would not be the last. But it didn't matter anymore, and after a few seconds, instead of the mutant, only flower petals remained, floating in the air. Brushing off her words, the girl was ready to meet again. But after she sent the old woman to the world of the dead, this meeting was unlikely to take place. Suddenly turning around sharply, she realized that because of this stupid, grumpy grandmother, she had completely forgotten about Jonathan, for whom she had come here. It seems she arrived just in time. A few more minutes and Jonathan would have died, because his whole body was already covered in blood. His wounds were serious, and Alice immediately placed her hands on his body to heal the boy with magic. But at that moment she heard voices behind her, and happily realized that Jonathan's friends were already close. Before leaving, she left a flower next to Jonathan, with which they would still have to agree on their next meeting. And then, leaving this flower on the guy's chest, she disappeared into thin air, as if this girl had never been there. Jonathan's friends ran towards him as fast as they could, horrified at what the old woman had done to their friend. That same evening, they quickly arrived home where he was able to recover a little from everything that happened to him in the afterlife. He was still lying on the bed, unconscious for a long time. But at some point, the girl noticed that her friend had finally woken up. He had a terrible headache, and at first Jonathan could not remember all the details of the meeting with the old woman, and how he managed to get home at all. Jessica immediately said that he would be fine, because he was now in his room and was not in any danger. He was found alone in the fog, lying on the ground, and to tell the truth, he was lucky to survive that fight. Unexpectedly for Jessica, the guy suddenly started talking about the fact that the old woman was able to appropriate other people's faces, and his own face could easily add to her collection. This creature was much stronger than those mutants with whom he had ever entered into open combat. Yes, this forgotten goddess was comparable in strength to the highest deity, and in her danger she surpassed many gods from Olympus itself. Having entered into open combat with her, the guy greatly overestimated his capabilities and could have paid for it with his life. Imagine Jessica's surprise when she learned that the old woman was even able to break the window of her side job. The girl couldn't believe that this old woman's strength was enough to destroy the system window, and besides, how could they now receive information about new vacancies? But Jonathan immediately tried to calm her down, saying that he would soon restore this system window using magic. For some reason, Jessica continued to act as if a real tragedy had happened, although there was no reason for it now. Although it was understandable, since the system window was a data protocol that covered all dimensions at once. Never in her life had Jessica heard that the system could fail, and she moved even closer to her friend's bed, so as not to wake the boys sleeping on the floor. At some point, Jonathan realized that this news had dramatically changed Jessica's mood, and tried to explain that they had no reason to panic yet. But the girl did not want to listen to anything, and the idea came to her that now they would have to ask for help from Hephaestus himself. However, right now Hephaestus was forced to go on a short journey, so it was not possible to contact the god. At that moment, Jonathan suddenly heard a quiet voice coming from the very flower Alice had left on his chest. This voice sounded so clear, as if the girl was still somewhere nearby, although there was no one else in the room except the boys. It turned out that Alice left Jonathan her message, in which she asked the guy to help her in her work, and in return, was ready to reward him with a new ability. Yes, it was an interesting way of communication, because the plant was able to record thoughts, and then transmit them directly to any person. She suggested discussing all the details of the new job in person during a meeting, and asked him to be present at the moment of her movement in space. And then, throughout the entire apartment of this multi-story building, a bright pink light suddenly lit up, which could not be confused with anything other than magic. A moment later, they found themselves in a green clearing somewhere high in the mountains, and at first tried to figure out where they were. Adele had never been to such places before, and wanted first of all to find out if they were in any danger. But it seemed there was nothing to worry about, because the next second a familiar female voice was heard behind Jonathan calling his name. It was the same girl who left a flower on the boy's chest, and was now finally able to see him again. Jonathan was immediately enveloped by that warm feeling that he had first felt at the moment of their first meeting. And this energy could only belong to a light deity. Besides, she easily dealt with that evil old woman, which meant her strength exceeded even that of that powerful monster. But for some reason Patrick, as usual, was not in the mood, and thought that this little girl was just wasting their time. His words were spoken completely out of place, and Jonathan felt ashamed for his young priest. and he went straight to the girl and asked her to play somewhere else while they were busy with important adult matters. But looking up at him, she reminded him that it was she who had managed to save Jonathan, and that perhaps Patrick might never see his friend again. Jonathan quickly ran up to Patrick and, grabbing him by the head, immediately apologized to Alice, saying that this young man was simply not in the mood today. It seemed that only now did Adele realize that this little girl really was a true goddess, and she responded by being surprised at how quickly these children, whom she remembered as very tiny, had grown up. But now there was no time to waste on long greetings, so Alice suggested that they get to work quickly. After all, in her magical garden were the souls of children who were yet to be born, and Jonathan and his friends had to water all these flowers in the meadow. Adele was delighted with this kind of work, and dreamed that such tasks would be encountered as often as possible. However, the same could not be said about Patrick, who continued to behave in the same way and believed that the work was completely useless. But the girl had already prepared a huge jug, which each of the boys had to take to fill it to the top with water. The body of water where they had to do this was located next to that high mountain where they had to head right now, while it was still not dark outside. In addition, at the foot of this mountain was Alice's dwelling, and if they went a little further, they would find a large reservoir with clean water. Patrick knew that this task would be much more difficult, because now they would have to climb to the very top of this mountain. Towards evening, they finally completed the task, and, having filled their jugs to the top, watered all the flowers in this magical garden. The whole group was so tired that some of the guys collapsed with their entire bodies on the ground, unable to even move. At first, Jonathan thought that watering the flowers would be the easiest job he ever had to do, but now he realized that he had been very wrong. Alice, watching everything from a tree branch, reminded that in this world, everything has its reason. She added that repairing such a complex mechanism as the system window requires a certain amount of effort. Seeing that the main thing had already been done, Alice asked Jonathan to follow her and not lag behind. By evening, when the sky was strewn with stars, they reached the dimension where Jonathan was supposed to find answers to his questions. Jonathan climbed the steep stairs carefully, as it was easy to trip in the dark, just as Alice had warned. On the way, Alice once again emphasized the importance of watering the garden of unborn souls, because today they cleanse the souls of children who will soon be born. Jonathan, however, did not understand the connection between watering the garden and fixing the system window, and Alice's words seemed mysterious to him. Alice continued to explain that karma is the sum of all a person's actions, and that today Jonathan had greatly improved his, and this would benefit him in the future. Once upstairs, Alice hurried Jonathan, who had noticeably fallen behind and was in danger of missing something important. Having reached the pond that Alice had spoken of, Jonathan realized that the water in it was not simple, but filled with magic. Alice, laughing, suggested that Jonathan plunge completely into this magical reservoir and feel its power himself. Jonathan, approaching the shore, was ready to swim, but was a little afraid that this adventure could be dangerous. Having dispelled his doubts, Alice suddenly pushed Jonathan into the water so that he would not hesitate. Jonathan closed his eyes for a moment, anticipating a meeting with the unknown, and experiencing the same fear as during that meeting with the old woman. Opening his eyes, Jonathan realized that he was already in a different place, not where he and Alice had come. Looking around, he saw that this place was strikingly similar to where he had already been. Everything around was built from familiar puzzles, and even the sky seemed painfully familiar. Magic petals from Alice's garden floated in the air, and their presence here seemed mysterious. Having carefully examined one of the petals, Jonathan guessed that Alice's garden was not accidentally called the Garden of Unborn Souls, and, probably, each petal contains a human soul. The petal, like a pure child's soul, shone with white light, but Jonathan did not understand why it was here. Suddenly, he noticed a puzzle piece in front of him that was glowing just like the petals. Jonathan realized that the puzzles were starting to come together into a single picture. But what was the guy supposed to find out in this strange place? The next moment, he saw something incredible and suddenly felt like a little child. In front of him stood Alice, who seemed to be able to be in 2 dimensions at once, and she clearly had something to say. A flower from her garden appeared in Alice's hands, which she wanted to give to Jonathan, so that he could maintain contact with all the creatures of this world. It turned out that this flower contained the energy of beings from 3,000 worlds, and now this valuable relic belonged to Jonathan. Jonathan could hardly believe what was happening, because Alice really kept her promise and thanked him for helping with watering the garden. He was, however, worried about whether he was even worthy of such a valuable gift that this kind girl had bestowed upon him. Alice responded by patting Jonathan on the head and telling him not to worry about anything. Looking into Alice's face, Jonathan felt his connection with her weakening. her touch becoming less and less noticeable. The next moment, he opened his eyes and found himself in the same dimension he had been in a few minutes ago. Alice stood over him, happy that he had woken up, because she had already begun to worry. Jonathan had been lying on the cold ground for too long. It was getting dark outside, and it was time for them to go back. Turning to Alice, Jonathan told her about his dream, which seemed amazingly real, and he couldn't understand where he had been all this time. Alice answered mysteriously that she didn't understand what he was talking about, and that now was not the time for talking, but that she needed to check the system window. It turned out that while Jonathan was in another dimension, Alice had already fixed the system window, and now it was working properly. Moreover, Jonathan gained new abilities, and remembered his past lives, lived thousands of years ago. It turned out that in his vision, he saw events from one of his past lives, and he wanted to know more about it. However, of all the memories of the past, only one fragment was available to Jonathan. The rest remained hidden. To Alice's surprise, Jonathan began to thank her profusely, which briefly caught her off guard. Bowing low, he said that Alice had saved his life and fixed the system window and that he owed her an unpayable debt. Looking at Jonathan with a smile, Alice realized that the boy she met many years ago had become a real man. However, she believed that she had simply done her job, and Jonathan did not need to thank her so much. Alice wanted to give Jonathan something else important, and reminded him that they needed to get back quickly. But first, she decided to treat Jonathan to some delicious tea with a floral aroma, a cup of which he was already holding in his hands. Alice explained that this was not ordinary tea, but a decoction of herbs that grow only in the afterlife. This tea was supposed to help Jonathan overcome his fear, and after taking a sip, he realized that it was the most delicious tea he had ever tasted. Jonathan immediately felt a new, previously unknown force awakening within him. But it seemed that this power was not enough, and even the thought of meeting the Dark Reaper still filled him with horror. Adele also wanted to try the flower tea, and Alice, without refusing her, poured her some more of the drink. And then she sadly said that she understood Jonathan perfectly well, but the power of tea might not be enough for his main fight. Alas, even a large amount of tea does not enhance its magical effect, and Jonathan will have to do everything else himself, without the help of healing drinks. There was nothing more she could do to help him, but Jonathan immediately reassured the girl, saying that she had already helped him a lot. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard a system notification about a new vacancy for part-time work. The advert was about fighting Medusa, and Jonathan thought that if this part-time job would increase his courage level, then this was exactly what he needed. Just as he was about to respond to the ad and agree to the part-time job, Jessica suddenly grabbed him by the ear. She didn't seem to like the idea of fighting Medusa, and she realized that Jonathan had been taking on any job he could get lately. You'd have to be a complete idiot to agree to something like that. And Jessica was willing to do anything to dissuade Jonathan from this idea. After all, if he thinks he has become immortal, he is very much mistaken, because a couple of extra holes in his body will not just heal. Besides, Jonathan should have thought not only about himself, but also about those who cared about him, because the guys would never forgive themselves if they let him go to this dangerous part-time job. The guy had to listen to a hail of accusations. His face was covered in sweat, and he had only one thing left to do. Jonathan fell to his knees in front of Jessica and asked for forgiveness for all the bad things he had done in his life, saying that he was terribly guilty. The guy still thought that the vacancy was not bad, but only if he had sufficient training could he agree to this job. Suddenly, Jessica changed her mind and explained that only 3 things were needed to fight Medusa. First of all, he must obtain the sandals of Hermes in order to reach the island, which is impossible to reach without this relic. In addition, you will need a helmet of invisibility to quietly approach Medusa and have time to strike with Excalibur. And finally, the guy needs a mirror shield so he doesn't look Medusa straight in the eye during the battle and get petrified by her gaze. Unexpectedly, Adele said that she could easily get all these things and that Jessica could trust her completely. It was a great answer. But Jessica added that the place where Hermes' sandals are now is always short of people to work part-time, so they could send someone else there. Most likely, Jonathan will have to go for the sandals, taking his faithful priest Patrick with him, so that it will be easier for the two of them to find them. Soon they found themselves in a place where thousands of letters were flying everywhere, and the messengers were busy with work. Looking up, Patrick was surprised at how many letters were in one place, and could not figure out who they were all intended for. And then Jonathan, looking up, saw one of the senior messengers, who had been waiting for them for a long time and was glad to see them. It was a very young messenger in the same sandals that Jessica had spoken of, and he joyfully greeted the new workers. The young man immediately warned that it was not easy to work in the Hermes Postal Service and, in addition, they had to obey their boss in everything, which was now him. Jonathan replied that they enjoyed hard work, so there was no need to worry. But if the young man doesn't mind, Jonathan would like to immediately receive Hermes' sandals as payment, since it was for them that they agreed to do this part-time job. The messenger immediately agreed and suggested that they immediately begin work, of which there was more than enough in this place for everyone. A second later, a whole mountain of letters towered over the guys, which they had to send to different addresses. That same day, they went to the Colosseum, where Jonathan was to fight Ares in a training fight that his opponent still remembered. He greeted Jonathan cheerfully, but expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he had not contacted him since their last meeting. Ares immediately offered him another duel, but Jonathan replied that he had no strength left, and that his priest Patrick could fight Ares instead. That same evening, Jonathan set out on his first mission, which was to deliver a letter to his old enemy. With a smile on his face, he greeted the owner of these dark places and handed him a letter. Handing over the envelope, he asked for a signature to confirm receipt so that he could report to his superiors. But before he could hand over the letter, it caught fire right in his hands, because Hades could not believe that this scoundrel had risked coming to him in person. At that moment, Persephone appeared behind Hades, knowing how this meeting would end if she was not there. Besides, the letter was meant for her, so she said with a smile that she wouldn't mind seeing this messenger. The friends worked all day and delivered more letters than any other messenger could have sent in a lifetime. As Jonathan climbed the stairs, he held in his hands a list with the signatures of all the recipients to whom he had delivered letters. They only had one envelope to deliver, but this task was much more difficult than all the others. After all, the addressee was located high in the Caucasus Mountains, and it was none other than Prometheus. Gathering his last strength, Jonathan finally climbed the mountain and realized that he had arrived at the appointed place. Having climbed up, he immediately saw the eagle, which did not move from its place, and carefully watched the suffering of Prometheus. It turned out that there was a whole flock of eagles soaring in the sky above a high mountain. At that moment, the system notified Jonathan that a new fragment of his memories from the past had been unlocked. Raising his head, he saw Prometheus chained to a rock, his head down, showing no signs of life, although it was clear that he was still alive, and, according to the prophecy, it was not surprising that they found him in such a state. The system activated playback of a new fragment of Jonathan's memories. From these memories, he realized that many years ago he had already killed Asmodeus, using all his power, which allowed him to defeat the enemy. It was the greatest success in Jonathan's life, although in his youth, he was much stronger than he is now. However, despite his former strength, he still lost in the end, because if he had still been so strong, he would not have had to look for part-time work to gain new abilities. In the flood of memories, Jonathan clearly saw that he had already foreseen the outcome of the duel with Asmodeus. Closing his eyes, he recalled for a moment the events that preceded the duel, which could not be forgotten. In this life, he again failed to defeat the creature, which would have already sent him to the afterlife, if not for the sudden appearance of Alice in the forest. Jonathan opened his eyes abruptly and realized that it was as if one very important name had been erased from his memory. Patrick, looking at his friend, did not understand what was happening to him and why he was behaving so strangely. Jonathan, clutching his head, said that he just had a headache and there was nothing to worry about. But right in front of them stood someone whose problems were hard to even imagine, and whose suffering seemed endless. Coming closer, Jonathan handed Prometheus the letter, although there was no certainty that he would answer. After a short pause, Prometheus quietly asked the boys to read the letter, since his hands were currently a little busy. The boy immediately began to read the first lines, in which the author of the letter accused Prometheus, the descendant of the arrogant Titans, of sins for which he was forever chained to the rock. Suddenly he stopped reading and asked that not another word from this vile message be uttered. He said with a smile that he had heard these words 1,000 times already, and there was no need to send new messengers with these stupid letters. In fact, Jonathan found it difficult to read this letter, and he himself wanted to finish it quickly, because he could not calmly watch Prometheus suffer. If that was all, Prometheus asked the messenger to go away and leave him alone with the hungry birds. All this time the Titan had been the object of ridicule, and Jonathan knew his feelings well. And then Jonathan realized that only he could free the unfortunate man, and, stretching out his hand, used his magic. Prometheus, not understanding the boy's plan, asked Jonathan what would happen after using magic. It turned out that the guy first wanted to heal the Titan's wounds, which had already begun to fester and could lead to serious problems. But Prometheus was doomed to eternal torment, so the messenger did not understand what the point of this was. Jonathan knew that Prometheus was the god of prophecy, who did everything for the good of humanity, and for this was doomed to eternal pain and humiliation. After finishing the regeneration, the guy said that this was all he could do for Prometheus. For a while, the Titan looked at the strange messenger, whom he had never seen before, and tried to understand who he really was. Jonathan seemed to him like some kind of crazy lower god. But the guy said that he was not afraid of the wrath of other gods for his actions. Yes, this was an unusual messenger, and it was obvious that he was only here for his part-time job. Before leaving, the guy introduced himself and said that, although he had not yet reached a high level, he had already become a god of swords. At this point, Patrick couldn't take it anymore, and loudly declared that it was time for them to leave since the job was done. Jonathan felt a little ashamed of his friend and told Prometheus that he was still too young. But Patrick was right about one thing. Because even in a world where gods and people coexist, it is dangerous for a weak person to be. Realizing that Jonathan meant him when he spoke of weak people, Patrick began to protest furiously again. But Jonathan's patience snapped, and he gave his young priest Patrick a good slap on the back of the head. In the end, Jonathan told his priest everything that had accumulated in him over the past weeks. Because Patrick was causing him too much trouble, Prometheus listened in amazement to the stream of curses that the two showered upon each other right before his eyes. It was strange for him to see such communication between a god and his priest, because many years ago he had not seen anything like it. And suddenly, Prometheus said that if the girl he still remembered were born now, she would be treated exactly the same way as Jonathan and Patrick. Realizing that the Titan meant Pandora, the guy immediately asked about it, and the Titan was surprised that the messenger knew this name. But it was unclear how he knew this girl, because she lived a very long time ago, and Jonathan could not have met her in this life. However, the story of Pandora was widely known, and legends were made about it, so there was nothing surprising about this. Suddenly Patrick said that he had heard about Pandora's box, and Prometheus asked him to tell him what he had missed while he was chained to the rock. If they know anything about this, the Titan would be grateful if they could explain it to him briefly. This was not difficult for Jonathan, and he immediately told her that Pandora had divine beauty, and the gods generously gifted her with various talents. However, this girl had been very curious all her life, and it was this excessive curiosity that caused the terrible disaster. Of course, Prometheus was deeply in love with her, but unfortunately, she did not pay attention to all his prophecies. It turned out that the Titan knew much more than Jonathan, and the guy asked him to tell him everything he knew about Pandora. Only now did Prometheus realize that the young god had helped him only for the sake of prophecies. Jonathan would be lying if he said he wasn't interested, but he didn't help the Titan out of self-interest. Yes, this guy was eloquent, and such a confident answer brought a slight smile to Prometheus's face. And then he began his story about how his flesh had been torn to pieces 1,000 times and had grown back together again. And after all these endless years of suffering, he was so tired that now he just wanted to share his story with the guys. The guys froze, listening to the prophecies of the formidable Titan, intended specifically for them, and remained on the top of the cliff for a long time, remembering his every word. When Jonathan returned, he was beaming with satisfaction after a hard job for which he was to be rewarded. Patrick reminded Jonathan that they had come too far and could have used teleportation. He was right, because the journey turned out to be exhausting, although Jonathan did get a valuable trophy, which were those very sandals of Hermes. In addition, Jonathan unlocked some memories and heard prophecies from Prometheus himself, although he was not able to make out all the words. Pandora was the mysterious girl from ancient mythology, and the real Pandora's box, which carried chaos, had not yet been opened. Jonathan turned to Patrick and said that he had urgent matters to attend to, expressing the hope that his priest would not do anything stupid in his absence. It seemed like this guy really needed to be kept under close watch, constantly reminding him to be prudent. When Patrick was left alone, he suddenly heard a loud female voice in the distance, and tried to understand what was happening. It turned out that 2 mutants surrounded a little girl, accusing her of stealing and intending to punish her. A girl named Ella said that the letters belonged to her, and that she urgently needed them now. The mutant reminded Ella of the warning about the consequences of stealing and declared his readiness to carry out the punishment. Patrick, already about to leave, threw out a last phrase about how people and gods are similar in many ways. The monster did not like this remark, and he sternly warned that this little brat should not dare to make fun of him. But he said it in vain, and Patrick, turning to him, realized that he would not be able to keep the promise he had given to Jonathan. He had promised Jonathan not to seek adventure, but he could not stand the insults of this boor. Just as Patrick was about to draw his sword, he remembered Jonathan, who would definitely not approve of such a reaction. With difficulty suppressing his anger inside, Patrick decided to leave and avoid new problems. But the mutant shouted after him that only a coward runs away at the most inopportune moment. This was the last straw, and Patrick rushed into the attack, swinging his magic sword. The mutants had no chance against the experienced swordsman, and Patrick quickly dealt with them. Standing over his fallen opponents, Patrick warned that he had not fought at full strength, and that they should thank him for remaining alive. However, One of the mutants had a whistle in his hands, with which he wanted to notify the others. The mutant understood that a crowd of his friends would immediately come running to the signal and tear Patrick to pieces. Indeed, Patrick soon found himself surrounded by mutants, and even his masterful swordsmanship was unlikely to save him. The mutant continued his tirade about how the young gods had completely let themselves go, and that it was high time to teach Patrick a lesson. Patrick tried not to show it, but he knew his troubles were just beginning. At that moment, when he was already preparing for battle, Jonathan appeared behind him. He, of course, would not abandon his priest in trouble, but he was angry at Patrick for yet another adventure. Patrick immediately explained that he could not remain indifferent when he saw mutants bullying a defenseless girl. After listening to Patrick, Jonathan realized that in his place, he would have done the same, and that he shouldn't blame only the priest. But one of the mutants, not agreeing with this turn of events, rushed to attack both guys. Jonathan easily repelled the monster's weak attack, which he could have blocked even blindfolded. He didn't want to fight and suggested that the mutant forget about the incident, promising to deal with Patrick himself. But the mutant, urged on by his friends, rejected Jonathan's generous offer and was ready to fight. All the monsters pounced on Jonathan at once, wanting to take over with numbers in this fight with a low-level god. And Jonathan, closing his eyes, only sighed heavily, realizing that he could no longer avoid a big fight. He activated one of his abilities, and all the mutants flew in different directions. The instigator of the conflict was thrown to the other end of the room, and he did not understand where Jonathan got such power from. It seems that only now the mutant realized that Jonathan is the very god about whom legends are already being composed. One of the mutants shouted that Jonathan had fought Hades himself, and they shouldn't have angered him. Jonathan was already ready to join the fight, but he was suddenly stopped by the girl. Realizing that this was the only way to stop Jonathan, the girl threw a handful of dust in his face, which affected the guy instantly. Jonathan clearly didn't expect this, and was speechless for a few seconds. But then he attacked the girl screaming, despite her explanations that she had no other choice. Jonathan recalled that Patrick helped the girl, although she replied that she did not ask for any help. Jonathan found it strange that low-level gods would allow themselves to treat a girl named Ella, who was known to everyone on Olympus, in this way. At first, Jonathan, not hearing the name, continued his angry tirade, but then suddenly stopped. After all, only now, when he learned her name, the guy had to believe that in front of him was the very goddess with whom they had been communicating for a long time through the system window. Jonathan realized that Ella was the very employer from whom he had been receiving system notifications about part-time work. It turned out that she herself had long wanted to meet him in person, and the guy could not understand why she needed it. Then she suddenly offered Jonathan another interesting part-time job that no one knew about yet. The guy was worried about how she knew about all his previous part-time jobs, since he hadn't been looking for new ones for a long time. Due to the large crowd of people around, she suggested moving to a more secluded place for conversation. They found a cozy place where they could calmly discuss the details of their new part-time job. During the conversation, Jonathan realized that Ella was a fortune teller and therefore knew everything in advance. He had recently met Prometheus and was now surprised by the abundance of profits in the world. In order not to waste time, the girl suggested getting straight to the point. The essence of the new job was to catch and kill Medusa, a task that only the most experienced hunter could accomplish. Knowing that this would not be difficult for him, Jonathan simply asked where to begin. First of all, he needed to learn to fly confidently, since he had only recently become the owner of Hermes' boots. Ella knew that boots alone were not enough, and that good flying required long training and honing of skills. Even with natural talent, it takes at least a year to reach a high level of flying skills, and such a privilege does not come easy. For more stable flights, as Ella explained, Jonathan would need wings, which had long been the best artifact for this purpose. True, the cost of the wings turned out to be quite high, about 20,000 gold per pair, and it is unlikely that you will find a lower price. This was bad news because Jonathan did not have that kind of money, and he started looking for another way to get it. Suddenly, he realized that there was a way to get wings even without money. A brilliant idea came to his mind, and the girl immediately asked what he had in mind. Jonathan said he intended to pay for the wings in Ella's name, hoping to fly as well as she did. She did not object, but warned that her name was not of much value, since she was not the most famous god on Olympus. Despite this, there was nothing to lose, and Jonathan opened his system window to bring the idea to life. Luckily, the idea worked, and within a few minutes Jonathan was happily floating in the air. Looking down from above, Jonathan felt an incredible surge of strength that he had never experienced before. He didn't understand why the gods were so clinging to their power when the same abilities could be obtained through talent. The first part of the plan had been successfully completed, and they had to move on to the next stage without delay. Watching Jonathan from the ground, Ella was pleased with how easy it was for him to fly. Even though he was only making his first attempts, his turns in the sky gave the impression that he had mastered this flying skill all his life. Only now Ella was finally convinced of the truth of the rumors about the new god and his exceptional talent. Without turning around, she suddenly asked Jessica if she shared her opinion, or if she would argue again, as she usually did. Jessica was surprised that Ella noticed her, even though she had crept up completely silently. Turning around, Jessica admitted that she had felt her presence for a long time and was glad to be able to look her in the eye. Ella, it turned out, was ready for this meeting and was not at all like the other gods Jessica had met. Jessica had a unique ability to remember everyone she had met over her many lives. However, in this world, not all the names were known to her yet, and Ella was one of those gods that she encountered for the first time. Unexpectedly, even after her presence was revealed, Jessica continued her attack, intending to fight Ella. Jessica threw her foot forward, knocking Ella off her feet and causing her to lose her balance and almost fall onto the grass. Jessica immediately launched a powerful blow with her magic blade, but Ella, remaining calm, dodged it. With a few deft movements, Ella found herself at a distance from her opponent and watched her. Jessica was not going to give up and, deciding to take advantage of her opponent's proximity, she resumed her attack. Ella continued to deflect each attack with such ease, as if she could do it forever. It seemed as if Ella not only foresaw events, but also knew Jessica's every next move. Rumors of Ella's strength circulated throughout Olympus, but it was only in real combat that Jessica was able to appreciate her power. Ella knew about Jessica's past life, and this predetermined their fight today. Spinning a vortex of energy around herself, Jessica prepared to deliver the decisive blow, which it seemed Ella would no longer be able to reflect. At this most dangerous moment of the fight, a familiar male voice finally interrupted their fight. Jonathan could not allow their fight, since both girls were close to him and were very necessary in future battles against the aliens. He easily stopped them by slamming Excalibur into the ground, causing a deep crack to form between the girls. Soon after, Jonathan and Jessica found themselves alone and spent a long time just silently thinking about everything that had happened. Jonathan knew that his intervention could hurt Jessica, but he couldn't let them do something irreparable. It was the first time he had seen his friend so agitated, as if there had been a long-standing conflict between her and Ella. Besides, it's strange that Ella, having just suggested that Jonathan kill Medusa, suddenly remembered some urgent matters. Jonathan walked closer to his friend Jessica and quietly asked if Ella was really an evil god. To his surprise, Jessica, who had never met the girl, still decided to attack her. This was not at all like Jessica, who usually talked everyone out of fighting and separated rivals. The guy understood that Jessica was not telling him something, and wanted to hear the truth so as not to remain an outside observer of her problem. But Jessica continued to stand there with the same expression on her face, and it was clear that something was seriously bothering her. At some point, the guy realized that he was interfering in her personal affairs in vain, and perhaps he should leave her alone with her thoughts. His main task now was to overcome his fear, so that the next time he met a mutant like the old woman, he would not retreat. He told Jessica that she needed to deal with her fear now, because it would be much harder in the future. Jonathan had to take this part-time job from Ella, and the girl understood that he was right in many ways. He couldn't turn down the part-time job just because Jessica suspected something about Ella. Finally, the guy asked her directly if she was okay, and if she needed help. But she said everything was fine and swiped at the system notification window to get new items. And then Jonathan realized that he had become the owner of an invisibility helmet and a mirror shield, with the help of which he could cope with Medusa Gorgon. Jessica suddenly became cheerful and said with a smile that she would look forward to him getting home from his part-time job. At home, that same day, the girl spent some time remembering her meeting in that forest that day. While trying to find information about the girl, Jessica realized that she knew almost nothing about her, and it seemed strange to her how she was able to contact Jonathan. Lying on the soft bed, she stared at the ceiling for a long time, going over the events of the day in her head. She seemed to be beginning to suspect that this new feeling in her heart was jealousy of Jonathan's new girlfriend. Perhaps if Persephone were here now, she would say that it was love and would start pestering Jessica with these nonsense. Jessica still convinced herself that she had attacked Ella only because she feared for her life and Jonathan's. Although, if you think about it, only a year had passed since she met Jonathan, and during this time she simply could not fall in love with him. But right now it felt like their relationship had been going on forever, and she knew this guy as well as she knew herself. Perhaps this feeling was caused by the endless repetition of the lives lived, although there may be something else here. Suddenly tears started streaming from her eyes, and she realized that she was simply too tired over the past few years. Curled up on the bed, the girl realized that she wanted to run away because the burden had become too much. She wanted to live without knowing anything, and to get rid of the visions of the past that constantly appeared in her memory. But after crying a little, she suddenly realized that if she continued to behave like this, she would never achieve her goal. It was impossible to waste time on useless emotions that do not lead to anything good and do not solve problems. Wiping away her tears, she realized that Jonathan was the only one who could help her, and she had no other choice. If she helps him complete his mission, he will definitely repay her in kind. And if he agrees to do what she asks, she will finally be able to close her eyes and drown in infinity. Meanwhile, Jonathan, noticeably tired from wandering through the dense forest, was already walking towards Medusa's lair. He was accompanied by Ella, who walked ahead, looking around carefully and prepared for any danger. It was unclear why they moved here, because they could have immediately ended up in the lair of Medusa the Gorgon. However, Ella had already warned that they needed to hide their presence in the forest as much as possible, so it was better to go on foot. Jonathan still deserved a short rest, so he asked to stop and rest for at least a short time. But the girl didn't want to listen, saying that Jonathan was constantly faking and she was used to it. However, there was no point in resting now, because their goal, for which they had come to these green thickets, appeared in the distance. In the thickest part of the forest, they saw a girl with green hair, her back turned to them, who was most likely Medusa. With a short gesture, Ella told Jonathan to waste no time and attack before Medusa noticed them. The speed with which the boy rushed into the attack surprised even Ella, who herself was quite a dexterous fighter. A second later, he was already standing next to the girl, ready to do what he came to this forest for. With one sweeping movement, he chopped her body off, and it was clear that she would not survive. Of course, he felt sorry, but circumstances forced Jonathan to use cruelty even towards this girl. He stood there for a while longer, realizing that a second blow would no longer be necessary. Suddenly, Ella shouted loudly from afar for Jonathan to get out of there immediately because his life was in danger. The guy didn't immediately understand her words and loudly asked why she didn't come closer. Imagine his surprise when another mutant appeared next to him, who was the main mistress of the forest and their true goal. It turned out that Medusa had two sisters, and Jonathan saw the oldest of them in front of him right now. And then, looking up, he realized that everything was much more serious than it seemed, and speed alone would not be enough. Marianne stared at him, and there was such horror in her eyes that anyone who dared to look at her would immediately freeze in fear. But a second later, Marianne realized that the guy had disappeared, having slipped away in some incredible way. Of course, this infuriated her. She could almost taste the prey, anticipating a hearty dinner. At that moment, the middle sister came up to her from behind, hearing her loud screams. Like everyone in their family, Zara was a mutant who had recently awakened from a long hibernation. The older sister abruptly declared that now was not the time to sleep, because a stranger had snuck into their lair and was hiding somewhere nearby. It was clear from Zara's expression that she didn't believe a word her sister said, who in their right mind would go into their lair. However, Marianne continued to insist, and Zara gradually began to understand that her sister was telling the truth. With her ability, Zara could verify Marianne's words. No living creature could hide from her special gaze. Having activated the ability and caught Jonathan's thermal spectrum, she immediately understood where he was hiding and prepared to catch up with the sly one. Realizing that he had been exposed, Jonathan realized the futility of his invisibility mode against this monster's magic. Now that capture seemed inevitable, it was necessary to escape from this damned place. He immediately activated his fast-running skill and rushed away, hoping to escape. But this was not the first time Zara had encountered fugitives, and no one had ever managed to escape from her so easily. Sneaking up on unarmed girls was mean, and Zara and her loyal snakes were ready to punish Jonathan cruelly for it. Ordering the snakes to attack, she directed them towards the boy, hoping that they would bite him and inject him with deadly poison. Jonathan knew that this poison could kill even the largest monster, so his chances of survival were practically zero. But having run a little further, he suddenly saw the fist of Zara's sister, Marianne, flying straight into his face. The blow was so powerful that any other hunter in Jonathan's place would have died instantly. Realizing that the guy turned out to be a weakling, the mutant was already looking forward to feasting on a new victim, hoping that Jonathan would be tastier than the previous hunters. She even wanted to cut it into small pieces to avoid the indigestion that happened after the last hunter she swallowed. But becoming someone's prey was clearly not part of Jonathan's plans, as he had already encountered many powerful mutants on his path. True, now he was up against two powerful monsters with poisonous pets, posing a mortal danger. But in his hands appeared Excalibur, his reliable friend in the fight against high-level monsters. He deftly dodged the attacks of the snakes that grew straight from Zara's head, like living poisonous hair, capable of killing any creature. It seems like it's time to use the new skill that was strengthened after meeting Alice. Using Wave Slash, Jonathan released a white energy beam that could cut through the cursed snakes like a knife. And so it happened, and after a few seconds only the severed remains of the poisonous creatures remained on the grass. The blow hit not only the snakes, but also Zarya herself, who was cut in two. To Jonathan's surprise, the severed heads of the snakes began to grow back, as these creatures had the ability to regenerate. It seemed like those vile mutants didn't even feel the powerful attack that Jonathan had put so much divine power into. And Zara, like a madwoman, screamed that she had never experienced such pleasure since she became immortal. Then she released the poisonous snakes towards Jonathan again, this time with even more hatred. At the last moment, Jonathan dodged the lightning attack, jumping up, and the snake's head slid under his feet. He might have been able to handle one mutant, but Zara's older sister was still here and ready to join the fight. However, her blow also missed, because Jonathan used intuition and foresaw an attack from behind. It seemed like he had no choice but to use the white ice and black flame technique he had mastered during his journey to the snow giants. Fortunately, at that moment, a girl appeared who was most interested in Jonathan's success and was ready to help her friend. She shouted loudly to distract the monsters, and Marianne tried to understand where this female voice was coming from. They then saw Ella high above them, apologizing for being late but expressing her willingness to join in their fun. Jonathan's gaze expressed joy, because just a second ago he was alone against two monsters, and now he had an ally. Her plan was simple, because by dumping the dust deposit stored at the top of the hill onto the monster's lair, she would solve this problem in one fell swoop. And so it happened, and after a few seconds the entire forest area where the monsters lived was covered with a thick layer of dust. Jonathan took advantage of the moment and went upstairs, where Ella was already waiting for him. Rising, he saw the girl, who was behaving as carelessly as always, although she could have warned him about a sudden attack. She replied that in order for an enemy to believe in deception, one must first deceive an ally. Besides, she said, Jonathan should be grateful, because he was the one who got the least amount of dust, since she was aiming specifically at the monsters. However, this was only a temporary measure, because these creatures were immortal, and would soon become dangerous again. Then, looking seriously at Jonathan, Ella reminded him that he was obliged to kill Medusa by cutting off her head. Jonathan believed that they would do it together, since Ella had come to the rescue, and together they were stronger. But Ella said that everyone had to do their part and that rewards didn't come easy. Realizing that he had no choice, the guy went to look for Medusa alone, and suddenly, among the thickets, right in front of him, he noticed a creature that looked like a little girl. Of course, she didn't look like the Medusa from the legends, but there was no one else here. The guy had taken a shield with him in advance, which perfectly reflected light, thanks to which he could look at Medusa without meeting her gaze and without turning to stone. Coming closer to the girl, he saw not a terrible monster, but a beautiful girl who was playing sweetly with a little bird. Instead of the snake hair he saw on Zara today, this girl had beautiful blonde hair that didn't look like a monster's hair at all. Moreover, she had no tail, and from a distance she looked like an ordinary person, no different from others. Even when he got very close, the guy did not feel the signals of his intuition, which usually warned him about the proximity of mutants to Jonathan. The magic helmet made the guy invisible, and allowed him to sneak up on Medusa unnoticed to complete the task and receive the promised reward. As he swung Excalibur to finish the mission in one blow, the boy still felt a strange feeling, as if he was making a big mistake. Deciding to act quickly and without hesitation, he fulfilled the promise he made to Ella. He swung his sword, aiming straight for Medusa's neck, but at the last second his hand shook. It seemed that for the first time in his life, he had missed at such a close range, and it became clear that Jonathan had not been able to overcome himself by acting as before. And nearby, a duel had already begun between Ella and Marianne, who was joined by her sister Zara. Right in front of him, Jonathan saw a girl scared to death with a fresh scar on her cheek from the blow of his Excalibur. Realizing that he had let Ella down badly, Jonathan tried to strike again, angry at himself for his childish indecision. But when the sword hovered over the girl again, the blade almost touching her neck, an inner voice again told the guy that he would not forgive himself for this act. Medusa cried and begged for mercy so loudly that the guy closed his eyes and froze for a second, not knowing what to do. He still didn't remove the sword from her neck, although it was clear from the girl's expression that she was not guilty of anything. It was hard to believe, but Medusa didn't even try to resist, and remained in the place where Jonathan's sword had caught up with her. This Excalibur was intended to kill mutants who threatened the lives of civilians, and it was difficult for him to take the life of a girl who did not look like a monster at all. But now the guy was at work, and if someone ordered Medusa's murder, it meant she had done something irreparable. Remembering the mutants he had to destroy, he compared them with this girl and found nothing in common. Those evil mutants didn't care about good and evil. They always pursued the goal of destroying all living things in their path. Now Jonathan felt like he was acting like these mutants, trying to kill an unarmed girl for a reward. Meanwhile, Ella's fight against two strong monsters continued, and the girl realized that her strength was running out. Marianne, holding the skulls of her victims in her hands, recalled that these were once the heads of living people who, like Ella, became uninvited guests in her lair. Then she clenched her fist sharply, and the skulls shattered into pieces as if they were made of fragile sand. Swinging her arm for another attack, Marianne warned that she would wring the neck of this impudent girl as a warning to all the other little gods. But just as Ella had recently come to Jonathan's aid, the boy had now returned the favor. The next moment, a powerful fire attack burned everything in its path, and Marianne found herself in the tongues of hellish flame. He then apologized to Ella for being a little late, but was glad he had managed to come to the rescue. The girl did not expect to see him here, because Jonathan had to carry out his task and deal with Medusa. She didn't understand why he hadn't killed Medusa yet and brought her head, since that was exactly why they had come to the forest. At that moment, Marianne's voice was heard straight from the flames, and she could not believe that these two dared to attack her beloved sister. She was furious that their family had not been left alone for many years, and that more and more hunters were trying to kill them, turning them into trophies. Unable to hurt even a beetle, she was now ready to tear to pieces anyone who stood in her way and rush to attack. However, Ella had anticipated this attack and immediately used her ability to block the blow. Then small grains of sand began to rise into the air, gradually forming a real wall. This could have surprised anyone, because it's not every day that you see a huge sand wall rising from the ground. But Marianne was on her territory and was ready to break through this damn wall with one blow and get to the girl. But the next moment, a huge club appeared in front of her face, raised by Jonathan to thwart her plans. A powerful blow from the club landed right on the monster's head, and Jonathan won precious seconds. However, even in flight, Marianne managed to slash Jonathan's cheek with her claw, almost taking away his eye. Turning to him, she mockingly said that in such a serious fight, trading magic for a simple club was a cheap trick that would not kill her. Indeed, attacking an immortal being with a club seemed pointless, and Marianne was confident of her advantage. However, the next blow of the club made her doubt, because despite her immortality, she felt pain, like any other creature. If you rely only on immortality, you will have to endure endless attacks and unbearable pain. At that moment, a furious scream was heard from Zara, who could not calmly watch her beloved older sister being beaten. She immediately set her poisonous pets on Jonathan, hoping that the snake bites would silence him forever. Jonathan was getting pretty fed up with the poisonous snakeheads that were useless to chop off because they grew back after a few minutes. He couldn't understand where they got such regeneration from and how to end their annoying attacks. At this rate, Jonathan's stamina will soon run out because his powers, even a divine gift, are not infinite and require time to recover. Realizing that a different approach was needed, this time he decided to use a magic arrow. Jonathan stretched his hand forward and began to create magical daggers in the air, intending to combine them into a powerful bladed weapon. With each passing second, there were more and more daggers, and he hoped that a volley from them would destroy the poisonous snakes forever, depriving them of the ability to regenerate. Since the monsters had an advantage in regeneration, Jonathan decided to take the numbers, attacking with dozens of sharp daggers. Gathering all his strength, he rushed into the attack, seeking to end this immediately. As he approached Zaraya, it became obvious that her long, poisonous snakes were useless, and in a matter of seconds they were chopped up like ropes with a sharp knife. Only now did Zara realize that she had encountered not an ordinary new inhabitant of Olympus, but a real warrior. And for the first time in her life, she felt animal fear. Jonathan could not stand these monsters any longer, and no amount of persuasion would stop him. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Zara, using all of his abilities, and it seemed like he was capable of destroying the entire forest. After a series of crushing blows, none of which Zara was able to block, she collapsed onto the green grass. Just as Jonathan was about to deliver the final blow, he heard a familiar plaintive female cry behind him. It was Medusa who begged for mercy for her sister, who was only defending her family. She did not understand why people and gods were so cruel to them, because her sisters had never harmed anyone. Seeing Medusa, Ella, without thinking, covered her face with her hands, afraid of being petrified by her gaze. Jonathan also closed his eyes, realizing that no magic could protect him from Medusa's curse, although he remained standing. He continued to watch Medusa through the reflection in his shield, gradually becoming convinced that the girl did not pose a threat to him. Medusa had the opportunity to escape, but she bravely returned to save her sisters. Ella knew Medusa's true nature, but she still wanted to kill her, and Jonathan could not understand the reason for this obsessive goal. Ella snapped that it didn't matter now, and they had come to the forest to finish what they had started. Besides, Jonathan had already signed the contract and received an advance, so he couldn't refuse the assignment. Of course, there was some truth in her words. But Jonathan decided to ask one more important question. He asked Medusa if only people turned to stone from her gaze, and she replied that her ability worked on any living creature. However, the little bird on her shoulder did not turn to stone, even though Medusa was looking straight at it. The jellyfish did not know the answer to this question. She picked up the bird as a chick when it fell from the tree. Jonathan wanted to continue asking questions, but suddenly realized that Ella had hidden important details of the mission from him from the very beginning. Medusa continued her story about how the frightened chick bit her finger when she picked it up. Ella was starting to feel sick of this sweet talk, and she sharply reminded them that they had not come to the monster's lair for chatter. She stated that Jonathan needed to overcome his fear and kill Medusa to receive the reward he deserved. The baton was still in his hand. The guy clutched it tightly, confident in his every decision. Suddenly, the girl again saw an object flying at her head and thought that she could not avoid death. The poor girl's whole life flashed before her eyes, and she remembered that terrible day when she had to walk in chains through the crowd that hated her. When Medusa passed by, everyone whispered that she had been caught the previous evening in the temple of Athena with Poseidon, where they had committed various indecencies. They thought that this sweet girl she pretended to be had cleverly fooled everyone. Appearing before Athena, she listened to dirty accusations of indecent behavior in her temple. In response, the girl swore that she had done nothing of the sort, and that she and Poseidon were simply talking. Athena, unable to bear such impudence, hit the armrest of the throne with her fist and declared that she was disgusted to listen to these false excuses. Tears welled up in Medusa's eyes, and she didn't understand why no one believed her. Athena was clearly irritated by this girl, and seemed to no longer want to play childish games with her. Jumping up from her seat, Athena declared that Medusa would answer for her base act, and she would make her do it. From that moment on, Medusa could forget about her cute face, because everyone who looked at her would turn to stone. She was strictly forbidden to close her eyes or deprive herself of her sight, otherwise the curse would transfer to her voice. Athena decided to make Medusa regret her stupidity forever, without being able to fix anything. Every day Medusa felt resentment and injustice, experiencing undeserved suffering. One day in the settlement, the one who started it all came up to her, and of course, it was Poseidon. Poseidon reminded Medusa that she had heard him say unpleasant things about Athena behind her back, and that this was bad news, first of all, for her. As the Sea King, he could not allow these rumors to insult his niece in her own temple. It is hard to imagine a punishment worse than death, but that is exactly what befell this girl. Ever since Athena placed a curse on her, Medusa could not close her eyes, and turned into stone everything living that she looked at. Poseidon suggested that she hide on a forgotten island that no one had ever visited. While on this island, Jonathan, ready to hit the unfortunate girl with a club, suddenly realized that he was making a mistake. The club fell next to Medusa. Jonathan deliberately deflected the blow, changing his mind about carrying out his plan. He quietly said that he never wanted to kill her, and that he had just been doing his job all this time. Turning to Ella, the guy said that he would no longer perform this task, and that he was sorry to break the contract with her. The girl had to listen to his confession that he would never give her Medusa's head. Jumping up from her seat, the girl launched into an accusation against the man who had recently signed a contract with her. The guy reminded that you can't kill someone for your own benefit, because this is the fate of evil monsters and the devil himself. Clutching her head, the girl realized that she had lost the performer almost at the moment when the job was done. Jonathan suspected from the very beginning that Ella was hiding something and knew about Medusa's true fate. He asked her who really wanted this girl's head, and who was the real customer of the murder. She didn't want to reveal all her cards to him, because he wasn't doing his job for free and had to keep quiet and do his job. Having said this, she disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a bright, magical light. Soon the guy decided that he would figure this out later, but now he needed to do what was perhaps the most important thing in his life. He slowly approached Medusa, whom he had wanted to kill just a few minutes ago, but now intended to do something completely different. Placing his hand on her face as she closed her eyes, he used his regenerative ability to heal her wound. The scratch left by the tip of his blade on Medusa's cheek began to heal almost immediately, and the skin began to smooth out. After a few seconds, the small wound was almost invisible. Only a drop of blood remained, which the guy was initially afraid to touch. Jonathan knew that he could gain special powers if he licked that drop of blood, but he couldn't decide. Medusa continued to sit on the grass with her eyes closed, trying to figure out when she would be able to open them. Having decided to take a desperate step, the guy brushed away a drop of blood and prepared to feel the new abilities in action. Smiling, he realized that he could now look Medusa straight in the face, and, even after drinking her blood, would not turn to stone. The girl began to slowly open her eyes, not yet knowing that Jonathan had acquired a new ability and could now look at her fearlessly. Opening her eyes, she suddenly realized that for the first time in many years, she was looking directly into the face of someone who had not turned to stone under her gaze. Jonathan looked at her blue eyes with a smile, which did not at all resemble the eyes of an evil monster. He imagined Medusa's eyes as red and terrible, but this girl's eyes were beautiful, like those of an angel. He had unraveled the secret of the curse, and was now ready to share this rare knowledge with Medusa. Without listening to him to the end, the girl burst into tears of happiness, because she terribly missed his simple look and was tired of her endless loneliness. The guy, of course, tried to calm her down, realizing that such a curse could drive anyone crazy. Now all that was left for them to do was to lift the curse that Athena had placed on Medusa in her temple. The next day, Jonathan was already far from this place, preparing to meet Jessica, who had made a date in a strange place. Having waited his turn, the guy finally heard an invitation to go to the 32nd room, where the recently built sauna was located. In the newly renovated part of the dungeon, a special sauna was equipped for all high-level hunters, and now the entrance was always open for Jonathan as well. This place was a place where one could quickly restore mana and heal wounds, so Jonathan was eager to see for himself the wonderful properties of the sauna. Opening the door and going inside, he saw a man he did not expect to meet at all. It was Leo, who for some reason was still here, and had also come to the sauna at someone's invitation. Without looking up, Leo immediately recognized Jonathan and was clearly not pleased by his presence. As Jonathan passed by, he couldn't understand why Leo would wear a mask even in the sauna, when at least here he could take it off for a while. Instead of greeting, Leo said that 3 days ago there had been another gate breach, which had killed dozens of people. The guy didn't understand how Jonathan could calmly relax in the sauna, because such a high-level hunter like him should be busy with this incident. However, there were many terrible things happening in the world, and Jonathan could not be everywhere where tragedy occurred. At that moment, a voice came from the loudspeaker, inviting Ella to go into the same room where Jonathan and Leo were. Unsuspecting, the girl entered the room and for the first few seconds did not notice the familiar guys. Jonathan was very surprised by her appearance, because it couldn't be a simple coincidence that the three of them were in the same room. Leo also couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Ella and even jumped up from his seat, trying to understand whether it was an accident or someone's plan. Leo couldn't believe that his sister was alive, because he had been looking for her for a long time, but she hadn't contacted him. Judging by her appearance, the girl felt great and there was not a scratch on her body. Only now did Jonathan realize that Ella was the sister of his longtime rival, and this news took him by surprise. Jonathan couldn't understand what was going on, and why he didn't know anything about the relationship between Leo and the girl who had been giving him extra work all this time. Leo had no fewer questions, and he also did not understand why the girl did not tell him that she was fine. He continued to call her sister, and Jonathan suspected that they were hiding their relationship. At first she simply looked down, unable to utter a word, because she had nothing to say. At that moment, Jessica appeared in the sauna, and immediately noticed the gloomy atmosphere instead of the expected joy from the meeting of brother and sister. She was probably the only one who could tell Jonathan the whole truth, and he still wanted to know why she was the last one to know. Jessica was alarmed by Ella's behavior from the very beginning, so she conducted her own investigation. It turned out that none of the gods had ever heard of this girl, and there was not a single entry about her in the Journal of Olympus. So Jessica began to be tormented by doubts, because if there are no records about Ella, then perhaps she is the forgotten deity. Jonathan also felt that there was a familiar energy coming from the girl, and that was probably why she said that her name was worthless. Jessica had to go on a long journey to other worlds to find those who could shed light on this mystery. She eventually managed to gather information from different dimensions, even though the answer was right under her nose the whole time. In the forest, near Medusa's lair, she suddenly realized that Ella had been hiding something from her and the other guys all this time. Hunter Leo had a missing younger sister with the same name, and he couldn't figure out what Jessica was hinting at with her story. Jessica continued to insist that Ella would not be reduced to the level of a forgotten god, even though her name was unknown to the other Olympian gods, and she didn't even have an extra job. To be honest, the girl didn't think that there would be anyone else who could manage the system of gods as well as she and Jonathan. Approaching Ella, Jessica asked directly who she really was, and what else they didn't know about this mysterious girl. Ella's brother, of course, could not remain on the sidelines and demanded that she stop talking nonsense about his sister. He was grateful to Jessica for helping him find Ella, but now he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Suddenly, a bright green aura flared around Ella, and Leo realized that his sister was hiding something very important from him. Leo could hardly believe that his little sister, whom he had known all his life, possessed such powerful energy. Without turning to face her brother, Ella asked him to come home, as if she were saying goodbye to him forever. Leo realized that Ella had used movement magic and began to dissolve into the air, teleporting to another space. After sending her brother to another dimension, Ella was finally ready to admit everything Jessica had said. Jessica had done a great job of conducting the undercover investigation, but Ella said with a sneer that she hadn't expected such a high rating for her abilities. However, noticing the worry in Jessica's eyes, Ella approached her and said that the system could be controlled by other people besides her. Ella had always been irritated by arrogant girls like her rival, who were convinced that the whole world revolved around them. Lightly pushing Jessica with her shoulder, Ella headed towards the man who interested her much more. Walking up to Charlie and looking him straight in the eye, Ella declared that it was he she wanted to talk to first. Suddenly, she announced that Jonathan must pay for not living up to his name and breaking the terms of the contract. Charlie understood that there was some truth in her words, but he also had a question for the girl. It was unlikely that he would be able to talk to Ella now, because Jessica was next to her, and more serious events were unfolding elsewhere. After all, new gates opened over the city, and its inhabitants once again found themselves in mortal danger. Ella could easily move to the gate, and the next moment the sand began to rise under her feet. It was obvious that Ella was heading to the very epicenter where these giant interdimensional gates had opened. She suggested that Charlie change places and talk where no one would disturb them. Jessica, looking up, understood Ella's plan and was very surprised that the gates above the city opened today. The whirlwind around Jessica swirled with such force that she could barely stay on her feet and could not see anything around her. A moment later, the same magic that Ella had used to transport herself and Jonathan to another space poured out of the open gate onto the ground. The guy didn't understand why Ella did this, and why she left Jessica in that dimension without taking her with her. Moreover, Ella walked through the gates so easily, as if she knew about their appearance in advance. Ella de repente admitió que solía pensar que Jonathan era un dios disfrazado de hombre, pero ahora su opinión había cambiado. Jonathan turned out to be not just a stone at the bottom of the river, but a useful person for her, capable of playing an important role in her life. Up until this point, Ella and Jonathan had a wonderful relationship, but no matter how special the stone is, it will never change the course of the river at the bottom of which it lies. Ella then stated that something had happened that should never have happened, something she had no idea about. Looking at Jonathan, she asked him directly how he managed to escape the prophecy, and who he really was. Jonathan heard about the prophecy once again, and repeated that he was just an ordinary man who had recently accidentally become a lesser god. But everyone knew that a human was incapable of controlling the system, which meant Jonathan continued to lie to its face. Jonathan realized that they were not here by accident, because Ella had specially created a protective dome around them so that he could not escape. Although there was nothing like this in the prophecy, Ella decided to slightly change the scenario predetermined by the higher gods. Suddenly, she raised a huge magical clot above her head to solve the problem created by Jonathan's appearance once and for all. She was ready to use her destructive magic, which Jonathan, being in the dome, would not be able to resist. But her plan was not destined to come true, because all this time Jonathan had a loyal friend next to him, ready to protect him from any trouble. It was Jessica who rushed after them once the movement magic wore off and she could use her power again. Such a straightforward attack as Ella used would hardly have worked on a girl who had lived many lives and seen everything in the world. Ella just snorted contemptuously in response, repeating that she hated arrogant girls, and if Jessica was asking for a fight, she would gladly switch her attention to her. She had no intention of getting involved with this guy at first, but Jonathan himself started the conflict. Her intentions remained unclear, but Ella used such powerful magic as if she had been preparing for this fight for a long time. And then Jessica realized with horror that the protective barrier protecting them from the local mutants had shattered into pieces. Jessica thought that this girl was completely crazy for deciding to feed them alive to a horde of hungry monsters. Jessica was tired of Jonathan's lies, because she knew for sure that the guy was hiding many more secrets about his origin. She wanted them all to die here and now, because there was already a horde of mutants hanging over them, ready to tear them apart. There were so many aliens that even a whole team of high-level hunters couldn't handle even half of them. For the first few seconds, the young people, frozen with horror, simply looked at the approaching crowd of mutants. Jessica screamed in despair at Ella that she had done something irreparable and, apparently, did not fully understand how it would all end. After all, if all the mutants from the demon world flooded onto Earth, its inhabitants would not have a single chance of survival. Now no one but them could stop these monsters, and Jessica decided to first deal with the one who summoned them from the underworld. It was Ella. It was her magic that opened the way for these creatures, and now she was ready to prevent her rival from somehow correcting the situation. Jessica ran towards Ella at top speed, clutching the magic blade tightly in her hand. In just a moment, she rushed past Ella, managing to inflict a deep wound on her. Ella had not missed a single blow for a long time, and now for the first time in a long time she felt real pain. But suddenly she smiled, noting that Jessica had noticeably increased her speed over the past couple of days. Now was not the time for talking, and Jessica threatened to cut Ella's throat if she did not answer her questions immediately. The main question was why Ella had summoned these mutants and what she was going to do next. Jessica found it strange that she still hadn't figured out Ella's plan, since even Jonathan was beginning to guess her true origins. Ella gritó fuerte que el mundo no sería salvado aunque Jessica matara a su hermana en este momento. Jessica was probably familiar with this situation, and had probably experienced the consequences of opening a gate that would release legions of demons. These words really resonated in Jessica's soul, and she asked again who Ella really was. If Ella was sent by the Demon King himself, then all this time she was the culprit of all the troubles that made Jessica shed tears for so many nights. Suddenly, Ella used her ability and looked into her opponent's eyes with a hypnotic gaze, trying to confuse her. Apparently, she wanted to use her magic to temporarily deprive Jessica of her ability to resist and deliver the decisive blow. Under the influence of hypnosis, Jessica fell to the ground, unable to utter a word. Her worst nightmare, which had haunted her for many years, immediately appeared before her eyes. She saw again the ruins that the city had become, and it was precisely the vision that often haunted her dreams. It was hard to accept, but it seemed like she was about to fail and die again, only to be reborn and continue this endless cycle. Perhaps this is her destiny, and she should no longer resist what is destined from above. At some point, Jessica stopped resisting and simply waited for the fatal blow from Ella. But at that moment, on the sand where Jonathan had stood, there remained only a trace of the powerful push with which he had risen into the air. After all, it was Ella who taught Jonathan the technique of flight in the forest, and now he seemed ready to use it against her. Clenching his fist, he reminded her that she was deeply mistaken, and that it was time to answer for her actions. He stood between Jessica and Ella, making it clear that he would not allow his friend to come to harm. Jonathan reminded Ella that cities and countries were built by people over centuries, and she had no right to destroy all of this. The world order could not collapse from one attempt of a weak girl who could not even cope with Medusa. Many monsters that seem like messengers of death are simply protecting their territories, just like the Frost Giant King does. Jessica remembered how they had recently found a third priest for Jonathan, and now the power of the Giant King was available to the boy in the fight against the new threat. Approaching the girl, the guy made it clear that he would not leave her, although he needed a little help from her. Jessica was the only one who could handle the arrogant girl while Jonathan searched for the gate core to destroy it. She was shackled by doubts and fears, preventing her from expressing her deepest abilities. Jonathan took the girl's hand, helping her up as she wiped away her tears and tried to pull herself together. Smiling suddenly, she told Jonathan that he could trust her completely, since her previous fears had been dispelled. Jonathan somehow got into this territory, and Ella didn't understand how he managed to do it. But that wasn't the main problem, because Jessica looked at her with such a look that there was no question of a friendly conversation. Feeling the icy breath of death, Ella, not wanting to give up, rushed after her rival. The deadly battle between Jessica and Ella, which had been brewing for a long time, could now not be stopped. Jessica, confident in her abilities, was ready to demonstrate all the power she had accumulated. The sharp blow of the blade made Ella realize with horror that she would not be able to dodge it. The girl fell to the ground and blood immediately began to flow from her neck, where the blow had landed. She relied on magic and hypnosis, unaware that Jessica had long been superior to her in all magical disciplines. Clutching her bleeding wound, the girl looked furiously at her rival, realizing that she should have been killed earlier. Jessica gave her one last chance to survive if she revealed her identity and purpose. Ella dijo con una sonrisa que la vida era solo una apuesta para ella, y solo un idiota no entendía eso. She stated that Jessica would never be able to kill her, but she decided to try anyway. Ella looked her in the eye boldly and said that she would not even resist, waiting for her opponent to make the next move. Jessica heard the system notification that the Eye of the Abyss was watching them, and realized that it was the fear of the abyss that had always paralyzed her. Holding the wound that was soaking her clothes with blood, the girl continued to say with a smile that she had asked for it, and had to see everything with her own eyes. An ominous dark vortex swirled around Ella, and she declared in a hoarse voice that she was the chosen one of the Earth Goddess. It seems that she was the one who was supposed to destroy this world, bring chaos, destroy humanity, and revive life anew. The evil that Jessica desperately tried to destroy will now rise again, just as it did thousands of years ago. Suddenly her appearance changed, and the wound on her neck healed as if the blow had never happened. Ella's appearance changed dramatically, and Jessica did not immediately understand who was standing in front of her. There was only one option left, and this girl was none other than a servant of the god of chaos and destruction, capable of absorbing entire dimensions. It was madness to serve such a god, but Ella sadly admitted that only he recognized her talents. Today she was ready to leave, because there was nothing more for a creature like her to do here. Finally, she reminded that the darkness of the abyss will soon lead all people to a happy land, something they don't yet know about. Fulfilling her mission will not be easy, but the decision has been made and she does not intend to retreat. In addition, Ella learned the secret that her rival was hiding, and most likely, Jonathan will soon find out about it too. Using the magic of movement, she instantly dissolved into thin air, and the boys could only stare into space. The black darkness cleared, and it became clear that Ella's arrival had created many problems for the inhabitants of this world. The gates remained open, and it was necessary to get out of this place urgently, while there was still an opportunity to do so. Jessica understood that any minute now, monsters from the afterlife dimension would appear here, and it was hard to say how many of them there would be this time. This time Jonathan had a hard time, because he spent a lot of magical power to prevent Ella from carrying out her plan. But even this power was not enough to destroy the gates, and they still hung in the sky, threatening the entire city. In a rage, Patrick grabbed the first stone he came across and almost threw it at the gaping gates, although he knew it was pointless. Adele understood that if the barrier had not been restored, a catastrophe of an unprecedented scale would have broken out, which humanity would not be able to cope with. The boy smiled encouragingly at his friends, saying that they had done a great job, especially Adele, whose magic had noticeably increased. The fire was almost extinguished, but the mutant invasion continued, and Jonathan was ready for battle. Jonathan suspected that the disappearance of the core was connected to Ella, because immediately after her departure, he lost contact with the gate core, which needed to be destroyed. Suddenly, after a short pause, Jessica announced that she knew where to look for answers to all their questions. She was ready to tell Jonathan everything that interested him and reveal all the secrets that she had previously kept. But first, they had to leave here, because in this noisy place they could be disturbed by those who did not benefit from the disclosure of these secrets. A helicopter was circling above the place where the gate was still open, carrying one of Jonathan's old enemies. Charlie, who was sitting in the helicopter with his father, had long been waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on Jonathan. He reminded his father that Jonathan had also passed through these gates, and it was anyone's guess who had helped him do so. Charlie wanted to immediately start searching for Jonathan, but Ermac stopped him, saying that the work was finished for today. Only after careful preparation for the meeting with Jonathan will they be able to continue their investigation and find out who he really is. Having found a secluded place, the young people finally began a long overdue conversation. Jonathan asked the girl not to hide anything from him anymore, as Ella had done, because now there was no reason to do so. Looking into Jessica's eyes, he asked her to tell him everything she knew and not to hide the truth this time. He was primarily interested in the relationship between Jessica and Ella, and why they were constantly arguing. A green leaf from a tree appeared in Jessica's hands, created like all living things on Earth, by the goddess of the Earth. Jonathan was horrified to hear the truth that Jessica was the first child born on Earth, and was reborn almost 2,000 times. She had been through so many reincarnations that she had lost count, and her connection to this planet was much deeper than Jonathan could have imagined. Jonathan had had his suspicions about Jessica's origins before, but he didn't think he was this close to the truth. Smiling, he admitted that 2 years ago he noticed strange behavior in Jessica, and suspected that she was a regressor. She adapted to other dimensions amazingly quickly, as if she had already been to places that she was visiting for the first time within this life. That's why Jonathan thought Jessica was a regressor, hiding it from everyone. Jonathan's last phrase made Jessica think, because the reasons why she hid the truth were not entirely clear even to her. In fact, she tried to hide it from Jonathan because of the all-seeing eye of the abyss that was watching everyone closely. Jonathan was surprised to learn that this was the same warning that constantly appeared in the system window when entering the abyss. It is the eye of the abyss that creates the gate and causes the destruction of the world that the demon has chosen as its next target. Ella served the minion of chaos, using the gullible Jessica to her advantage, who believed her lies. It is unknown how Ella knew about Jessica's past, but it is clear that she had the gift of foresight and had access to information about all living beings on Earth. Most likely, the god of chaos already knew about everything, and now he only had to choose the moment for his destructive attack. Perhaps the young people had one last chance to fix everything, but it is unclear whether Jonathan will be able to help Jessica. Of course, Jonathan smiled and said he was willing to help and asked what Jessica's plan was. They were obliged to protect people, even if it did not help repel the attack of the god of chaos. Jessica immediately liked this approach, and she realized with a smile that she had found a true friend and ally. With Jonathan around, all her worries seemed like nothing, and she was ready to use her magic to make him stronger. Jessica handed Jonathan a bottle of magic potion that he had already drunk once, but probably forgot about it. Jonathan looked at the bottle for a moment, trying to figure out what power it would give him. Jessica recalled that in his past life, as a lesser god, Jonathan fought Neptune and drank this potion before the battle. Jonathan began to remember something similar in his visions of a past life, but he could not reconstruct the full picture. After taking a sip of the potion, he felt no effect, and vital information about his past remained inaccessible. Jessica reassured him, explaining that it was a secret weapon against chaos that worked gradually. She prepared this potion especially for Jonathan, because now he was able to fulfill his destiny. The barriers they usually used against monsters were only a temporary measure, and would not help against a chaos god. Jonathan realized with annoyance that everything was happening too quickly, and that he would not have time to rest before the main battle of his life. Right now he needed to gather the remaining priests, and Jessica decided to send him on a new mission. A moment later, Jonathan found himself in the desert, surrounded by quicksand and pyramids on the horizon. He was to work as a courier again, but these parcels were very different from those on Earth. The first person Jonathan met at this place was the senior courier, who was clearly unhappy with their meeting. Arthur, that was the courier's name, was angry that he had once again been given a newbie whose training would require a lot of time. But before entrusting the newbie with the job, experienced courier Arthur wanted to give him one important piece of advice that would help him earn a ton of money. Hearing this advice, Jonathan was silent for a moment, wondering whether he should reveal his true nature to Arthur. Arthur, noticing Jonathan's hesitation, urged him on, as he was explaining the important fundamentals of their difficult work. Suddenly, looking closely at Jonathan, Arthur realized that this was no ordinary courier. At that moment, it dawned on Arthur that he was standing in front of a real mid-level god, and he couldn't figure out what he was doing in this deserted area. Jonathan, looking at Arthur with a smile, replied that he could be anywhere, because there were no restrictions for him. In fact, Arthur was simply surprised to meet Jonathan, since in these parts only lower-level gods were usually encountered. Arthur warned Jonathan that couriers were treated like slaves here, and were given only discarded packages as a reward. Although the lower-level gods were always happy with such parcels, because among them there were often valuable magical weapons and rare abilities. The salary here was distributed according to a special system, and Arthur secretly told Jonathan how he could increase his income. Arthur promised Jonathan a great life if he followed his instructions, and was confident that Jonathan would not even want to leave once he got used to the local customs. In response, Jonathan unexpectedly put his hand on Arthur's shoulder in a friendly manner and declared that from now on, they should help each other. Before they began working together, Jonathan asked Arthur for one small favor. Arthur found it strange that a guy he barely knew would immediately ask for a favor. Looking up at the top of the pyramid, Arthur realized that Jonathan was aiming very high, because he wanted to be involved in deliveries that were entrusted to him by the rulers of the pyramid themselves. Such deliveries were only entrusted to experienced couriers, so it was unlikely that anyone would entrust them to Jonathan. Arthur offered Jonathan some tips that would help him get such deliveries if he decided to take on such a difficult task. At this moment, their conversation was overheard by one of the couriers, who clearly did not like the newcomer's idea. The guy was waiting for an answer from him, and in such a situation the courier would hardly be able to refuse. Urged on by the other couriers, Arthur was forced to agree to Jonathan's proposal, as there was no time left to think. First of all, they had to unload the huge mountain of parcels that had already accumulated. Jonathan knew the job would be tough, but he had no idea that so many items had come from Hermes' post office. As he began work, Arthur warned Jonathan that if he lifted even one parcel incorrectly, he could destroy the entire pyramid of boxes. Judging by the look on Jonathan's face, he himself could teach anyone how to handle parcels, and Arthur's advice was of no use to him. Unlike Jonathan, Patrick was not as experienced and had already made mistakes, almost causing the entire mountain of boxes to collapse. Patrick was angry that Jonathan was always dumping the hardest work on him, forcing him to work without any benefit for him. But all the other priestesses of Jonathan were busy, and the king of the frost giants who could help was guarding the open gates. Adele and Jessica, who have high resistance to magic, went in search of the fifth priest and also could not help Patrick. So instead of an angry tirade, Patrick should have picked up what he dropped and not thrown a tantrum. Otherwise, he would have to work until he had paid for the damage to the damaged packages, which Jonathan would have to pay for him. Patrick resisted for a long time, and even threatened to complain about Jonathan to senior management. But all his threats were in vain. By the end of the day, they had finally finished the job, and Patrick had done it flawlessly for the first time. Arthur smiled and congratulated Jonathan and his assistant on successfully completing their first task, and praised them for their excellent work. As a reward, he gave Jonathan a medallion, one of the sacred relics that could protect its owner in case of danger. This artifact, which could store packages, was needed to enter the pyramid, where Jonathan planned to get a more profitable job. Arthur asked Jonathan again if everything would be okay once he received the valuable artifact, but Jonathan assured him that he could rest easy. Taking the sacred relic in his hands, Jonathan immediately felt the powerful magic emanating from it. Like a vacuum cleaner, he easily sucked into his new magical artifact all the parcels that were piled up next to him like a wall. The preparations were complete, and now it was time to begin the main part of the mission. Unlike the Greek gods, who preferred to live on Olympus, Egyptian deities usually lived in pyramids like this one. From a distance, the pyramid seemed huge, and Jonathan guessed that up close it would look smaller than from the other end of the desert. However, when he approached the wall of the pyramid, Jonathan became convinced that Arthur had not lied, and that the pyramid was indeed taller than all the structures in the world. All that remained was to figure out how to open the door and get inside, although the answer to this question was obvious. After all, Jonathan now had a new magical item, and that magical phrase that he said when he took the artifact in his hands. At that very moment, a bright yellow light flashed in front of them, and the boys realized that the gate had opened. Finding themselves in front of a huge warehouse where hundreds of people were working, the guys realized that they had come to the right place. But in order to pass through the hall, they had to face a guard who blocked their path. The guard sternly declared that they were not allowed to pass, and that he would guard the entrance from all uninvited guests. Jonathan was puzzled because he was just a courier delivering parcels and should be a welcome guest in the pyramid. The guard reminded him that the pyramid was a sanctuary of the gods and pharaohs, and Jonathan's companion must sacrifice his own hand so that they could enter. The boy objected that Patrick, his personal priest, was supposed to help him with the work. But how could he do it with one hand? At this moment, the guard saw that Patrick had already crossed the line and was inside the pyramid. A huge guard's paw appeared above Patrick, about to carry out his threat and take the hand of the unfortunate priest. The guard reminded that there are no exceptions to the rule, and the guy will have to say goodbye to his hand. Patrick had experienced a lot during his travels with Jonathan, but this was the first time he had felt such horror. Everyone who knew Jonathan knew that he would not allow this monster to deal with his loyal priest. The next second, Jonathan found himself above the guard and delivered an unexpected blow, landing gracefully on the stone floor. Jonathan promised to personally deal with this sudden problem. Seeing how easily the boy fought, the guard realized that before him was an average, and perhaps even a supreme deity. But now the guy was in the guise of a simple courier, and still dared to challenge the guardian of the pyramid, thereby earning punishment. The guard was filled with anger, and Jonathan's attack did not convince him to let the guy through. There was rage in his eyes, because no courier had ever dared to contradict him before, let alone engage in battle. But, as we know, Jonathan was not an ordinary courier, and none of the guys working here could have delivered such a masterful blow. The guard didn't have time to understand what had happened, as his body began to move on its own, and at some point, he found himself right at Jonathan's feet, like his faithful dog. And just as a faithful dog does not bite its owner, so the guard should have met Jonathan at the very gate, and not snapped and rushed into battle. The guard had no idea that this guy had once managed to tame Cerberus himself, so he dealt with this dog in no time. In addition, the guard's wagging tail clearly showed that the magic had worked 100%. The guy, of course, understood that it was not easy for the guard, but with a smile he threatened him with all kinds of humiliation if he did not immediately answer the question and obey his commands. He would never agree to become some boy's dog, so the guard agreed to help him with this mission. Soon they were carefully descending the stone steps of the staircase, because in the darkness almost nothing could be seen. Below, a guard pointed to a passage and confirmed that this was the very path to the top of the pyramid. The guy was surprised that the entrance to the top was underground, but the guard immediately explained that this road leads to the abode of the Sphinx. Raising his head, the guard pointed to the complex mechanisms of the labyrinth, the structure of which changed every day, and therefore it was impossible to pass without special permission. Jonathan finally reached the place where he could complete the task and receive the long-awaited reward. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in front of Jonathan, the same as when he entered the pyramid, and he realized that he was in the most sacred place. Before them stood a huge living statue with a head. But the voices that were coming from, Jonathan realized, were coming from somewhere behind it. Suddenly a voice was heard warning that in order to get what he wanted, the guy needed to guess a riddle. The creature hiding behind the huge stone head immediately noted the guy's confidence, but warned that everything would not be so simple. 3 cats appeared in front of Jonathan, and putting their names together, he realized that the Sphinx was in front of him. Jonathan was surprised that the Sphinx to which he had asked his guard to be taken turned out to be each of these 3 cats, which meant that he was already there. The guy easily agreed to complete this simple task and solve the riddles, in which Patrick would certainly help him. The first task was not as difficult as the following ones, because Sphinx decided to start with a little warm-up. The task tested Jonathan's mathematical knowledge, and the Sphinx drew something on the stone wall of the pyramid. A strange puzzle appeared on the wall, consisting of several solved examples, except for the last one, the solution to which Jonathan had to find. The Sphinx warned that no more than 3 minutes, and not a second more, were given to solve the puzzle. He then announced the start of the countdown and cheerfully advised the guy to hurry up. If Jonathan doesn't make it in time, then he himself must guess what will happen to him. Jonathan suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if his head was suddenly ringing. Could it really be another hypnosis magic? In any other situation, he would have simply left this place. But now everything had to go according to plan, so all that was left was to solve this problem. Looking at the puzzle, Jonathan realized that he couldn't solve it in 3 minutes, and that a little more time was needed to solve it. The system, as luck would have it, also refused to give the correct answer. But Jonathan had one last ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the Sphinx lazily reminded the guy that he only had 5 seconds left to solve this problem. The strange cats began a countdown, anticipating how they would feast on Jonathan, because he would probably not find an answer. But suddenly the guy named the exact number that the puzzle should end with. The Sphinx seemed to have seen for the first time a man solve this most difficult problem in just 3 minutes. Jonathan's secret was simple, because his new friend Arthur was a real genius in mathematics, and quickly suggested the correct answer through the system window. Now it was the cat's turn to fulfill their part of the deal, and tell the guy everything he needed. However, the Sphinx declared that the first puzzle was just a light warm-up, and now it was time for the next task. There were 3 Sphinxes in the room, which meant the guy had to answer 3 questions. The Sphinxes seemed to be enjoying themselves as they watched the boy risk his life in their lair trying to solve their riddles. Suddenly, a huge magical sword flared up right above Jonathan, hinting at a new test. At that very moment, one of the cats thought sarcastically that since Jonathan had coped with the math problem, this challenge was definitely beyond his capabilities. The cats clearly intended to win this little battle by cunning, forcing the boy to stumble at the most crucial moment. Suddenly, the Sphinx threw the sword at Jonathan's feet, barking at him to grip the hilt tighter. Looking at the cat's gloating face, Jonathan realized that the Sphinx had not intended to explain anything from the very beginning, but was just waiting for the moment to feast on him after the failure of the task. As Jonathan raised his sword, he heard a riddle about how to divide 3 combined objects of equal mass into 2 equal parts. This was the same strange riddle that the Sphinx had asked Jonathan, but the boy already knew the answer to this simple question for him. Inspecting the sword, Jonathan noticed that it was perfectly sharpened and ready to cut through anything it touched. Then, pointing his sword towards the Sphinxes, Jonathan said with a grin that if he removed 1 hungry mouth out of 3, then he could split anyone into 2 parts. In fact, this puzzle was the most difficult in the Sphinx's arsenal, so he was extremely surprised that the guy knew the answer. But the worst thing was that Jonathan didn't just answer, but acted as if he wanted to demonstrate on the Sphinxes themselves how to properly cut in 2 with a sword. At this point, the cats realized that their time for riddles was over, and now they had to figure out what to do with this cheeky guy. The energy emanating from Jonathan's next ability was so powerful that Patrick collapsed to the ground, even though he knew he was in no danger. Jonathan, smiling, turned to the Sphinx and asked whether he accepted this answer, or would continue his silly games. He added that he had already put up with their stupid antics for too long, and there was no point in teasing him at such a moment. Jonathan was not wrong, and these Egyptian cats did indeed attack him, even after he answered all their riddles. Even the correct answers did not satisfy them, because from the very beginning they were pursuing their insidious goal. The Sphinx jumped up to Jonathan and swung at him with a paw that in an instant became larger than itself. With his claws outstretched, the Sphinx prepared to tear apart the impudent boy who dared to challenge his will in his own lair. The main rule was that if a person gave the correct answer, the Sphinxes were obliged to fulfill his request, even if they did not like it. Everything was supposed to begin and end with a mystery, not bloodshed, especially after the person passed the test. Jonathan agreed with this rule, and was the only one who was not afraid to come here and test his strength in this unusual duel. The guy seemed to have impressed not only the guard of the pyramid, but also its inhabitants, who usually easily confused anyone and did not allow them to go further. In ancient times, there were many such daredevils as Jonathan, and they all put their lives on the line, not fearing the outcome of this duel. It was time for the last question, and the Sphinx asked Jonathan to think carefully before answering. He suggested that Jonathan imagine that an angel was hovering over one of his shoulders, obeying its master without question. And above the other, as expected, the devil has settled down, who will distort everything and do the opposite. What should Jonathan say to get into heaven using just one sentence? Hearing the riddle, Jonathan seemed to return to the past, where he sat huddled in the corner of a dark room, alone. A stranger suddenly came out of the darkness and asked him why he was crying. The boy asked to leave him alone and not pretend that he was concerned about the fate of such a talentless person. The stranger replied with a smile that this was not so, and that Jonathan was greatly mistaken in considering himself of no use to anyone. Jonathan asked again not to fool him, because any adult can say a few comforting words to a child, but he will not believe anyone else. However, the stranger continued to insist that Jonathan should not give up, because there were things in the world that he was capable of. He added that in his past everything was exactly the same, and those around him considered him untalented, not paying any attention to him. Coming closer, the stranger asked the boy to answer one question, after which he promised to tell about his amazing experience. He asked Jonathan if he knew who angels and demons were, and only much later did the boy understand the essence of this question. He realized the reason for his mediocrity, and subsequently became stronger in order to protect the people dear to him. And now Jonathan was ready to give an answer to the Sphinx. For whether it was an angel or a devil, he had to immediately take him to where eternity reigns. It was obvious to everyone that the answer was correct, but for a few seconds the Sphinx could not understand how Jonathan knew this. It was a truly excellent answer, and after that the cats could not refuse the guy his request. Jonathan reminded that he was looking for the pharaoh, and now the gates leading to the royal palace must open for him. Patrick still doubted the cat's honesty, but Jonathan was confident that they were on the right track. As they parted, the Sphinx once again emphasized that the solved riddle obliged them to let Jonathan through. Now Jonathan only had to step forward and find himself in another space. Of course, the most evil Sphinx could not resist, and angrily shouted that there would be no bones left of them when they entered inside. But these words could no longer frighten Jonathan, and he, together with his priest, stepped into the unknown. The movement took a moment, and the next moment they were already in the place where the meeting with the priest was supposed to take place. But at the very entrance to the royal palace they were met by a man who was clearly not happy about their appearance. It was Pharaoh, warned about the visit of uninvited guests, and he was not going to tolerate the impudent man. But the guy immediately shouted out that there had been a misunderstanding, and that he did not wish any harm to either the residents or the inhabitants of this palace. However, these persuasions had no effect on the pharaoh, because he had long been suffering attacks from his enemies. He was no longer going to believe these false persuasions of the gods, and decided to answer Jonathan with all the power of his destructive magic. Now the guy listened with surprise to angry accusations against him, and was reproached for using people for his own benefit. But what amazed the boy most was that the pharaoh, being a man, could use divine power. He was even ready to sacrifice his life, just to stop Jonathan and tame his arrogance. The arrogance of him and the arrogance of gods like him. The guy repeated once again that some mistake had occurred, and he did not want to harm anyone present. Suddenly there was a noise behind him, and the guy realized that someone was watching from behind the half-open door. The guy's intuition immediately told him about the danger, and he was overcome with rage, because it always infuriated him when someone tried to sneak up from behind. But there was no risk to be taken, and Jonathan instantly moved his priest to a safe place. He himself would also like to get out of here as soon as possible, but he lacked a little divine power for this. Besides, he did not come here to flee at the first sign of danger, without even trying to find his new priest, for whose sake he had come to the palace. At that moment, the door to the hall of the pharaoh's palace was illuminated by a bright white light, and the guy realized that he was about to encounter the supreme deity. The one who appeared from this door the next moment was well known to Pharaoh, and this meeting did not bode well. It was the god Set, who heard the noise and decided to come here personally to see everything with his own eyes. He again appeared at the pharaoh's palace uninvited, and the latter angrily declared that no one had invited him. Jonathan immediately activated his invisibility ability, hoping to remain unnoticed by the powerful deity. Meeting Seth could easily have ended in death, because even the system activated the ability of intuition seconds before his appearance in the palace. The pharaoh angrily declared that he would never submit to his enemies or betray the people of his country, even if he had to fight Seth himself. But Seth did not keep himself waiting, and the next moment, he furiously grabbed the pharaoh by the neck, squeezing him tightly in his hand. Raising the pharaoh above the palace floor, Seth ordered him to shut up unless he wanted to die immediately. The magic activated by the pharaoh was useless against such a powerful god as Set, and he could only endure the pain. Seth looked at the pharaoh with a smile, surprised at how much divine power he had managed to accumulate. The boy realized with horror that Seth was absorbing the divine power of the pharaoh, and would probably take his soul along with it. Before leaving, Seth told Pharaoh that he had been given the great honor of becoming a sacrifice to the god, and that instead of cursing, he should be grateful. Seth again took all the divine power that the inhabitants had managed to accumulate and transferred it to the Pharaoh, and he was again left completely devastated. Pharaoh remained lying on the floor, trying to find the strength to rise to his feet. He realized that what he had been fighting against for the past years had caught up with him again and defeated him and his people. But the Pharaoh only wanted to protect those who were dear to him, and those who worked all their lives for the good of his country. When he woke up, for the first few seconds he couldn't figure out where he was. Then, clutching his head, he realized that the nightmare was over. But the voice he heard made him doubt it. For this Jonathan, whom he cursed silently, was still in his abode and seemed to have no intention of leaving. The guy objected that he was not the damned god, as Pharaoh had called him, but the one who had saved his life today. Those around Jonathan were delighted with the delicious sweets that he generously shared with them. But this hardly pleased the Pharaoh, who today lost all the divine power he had accumulated over the years. At that moment, the girl gently put her hands on his shoulders and asked him to calm down and come to his senses. He had just recently been on the verge of death, so it was understandable that he was still confused and did not realize his words. Only now did he remember that Seth really wanted to kill him. But who then stopped him and saved him? The girl continued to talk about how, having absorbed such an amount of divine power, the Pharaoh almost died, and this would have certainly happened if not for that guy. It was Jonathan, whom Pharaoh considered cursed by God, who saved him when everyone else was powerless. For the first time in his life, Pharaoh looked at the gods differently, because Jonathan turned out to be kinder than many people. Of course, he understood that Jonathan had his own goal, and gratitude was not the only reason for his actions. And when, leaning on the fragile girl, he slowly headed towards the exit, Jonathan suddenly had an idea he had found the one he was looking for. For she addressed him by the name borne by the priest destined to become Jonathan's next priest. Now there was no doubt that this was the very fourth priest that Jessica had spoken of. Then Jonathan asked Pharaoh to stop and listen to him in gratitude for saving him. But Pharaoh did not like Jonathan's familiarity and sharply warned him to watch his language. Moreover, he stated that he did not intend to communicate with Jonathan's people because he hated all of them since childhood. Pharaoh believed that Jonathan was the type who first extends a helping hand to the desperate and then sends them to hell. He still couldn't forget the horror from the past that made him hate people. When a terrible famine struck, parents ate their own children to survive. And then the plague broke out and corpses lay in the streets like sand in the wind, a nightmare that those who lived through it will never forget. And in this endless despair, God offered him salvation, promising that by becoming Pharaoh, he could save all these people. So he became a representative of God and, using the skills given to him, saved and led people. The Pharaoh was merely a vessel that accumulated faith and stored divine power. And all that hell on earth was the work of the gods. He realized that he was just a clown in a terrible performance, and that people were nothing more than cattle for the gods. Jonathan had never heard such a terrible story before, and could not imagine that such things were happening in these parts. Looking Jonathan in the eye, he asked him if he now understood where such fierce hatred for the gods came from in his heart. And now, after everything that had happened, he wanted the guy to just leave and never come back. Before leaving, Jonathan nevertheless said one last thing, that their meeting would be repeated, but everything would be completely different. Jonathan, keeping his promise to Seth, spent the next month preparing to win the Pharaoh's trust. A month later, ahead of Seth, he actually kept his word and appeared at the palace. Seth, as usual, barged into the palace without knocking, like the owner, declaring that he only had a few minutes. It was time to absorb the divine power accumulated by the country's inhabitants, which he usually drew from the Pharaoh's aura. He hoped that this time everything would go smoothly, without stupid resistance, and he had no idea what awaited him. The next moment, Jonathan appeared right above him, patiently awaiting his arrival. But Seth was not in vain famous for his divine strength, so he easily foresaw Jonathan's blow and responded with his own. He hated being attacked from behind, but his premonition would leave his opponent with no chance, even if he attacked him in the face. Pressing the guy against the wall, Seth sternly asked why he had come to the palace again, and why the hell he had gotten involved with the Pharaoh. Jonathan found it difficult to speak with his face pressed against the wall, but he had long since prepared the answer to this question. His goal was to save the Pharaoh from the inevitable death that awaited him in the near future. Realizing that he had a serious opponent in front of him, Seth squeezed Jonathan's head even tighter, ready to kill him on the spot. He then threw the guy back with such force that a cloud of dust rose up, covering everything around. Seth knew full well that with Jonathan's divine power, he would hardly be able to win this duel. Thrown back by a monstrous force, Charlie smashed his back through the wall of the pharaoh's palace and struggled to his feet. But getting up, he only smiled, realizing that this god had not yet realized who he was dealing with. Even Archie, who had doubted his friend's strength until the very end, suddenly realized that he was facing a real sword god. But before that, there was an unpleasant conversation with Jonathan, who accused Archie of being absent for a long time, which is why he had to spend the night on the street. Jonathan, of course, immediately apologized for being late, explaining it by the problems that had piled up. He then asked how much it would cost to move the huge wall of boxes containing parcels. The payment was so generous that Jonathan was able to buy an ability that now came in very handy for him. He immediately activated his body's regeneration ability, and the abrasions on his face began to heal quickly. Having fully recovered, Jonathan looked at his opponent and suggested continuing the duel that had just begun. Jonathan was not going to repeat himself, and tightly gripping the hilt of his Excalibur, decided to finish off the arrogant god. With a powerful push, he rushed at full speed towards the one who had caused him so much trouble. In reality, the guy only wanted Seth to let the pharaohs go and stop stealing their divine power. The next swing of the sword was so fast that it almost grazed Seth's chest, who was not used to such speed. It was hard to believe that a low-level god like Jonathan dared to attack him without fear of dying. Seth had assumed from the start that Jonathan would try to save everyone in the palace and had prepared his own surprise. Noticing the old man in the distance, Seth extended his hand towards him, wanting to make Jonathan regret his decision. Seth was too close to the old man, and Jonathan simply did not have time to react and protect the poor man. The god's huge hand was already squeezing the old man's head, and it was unclear what he had in mind. The next second, Seth threw the old man straight at Jonathan, ordering him to take this worthless thing away since he was so dear to him. But suddenly Jonathan felt that the old man in his arms became weightless, as if his body began to dissolve into the air. But what happened to him? Right before Jonathan's eyes, the old man began to crumble like sand as Seth used his divine power. Seth continued to taunt Jonathan with a smile. As he had just missed his chance to hit him, he still considered the pharaohs to be cattle, confident that none of them would dare to change the structure of his pyramid. Now everyone in the palace became his victims, and the evil god turned his most powerful weapon on the pharaoh's children. The boy did not have time to react, because he did not have the ability to resist such a powerful deity. Jonathan couldn't stand aside and rushed forward, standing between Seth and the boy, ready to take the blow. Seth couldn't believe that this god had decided to protect some people who probably also wanted him dead and wouldn't appreciate his kindness. He considered it wrong to give hope to these pathetic creatures, believing that this only made life more difficult for both the gods and the people themselves. Turning around, Jonathan realized that Seth had taken not only the boy hostage, but also all the other servants of the pharaoh. All those who did not manage to take cover were bound by magical chains, and their lives were in mortal danger. The evil god saw nothing wrong with breaking his own rules, considering himself the only master. It was a terrible sight. But all the servants who had recently served the pharaoh faithfully, one after another, turned into sand. But Seth was wrong about one thing, because Jonathan was exactly the kind of god who was ready to sacrifice his life to save people. He didn't care whether a person was talented or not. He was ready to do anything for the happiness of this world. These words only made Seth laugh, because it was the first time in his life he had heard such nonsense. But if Jonathan was going to continue to protect these fools, he was going to face a force he had never encountered before. Seth attacked Jonathan again, this time intending to show him what he was capable of. The blow was truly powerful, and Jonathan only managed to thrust his Excalibur forward at the last moment. Then, turning his attention to the remaining servants in the palace, Seth directed the magical chains with sharp tips at one of the girls. Jonathan wanted to rush to her defense, but Seth was much faster than he expected. The next second, Jonathan again received a strong blow to the face, which clearly could not go unnoticed. The impact, like a hammer blow, sent Jonathan flying backwards, blood gushing from his mouth. Seth seemed to be enjoying fighting Jonathan more and more, as he had long hated the upstarts who had recently become young gods. Without wasting any time, he approached his victim and delivered a series of monstrous blows that could kill anyone. Jonathan continued to fight back heroically, although it was clear that he was at his limit. Without outside help, he would hardly have been able to cope with such an opponent. But at that very moment, the pharaoh appeared in the palace. Never in his life had he seen a battle between two gods, one of whom was on the side of people. Suddenly Eleanor appeared behind him, deciding to give him all her divine power so that the pharaoh could enter the battle and help Jonathan. The pharaoh understood perfectly well that after this Eleanor would die, that this step meant certain death for her. But Eleanor said with a smile that she knew herself very well and would never forgive herself if she acted differently. She had little divine power left, and after Seth's magic, her body slowly turned into sand. Suddenly, an old man who had also met with Seth, and whose days were also numbered, placed his hand on Pharaoh's shoulder. He said with a smile that he had lived a long and happy life, and therefore would do the same as this beautiful girl. As a result, everyone present in the hall gave their divine power to the pharaoh, thereby signing their own death warrant. The boy burst into tears, realizing that these people had sacrificed themselves for his great mission. He clenched his fist, deciding that he would never lose after such a sacrifice and would not give his life away too cheaply. Eleanor asked him not to cry and promised her friend that they would meet in the afterlife. She had already tasted the glory and wealth of earthly life, and after wandering for thousands of years, she found true love. Having experienced all the joys of life, she was ready to move on, leaving behind all her past regrets. Just before her death, she promised Pharaoh that their shared happiness would return to them when the days of their bitter sorrow had passed. And a second later, all that was left of her was a mountain of sand, and the entire hall, recently filled with Pharaoh's servants, was covered with the same sand. Meanwhile, the fight between Jonathan and Seth continued, and the guy realized that he might not survive this fight. With each passing minute, the enemy became stronger, and Jonathan's divine energy was depleted. Seth also got it in this fight, but he had no doubts about his victory and was ready to fight to the end. He wanted to finish off Jonathan so that he would no longer interfere with his plans and get under his feet. At that moment, someone appeared in the hall who could not forgive Seth for the suffering he had caused him and his people. The pharaoh, endowed with the divine energy of all the inhabitants of the palace, struck such a powerful blow that clouds of dust covered the entire hall for a long time. Even the stone ceiling of the palace was covered with cracks, as if from cannonballs, and threatened to collapse at any second. Seth remained where he was, realizing that Pharaoh was no longer the easy prey he had become accustomed to seeing in his person. The pharaoh approached Seth and angrily asked him how it felt to fall from the top of the pyramid of which he was so proud. Seth couldn't believe that this man dared to raise his hand against him and use divine power that could kill him. With this, Seth crossed the line and the pharaoh was obliged to take revenge, and their duel today was to be the last. Jonathan saw the power of the pharaoh and was amazed at his might, which had remained hidden from everyone all this time. For Seth it was all over, and Pharaoh knew perfectly well how their fight today would end. He loudly declared that this place would become Seth's grave, and that he would not be able to escape his predetermined fate. Seth believed that only the pharaoh was to blame for the pyramid being filled with blood, because he himself was ready to turn every inhabitant of this country into sand. Suddenly, 3 sphinxes appeared in front of Seth, who were not going to let him go. Standing up and heading towards his opponent, Seth asked the sphinxes not to interfere, because he was very busy. Suddenly he heard a loud sound behind him and an angry cat hiss, which made it clear that the sphinxes were serious. The sphinx immediately rushed to attack, knowing that Seth was now more vulnerable than ever before. For the first time these creatures dared to attack him, and Seth wondered if they really didn't value their lives that much. The sphinx felt that the loss of divine power had made Seth weaker, and now he would definitely be able to stop him. The sphinx asked Seth the same riddle he had given Jonathan, giving him only 30 seconds to think about it. He warned that if Seth did not respond, he would remain in the pyramid until it turned back to sand. And 30 seconds later, everyone saw how the pyramid began to collapse, and Seth was still inside. It was hard to believe that Seth had received no guarantees when he entered the pyramid, since, as Jonathan reminded him, the pharaohs had imprisoned him on the lower level of that gigantic structure. Many residents were saddened by the loss of their only source of income, since delivering packages from the pyramid allowed them to support their families. Jonathan's mission was complete, and Arthur was a little sad to part with him. However, he has earned so much money that his sadness will probably quickly pass the moment the guy starts spending this money. Taking off his glasses, Jonathan reminded him that he had not given him divine power, so that he could take everything for himself, and offered to divide the spoils fairly. Arthur immediately agreed to share and did not mind giving something else to his new friend if Jonathan took a liking to an interesting artifact. This answer suited Jonathan, because among the artifacts there was something interesting for him, which in the future could help in the fight against aliens. Suddenly in the distance, Jonathan saw Pharaoh sitting alone on top of a sandy hill. Approaching him, Jonathan proposed to build a separate tomb for the pharaohs after the destruction of the pyramid. But Pharaoh was no longer connected to this land, and by scattering his ashes to the wind, the souls of the dead would gain freedom. All his life, Pharaoh strove to liberate himself and his people, but he suffered irreparable losses. Life goes on no matter what, and if they ever meet again, Pharaoh promises to repay Jonathan with kindness. Despite Pharaoh's initial distrust, Jonathan saved his life, which means he should treat this guy completely differently. The pharaoh would like to stay with Jonathan forever and repay his loyalty by becoming his loyal priest, if Jonathan does not mind. In fact, this is exactly why Jonathan took on this job, which means his mission can be considered accomplished. Returning to Earth after being initiated into the fourth priesthood of Jonathan, Pharaoh was finally able to relax a little. Having set foot on his native land, he felt as if he had been absent for 1,000 years and was madly missing the earthly air. Most of all, he wanted to get home as quickly as possible and eat a portion of delicious chicken. But on the way he met Ermak, who had been looking for him for a long time. Ermak was irritated by the young man's carefree appearance, as if he had no idea what was happening in the world. Jonathan didn't understand what Ermak was doing near his house and why he was following him like he was some kind of criminal. The man replied that their meeting was inevitable and that today that day had finally come. Ermak threw Jonathan newspapers full of the latest news, which had become the main sensation in the city. Rumors began to spread throughout the city that Jonathan had deliberately opened some gates to sow panic and gain personal gain from it. To Jonathan's surprise, Ermak took this absurdity seriously and warned that running was useless. At that moment, Jonathan noticed hunters around him, ready to take him to the department for questioning. Ermak advised not to resist, otherwise he would be put on the wanted list throughout the country as a person who did not obey the legal demands of a government official. Once in the department, Charlie realized that this was a great opportunity to take revenge on Jonathan for past grievances. Jonathan still didn't understand what he was being accused of and why he was considered a criminal who had opened some kind of gate. He again stated that he had not done anything illegal, and that he had nothing to justify himself to Ermak for. Ermak, accustomed to the young man's arrogance, foresaw such a reaction and prepared in advance. Among the hunters there was one who was able to convince the guy to cooperate with them, and it became clear that he was somewhere here. And then Ermak asked Leo to come into the office, and Jonathan saw a familiar guy who didn't take off his mask even in the sauna. As he had promised, Ermak did not attend the interrogation, entrusting the matter entirely to Leo and leaving the room. In fact, Leo didn't mind being alone with Jonathan, because right now he wasn't interested in the question of the open gates. Jonathan noted with a smile that he often recalled their last meeting in the sauna and did not expect to see each other again so soon, even in the interrogation room. Leo wasn't interested in such conversations and didn't care what Jonathan did or where he worked. Reaching out his hand towards Jonathan and activating his divine power, Leo stated that he only wanted to clarify one matter. Ever since the day his sister Ella went missing, Leo had suspected that Jonathan knew more about it than anyone else. Jonathan found it strange that Leo had asked him this question, since he and Ella were only connected by their work together. Seeing that he was not understood, Leo decided to ask his question differently and immediately made it clear that the jokes were over. He said that he had not been able to find his sister for a month and knew for sure that she had been in another country for a long time. Ella's fate remained unknown, as she disappeared immediately after promising to bring Jonathan his fifth priest. Meanwhile, a mysterious murder took place in the royal palace, which will be discussed in the press for a long time and shock the inhabitants of the kingdom. Having sneaked into the palace at night, Ella killed the young queen, who also had magical powers and was to become Jonathan's next priest. She then used the dark magic that the demon had given her and decided to inhabit the body of the murdered queen in order to appear before Jonathan in this guise. Her plan worked perfectly, because no one noticed the substitution and she didn't even have to fight the royal guards. Then she carried out her plan and the dark energy completely enveloped the dead body of the queen, making it its new shell. And just a moment later, finding herself in the body of her victim, Ella suddenly opened her eyes and was ready to take back everything that rightfully belonged to her.